I put it at 8:30.
Ready?
Sorry, get behind me.
The committee will come to order. Without objection, the chair is authorized to declare a recess of the committee at any time. And without objection, all members shall have 5 legislative days within which to submit additional material to the chair for inclusion in the record. I'd like to set out the schedule for today so everyone can plan accordingly. We'll finish this markup in 1 day. That means that our last vote will be when we finish debate on the last bill, whether that is in the PM or the AM, or actually if we just get it through this AM rather than the after midnight AM, that would be even better. We'll begin this morning and continue until the first vote series of the floor are called at 1:30. We'll vote on any amendments and bills in real time until that first vote series. We'll recess for the floor votes and reconvene immediately thereafter. We'll proceed in the afternoon until the second vote series on the floor are called, and that should be in the 4:30 to 5:30 range. We'll postpone any recorded votes until after that second series of votes on the floor. We'll start again after the floor votes with the votes on those postponed amendments and then proceed with remaining measures. We'll go until our work is finished and voting on any additional amendments and bills in real time post the second vote series. A quorum being present, we'll now proceed to today's business. The chair recognizes himself for an opening statement. Last month, the financial system experienced a great deal of volatility. As I said at the time, the best thing this committee could do was promote confidence in our financial system. To be clear, that does not prevent us from examining decisions made by bank management, supervisory failures, and the actions taken by our banking agency leaders. The ranking member and I immediately directed the Government Accountability Office to conduct an external review of those issues. The committee is also conducting its own investigation. Those efforts are ongoing. There are still questions that need to be answered. In fact, there are many requests that have been transmitted to agencies that have yet to be fulfilled. The regulators will be testifying in front of this committee next month. There'll be a formal announcement of that, but let me repeat that again. The regulators will be testifying before this committee next month. And I just want members to understand that we will proceed accordingly to review the agency's briefing materials that they're putting out in May during that time. And I expect to have a thorough examination of their reports, the GAO study, and the questions asked by members of this committee at that hearing. I say all of this to make it abundantly clear to my colleagues and those tuning in to today's markup. This committee can walk and chew gum at the same time. We are a legislating committee. When crises arise, we look at potential legislative fixes. And in that same vein, when there are laws and regulations that can be improved, we provide legislative solutions. And that's exactly what we're doing with the 15 bills before us today. The vast majority represent years of work to strengthen and expand access to our capital markets. I stated last year that this was a priority for committee Republicans, and today we are one step closer to making good on that commitment. Over the last 3 months, Capital Markets Subcommittee Chair Ann Wagner held 4 hearings and considered more than 30 bills. We've heard from experts across the ideological spectrum. More importantly, we accomplished something that very few committees on the Hill have done so far this year. We've agreed on a lot. That's good. Many of the bills we'll consider today are bipartisan. I look forward to moving those onto the floor as quickly as possible. And I would encourage members to look at the remaining bills. They contain common sense solutions that will encourage everyday investors and small entrepreneurs to access our capital markets. These are bills that would strengthen our crowdfunding rules to encourage greater use. These are bills that support micro offerings in the gig economy. They expand angel investing and the accredited investor definition to help more Americans build wealth. In other words, these bills can make a difference in the life of someone in every single one of our communities. Additionally, we'll mark up the CFPB, Transparency and Accountability Reform Act. This is a compilation of 7 bills that were attached to the hearing this committee held back in February. Since its inception, the CFPB has been one of the most unaccountable agencies ever created. In 2020, the Supreme Court held the removal provision related to the executive director as unconstitutional. Next term, the Supreme Court will examine the funding structure. H.R. 2798 will ensure the CFPB is finally accountable to Congress and to the American people. We've got a lot to cover today, but it's important work that I hope we can find areas of agreement. I want to reiterate my call to every member of this committee, Republican and Democrat. Bring your ideas to me. Talk with each other. Let's figure out legislative solutions, and let's try to work together to achieve them. That's when we can best legislate out of this committee, is when we can find common purpose and hash out these bills with each other and build consensus. And as I said in February, it's my expectation we'll hold several markups throughout the year on serious bills. I look forward to working with you to achieve good results for the American people, and I look forward to today's debate. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time, and I'll now recognize the ranking member for the purposes of an opening statement.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Before I get to my opening statement, I would like to take a moment of personal privilege to acknowledge my colleague, Representative Sylvia Garcia, who was recently named the vice-ranking member of our committee. Ms. Garcia has been on our committee since the 116th Congress and has been a fearless advocate on issues such as improving language access for mortgage brokers and other housing issues. She previously served as the vice chair of the Subcommittee on Diversity and Inclusion last Congress, so I'm pleased that Ms. Garcia was approved by our committee's Democratic caucus to hold this position in this Congress, and I look forward to working with her as we continue to keep the priorities of our members, including housing, at the forefront of our work with this Congress. Please join me in congratulating Ms. Garcia on this important achievement.
Thanks. Congratulations, Ms. Garcia. I'm sorry, I meant to recognize the ranking member for purposes of a moment of personal privilege. I'll now recognize the ranking member for an opening statement.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Now I will turn again to my opening statement. Last month, our nation's economy was rocked by 2 of the largest bank failures in U.S. history, Silicon Valley Bank and Signature Bank. These failures harmed small businesses everywhere. But we're not here today to get to the bottom of what happened or even to consider legislation that would get our banks back up and lending again to small businesses. Instead, the chairman is focused on what has become a deregulatory agenda. Meanwhile, House Republican leadership are pushing forward with their demands of a toxic set of budget cuts, including to the Securities and Exchange Commission as a ransom to allow our government to pay the debts that Republicans agree to incur. Moody's Analytics say that this MAGA Republican bill, led by Speaker McCarthy, would cost 780,000 jobs, weaken the economy, and increase the unemployment rate, and would, quote, meaningfully increase the likelihood of a downturn, end quote. If this committee really wanted to support small business access to capital, we should be doing everything in our power to avoid a debt default, which would be devastating for small businesses across the country. Now, I'd love to say that I appreciated how well Mr. McHenry's and my staff worked together, but shortly after we came to an agreement on a list of bills for this markup, the chair went back on his word. I had hoped that our committee could rise above the partisanship of the House, but I understand that the chair is beholden to his leadership at the end of the day. So while I'm pleased to say that there are 12 targeted bills of legislation that we will support, there are 2 packages of truly toxic bills, and a third standalone measure that I will strongly oppose. The first partisan package is so-called CFPB Transparency and Accountability Reform Act. This bill will rob the CFPB of the funding it needs to properly regulate the consumer financial marketplace and would impede the CFPB's ability to carry out its mission to protect consumers from harm. It is a brazen yet predictable attempt to undermine the CFPB. Next is the Expanding Access to Capital Act. This partisan package would significantly weaken investor protections by removing the very disclosures and legal protections investors rely on to hold businesses accountable. This bill goes so far as to deregulate venture capital funds after we continue to learn about the role venture capital plays in SVB's bank run. This bill goes so far as to deregulate venture capital funds after we literally just learned about the role of venture capital in SVB's bank run. And the third problematic bill is 1807. This bill is considered separately from the partisan package because the chair apparently felt it was no longer convenient for him to honor our agreement. Well, I have news for the chair. Compromises are hard and are rarely convenient. H.R. 1807 would allow brokerage and investment advisors to force millions of Americans to access their investment statements and other materials online, even if they don't have access to the internet. I saw how this tactic made it difficult for many business owners to access PPP loans during the pandemic when banks required their applications to be completed online. It is elitism at its best and discriminatory at worst. Dozens of public interest organizations, investor advocates, consumer advocates, civil rights groups, frontline regulators, and more have all warned committee about the harm of these three bills. I look forward to highlighting our concerns with these bills. Today, I look forward to discussing these bills, and I yield back the balance of my time. And I say to the chairman, before I yield back, I take back the balance. I do not give back the balance of time. To the chairman, while you talk a good game about bipartisanship and you keep telling the public how well we're doing, you're not doing that well. Because you are absolutely going back on commitments that were made. Now, I yield back the balance of my time.
Other than that, Mrs. Lincoln, how was the theater? Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 835, the Fair Investment Opportunities for Professionals Act. The clerk will report the bill, copies of which were distributed in advance.
H.R. 835, to amend the Securities Act of 1933 to codify certain qualifications of individuals as accredited investors.
Without objection, the bill considered as read and open to amendment at any point. The gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Hill, has an amendment in the nature of a substitute, copies of which have been distributed in advance. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 835.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read and will serve as base text for the purposes of amendment. The gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Hill, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Strike the last word. Let me thank you, Mrs. Waters, and the staff on both sides of the aisle for the tireless work in pulling together all these bills that we're going to consider today. Thank you for the outstanding advocacy on your part for the SEC's core mission of capital formation, something that's been forgotten by the current chair. I want to thank you for noticing H.R. 835, the Fair Investment Opportunities for Professional Experts Act. I want to thank the gentleman from California, my friend Mr. Vargas, Florida, Mr. Donalds, and from Arizona, Mr. Schweikert, as original co-sponsors of this legislation. We just had Chair Gensler from the SEC appear before this committee where we pressed him on the Commission's 50-plus regulations. These proposals would dramatically overhaul our markets without any direction from Congress while ignoring much-needed fixes like expanding the accredited investor definition. Most Americans are prohibited from investing in a wide variety of businesses. Unless you're rich enough to be an accredited investor, meaning you make more than $200,000 a year or worth at least $1 million, you're only allowed to invest in our public markets, our public companies. Meanwhile, new businesses are staying private for longer due to bad policy from Washington that's made it increasingly expensive and complex for companies to become and remain successful public companies. That's not fair, that's not smart, and the current accredited investor rules that favor the rich and the affluent, in my view, effectively discriminate against poor minority communities and others who are just starting their careers but have expertise. In fact, the SEC estimates only 1.3% of accredited investors are African American and 2.8% are Latino, even though they make up nearly a third of all Americans. Small businesses and startups in Arkansas and across the country are integral to our nation's economic growth, innovation, and job creation. I spent a large portion of my private sector career in raising money for startup companies or to expand private growth companies. Many of those were Reg D private placements. I recall many times when a PhD or MD a scientist that wanted to invest in a business around which they had tremendous knowledge, but were not permitted to because they were not an accredited investor. This legislation would simply provide individuals who demonstrate a strong understanding of the offering the opportunity to invest in private offerings, providing greater investment opportunities for Arkansans, enabling entrepreneurs to create more jobs. This is about fairness. This is about giving those with previously limited to only investing in public companies a chance to build their wealth by investing in private companies. You know, Mr. Chairman, over the past 8 years that I've served in the House, we've been building a very successful venture capital center and fintech accelerator in Little Rock. You have visited that center, and I'm proud to say over the past 8 years that millions of dollars of Reg D private placements have been raised to benefit the creation of these companies around the world, out of Little Rock, and right in my hometown of Little Rock. And we have people who have the talent, the educational background, the skills, the ability to invest in these companies, and yet they are prohibited by the accredited investor rule. Now, some of my friends may say, well, when you do a private placement, you can have up to 35 non-accredited investors participate in the offering. Well, that's true under Reg D regulations by the SEC, but the real fact of the matter is you've got litigation and liability risks there, and many lawyers will encourage the investment advisor, the company's founders, not to accept accredited investors, even if they have that talent and ability. So I want to say thank you to the chairman for noticing this bill. I want to thank my colleagues for co-sponsoring it. And remember, if you have the knowledge and expertise, you ought to be given a chance to invest in the industry that you know so well and be a part of the American dream. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this bill, and I thank you and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further debate?
Chairman?
Gentleman from California, Mr. Vargas, seeks recognition.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. The great state of California.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to speak in support of H.R. 835, the Fair Investment Opportunities and Professional Experts Act. I want to thank my good friend from Arkansas for this bill. It was a pleasure to work with him and also a pleasure to work with his very knowledgeable staff. My staff and his staff worked closely on this, and again, I want to thank them. H.R. 835 is a bipartisan bill that will expand the definition of an accredited investor. Under current law, accredited investors are limited to persons who have an annual income of more than $200,000 or $300,000, together with a spouse, or a net worth more than $1 million, including a primary residence. However, this definition has prevented well-informed Americans, notably those from disadvantaged communities, from investing in private securities. H.R. 835 will allow investors with relevant qualifications and credentials to meet the accredited investor's definition and access private offerings. This will enhance the ability of many companies, including small businesses, to raise capital and grow by increasing the pool of potential investors. Additionally, this bill is in line with the SEC's previous work to update the accredited investor definition while maintaining appropriate investor protections and promoting capital formation. I urge my colleagues to support this measure, and I would like to thank my colleague, again, Mr. Hill, for sponsoring this bill. With that, I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion, further debate? Chair of the Capital Markets Subcommittee, Ms. Wagner. Recognized for 5 minutes for the purposes of debate.
I thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank you for your leadership as we worked together, I as Chair of the Capital Markets Subcommittee, to put 4 hearings together with a package dealing with capital formation, the backbone of our U.S. economy. We worked in the areas of retail investors and opportunities for people that are saving for their futures, for their retirement, for a rainy day, education. We worked on how we expand opportunities for entrepreneurs and small businesses, and then also put a hearing together that worked on the importance of the public markets and how we get there. So I thank you for a majority of these bills are very bipartisan. We worked well with the other side. These were 4 outstanding hearings, so I want to thank you for your leadership in this area. And now I move to strike the last word. I want to thank the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Hill, and the gentleman from California, Mr. Vargas, for their work on this bill to modernize the outdated accredited investor definition. This bill allows Americans to use their experience and education to qualify as an accredited investor by making it possible for more Americans to have access to private markets. H.R. 835 allows investors to diversify and to maximize the growth of their investments. Expanding the pool of accredited investors also opens up more funding opportunities for small businesses and entrepreneurs. The reforms in H.R. 835 are essential for the growth and the prosperity of our economy, and I urge my colleague to support this bill and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields back. The
Mr. Lynch.
gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized for 5 minutes for purposes of debate.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I want to say how much respect and admiration I have for the gentleman from Arkansas. He's been a friend and a colleague. I am not rising to oppose this bill, but I do want to point out some areas of caution that I think are appropriate. We've seen in the last few decades the amount of money raised through private equity has far eclipsed the amount of money that's been raised for public markets, and I don't think that's healthy. You know, I mean, the shift has led to, I think, numerous ills. It means there are relatively fewer opportunities for average unaccredited investors. It means some of the best companies stay private, as the gentleman has pointed out, and away from average American investors. It means that even the accredited investors are exposed to situations and some would call shady deals. And I don't think that's healthy. I think we're seeing a drift here, number one. I don't disagree with the idea that there are different ways that a person's education and job experience can give them that sophistication to allow them to make those type of decisions that are fair and informed. But also in this bill, we retain the income and wealth standard. And that in the past, especially in the last few years, has shown us with the tremendous losses on some very complicated investments. And look, the complexity of the financial products we're seeing come out now are, you know, by order of magnitude, much more complex than they have been in the past. We've seen some colossal failures. You know, we just saw FTX with 1 million different investors, various countries. You know, even Silicon Valley Bank collapsed, and those were mostly high net worth investors. And yet they did not have the wherewithal to understand, you know, what they were getting into, I believe, and so took on more risk than I think was appropriate. So I just want to raise a note of caution in all this, the direction that we're going in. I think there's value in looking at different ways that a person may be qualified as an accredited investor and to have that sophistication necessary to make wise investment decisions. But I also think that this sort of locks in this idea of a financial threshold that have shown to be absolutely ineffective in defining a population of investors capable of fending for themselves without the protections, the disclosures, the information that will allow them to make a good and sound decision. So
Would the gentleman yield?
I will, absolutely, yeah.
Gosh, these are very constructive comments. I want to just be responsive to two of them. First, over my career, and I think FTX is a perfect example where wealth is not directly correlated with wisdom. Some of the richest people in the world, some of the, quote, smartest people in the world put money in FTX and didn't do any due diligence, and it was an embarrassment. So I don't think smart investing is correlated with wealth. So I actually agree with you that, this does institute and basically says since 1982, if you got $1 million, you got this income, that somehow you're more capable. What they're actually saying is that maybe you have the capability of taking a loss. It won't hurt your family. That's really what they're saying. They're not really saying it's a wisdom issue. And so, but here I would say that I'm arguing that wisdom is important in making these decisions, and I yield back to my friend.
Well, I appreciate the gentleman's remarks and his response. Here's what I worry about, that there's no limit to how much money a person can lose in some of these investments. If you were saying you were taking risk with 5% or 7% or 2% of your wealth, I wouldn't have a problem, because I think there's a role for that type of risk. It's responsible. But what I worry about is that someone might, as has happened with FTX and others, put all their life savings into this one risky investment and they lose it all. That's what I'm worried about. And my time has expired, so I will yield back. Thank you.
Gentleman's time has expired. Mr. Donalds of Florida seeks recognition, is recognized for 5 minutes for purposes of debate.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank Chair Hill and also Mr. Vargas for working on this legislation together. I think it's a great piece of legislation. We should be supporting it. And listen, I do understand the concern that what happens if somebody's investment decision goes sour. But we also have to remember, members, that our economy is largely based upon the ability of people to take risks in investments and to earn wealth and to actually earn profits. That's the profit motive, is what creates all the things that we seem to haggle over here in this chamber. But you can't get there without an investment vehicle. And for far too long, too many Americans, simply because of their lack of net worth, have been excluded from some of the great investments that have occurred before they went to the public markets, quote unquote. The second piece I would also say is that we are all seeing that, private investments are, people are raising more money in private investments than they are in our public markets. That should be a signal to us that maybe we need to revise some of the regulatory system of our public markets if capital is not going there as much as it's going into private investments. We might need to examine what we're doing and why if we want to have a flourishing public investment market. This is a good piece of legislation, and I do understand the concerns, but there are just a lot of people, especially as our economy begins to find new innovative ways of growing and being dynamic, for people at all levels of our economy to try to find ways to take advantage of that and do something constructive for themselves and for their family. And the last piece I'll say is that at the end of the day, an individual is going to make a decision with their own money. It is their money, it is their resources. They should be free to make those decisions and walk into these investments eyes wide open. I think that by limiting their capabilities to invest, we also limit their capabilities to grow for themselves and for their families. It's good legislation. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Further discussion, further debate. The ranking member seeks recognition, is recognized for 5 minutes for purposes of debate.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to point out that you heard from Mr. Lynch his very real concerns about thinking that perhaps if you have $1 million or more, you have wisdom or that you have some special knowledge. And you heard from Mr. Hill, who said that he certainly does not believe that, $1 million make you one with more wisdom, more knowledge. But he does believe that, if you have $1 million or more and you lose it, it doesn't hurt your family. And so what you have heard is the kind of discussion and debate that has gone on as the staffs have worked on this bill. And I want you to know that Mr. Lynch, who feels very strongly on this issue, literally led us to compromise. And this is where compromise takes place. The actions and the words from Mr. Lynch, the words from Mr. Hill have come together, and we have compromised. This is one issue that I do believe that it can legitimately be said that there was compromise, and so I support the bill, and I would ask the members of our committee, of the Democrats on this side, to support the bill. I move back.
Gentlelady yields back. Further discussion, further debate? Any further? Mr. Sherman of California is recognized for 5 minutes for purposes of debate.
I have both a technical issue where I could offer an amendment if the author of the bill likes it, and that would be to add MBAs, CPAs, and attorneys to the list of accredited investors, but I'll leave that for the author of the legislation. More broadly, I agree, and I think Mr. Lynch made similar comments, that wealth, $1 million doesn't make you a genius. There's an effort in the Republican side to broaden the definition of accredited investor to include those who have expertise, and that makes sense. But at the same time, we need to narrow the definition to take away this idea that just because you have $250 in income or $1 million in assets, that you have expertise. We ought to be focusing on two things, and I think this bill moves us in the right direction. One that the bill does not deal with is risk diversification. We should not have somebody be an accredited investor if they're putting more than 10% of their total net worth into that one investment, with the exception that if that's their full-time job, that they're investing in their own company, then that could be waived. A lot of founders and others put their whole lives into their into the company they work for. The second issue is to look at the sophistication and knowledge of either the investor or their truly independent advisors. And by truly independent, I mean not receiving any compensation from the issuer, not receiving any referrals from the issuer. So I think the bill moves us in the right direction, but the goal here should not be just to find ways to broaden the definition of accredited investor and say, well, the current definition says you're knowledgeable because you got $1 million, therefore we're going to broaden it over here, broaden it over there, broaden it over in some other place. We ought to get away from the idea that you're accredited just because you have $1 million and get the SEC and our through regulation and this Congress through statute to define what an accredited investor is in terms of their own expertise and that of their truly independent advisor. With that, I'd yield to the author of the bill to see whether CPAs, MBAs, or attorneys would be something you'd want to add.
I thank my friend from California. I think that is what I think of when I think of professional expertise, is someone who has that kind of certification. CPA, CFA, those are classics. Certified Financial Planning designation, CFP, is very popular now. But when I thought about it in the conception of it, it really was that young PhD medical doctor who's out of grad school, who's working in an area of expertise, they have an opportunity to invest and they just don't have those financial characteristics, even though they're ready to take the risk, they have the investable cash, but they don't meet that strict definition. But I thank my friend. I yield back to it.
I look forward to working with you on this, and if you want to add particular classifications and licenses to your bill. I look forward to working with our ranking member and the chair to see if the bill can be broadened, and with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Further discussion, further debate? Hearing none. No further discussion or amendment to H.R. 835. The question now occurs on adoption of the amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Hill. All those in favor shall signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed shall signify by saying nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of the substitute is adopted. The question now occurs on ordering the bill H.R. 835 as amended, reported to the House with a favorable recommendation. Those in favor shall signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed shall signify by saying nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
I'm sorry. The next one.
Do you want to record it?
The bill as amended is ordered reported to the House with a favorable recommendation. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 1579, the Accredited Investor Definition Review Act. The clerk will report the bill, copies of which were distributed in advance.
H.R. 1579, to amend the Securities Act of 1933 and the Dodd-Frank Wall Street Reform and Consumer Protection Act with respect to the definition of accredited investor and for other purposes. Be it
Without objection, the bill is considered read and open to amendment at any point. The gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Heising, has an amendment in the nature of a substitute, copies of which were distributed in advance. The clerk will report the amendment.
amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 1579.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read and will serve as base text for purposes of amendment. The gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Heising, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman McHenry. Appreciate the opportunity to have this bill in front of this committee, and I look forward to the great work that we are doing here today. Regarding H.R. 1579, the Accredited Investor Definition Review Act, small businesses, entrepreneurs, and emerging companies are really what drive the American economy. We meet with them in our districts and see firsthand the benefits that their dreams, their innovations, and hard work provide in our communities. And that is on both sides of the aisle. We all have those folks in our district. Over the last 4 months, our committee has heard from everyday Americans, not just the elite or the wealthy or the accredited investor, but those who have succeeded despite rules that have put them at a disadvantage. We heard from women like Omi Bell from right here in Washington, D.C., who founded Black Girl Ventures, which is an organization focused on providing women of color with access to community networks, capital, and capacity building to develop and grow their businesses. She was so dynamic and such a thrill to have in front of our committee. Omi testified before our subcommittee on capital markets that her mother invested $10,000 of her own retirement to support her first business venture. Yet her mom was not considered an accredited investor, but someone who wanted to support her daughter's ambitions. We also heard testimony from David Olivencia, CEO and co-founder of Angeles Investors, who, while earning his MBA from Notre Dame, learned about startups and how early-stage investments could lead to outsized returns. And he said, I want some of that. I'm in. Unfortunately, David didn't qualify as an accredited investor because, in his own words, he had not inherited wealth from his family. The stories of people like Omi and David are all too common in the investment world. While innovators often turn to their local communities for support, they often lack the ability to reach those mega investors who can make an instantaneous huge impact. And under current law, accredited investors are allowed to purchase securities that haven't been registered with the SEC. These types of offerings carry more risk than public offerings, no doubt. In theory, individuals with enough financial sophistication or net worth can bear the potential losses that may be associated with these types of securities. while my bill, Accredited Investor Definition Review Act, would require the SEC to incorporate additional, quote, certifications, designations, or credentials that further the purpose of the accredited investor definition, close quote, and to do that within 18 months, and thereafter assess the additional certifications, designations, or credentials every 5 years. The bill would expand investment opportunities for sophisticated investors who may not have the advantage of being born in the right zip code or have generational wealth, and to also provide small, private, startup companies with additional sources of funding for them. The current definition the SEC uses to identify an accredited investor is simply outdated. Today, that definition is solely based on wealth. The ability to participate in a private offering should not be limited to individuals that pass some sort of arbitrary federal government assets test. Instead, the ability to participate should be expanded to include all individuals that demonstrate that they have a sufficient understanding of the offering itself and the risks involved. Mr. Chairman, I think we can all agree that we need to open our capital markets and our financial system wider to more people, not to fewer people. So I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion, further debate? The ranking member seeks recognition, is recognized for 5 minutes for purposes of debate.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I believe that based on our earlier discussion, you do understand that the members of this committee basically agree that there needs to be some changes. We all know that any definition that restricts certain financial opportunities only to the wealthy is not a good definition in our minds. Conversely, permitting Wall Street to sell high-risky and illiquid products to folks just because they have built up a decent nest egg for retirement is also a terrible outcome. The SEC must, I believe, and I agree, amend the definition to protect working families against these high-risk products. Now, on this bill, building off of Mr. Hill's Fair Investment Opportunities for Professional Experts Act, Mr. Huizinga's Accredited Investor Definition Review Act, it gives the SEC the authority to periodically review what credentials will qualify for accredited investor status and update the list of credentials as is necessary. I believe this ensures that the definition is not stagnant and changes with the times as new certifications and degrees are developed. As a result, more investors will have access to the private markets while ensuring they have the adequate tools to understand the risk involved in this space. I listened, and I think everybody heard Mr. Sherman, who gave some thoughts to and some ideas about others who should be considered accredited investors, and also indicated his willingness to work. And I think this fits very neatly in what this bill does. And so I ask for an aye vote.
Is there further discussion, further debate? Seeing none.
Mr. Chairman?
The Chair of the Capital Markets Subcommittee, Ms. Wagner, is recognized for 5 minutes for purposes of debate.
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
I want to thank the gentleman from Michigan, my friend, Mr. Huizinga, for his work on this bill, which aims to increase opportunities for everyday Americans to save and build wealth. The accredited investor definition creates inequality in our securities laws by reserving investments in the private market, where returns are often the highest for those who are already wealthy. By requiring the SEC to review the list of certifications, designations, and credentials to qualify as an accredited investor, H.R. 1579 is a step forward in our bipartisan efforts to expand access to investment opportunities. I urge my colleagues to support H.R.
Will the lady yield?
I absolutely will.
Well, I appreciate the gentlelady for yielding, and I just want to underscore for everybody, we have a common goal here. We, at least on the committee, apparently have a stated common goal. However, if the rumor mill is true, the Securities and Exchange Commission is actually talking about going in the opposite direction, increasing those requirements. So this is going to be an important statement for this committee to make. And I will lastly note that, Omi Bell and David Olivencia, they were not funded by Wall Street. They were funded by Main Street. It was them and their friends and their family and those that surround them. It had nothing to do with Wall Street and a big investment firm. It had everything to do with folks that loved and cared for them and wanted to see them succeed. That's who we are supporting today. I yield back.
And I thank the gentleman for making his point, and I would underscore that. A number of our witnesses felt that it was very difficult for them to raise the capital, and that even after they had gotten to a certain threshold in the growth of their business venture, that they were still not necessarily considered an accredited investor. And it's a shame to see the direction that the SEC is going in, and I think that this markup is a reflection of that, as we see several bills regarding this issue. So I thank the gentleman again for putting this piece of legislation forward, and I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 1579, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The lady yields back. Is there further discussion, further debate? Hearing none. The ranking member of the Capital Markets Subcommittee seeks recognition.
Just briefly,
Move to strike the last word. Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes for purposes of debate.
there is a characterization here that these are great opportunities that people are being deprived of. Keep in mind, the venture capitalist in Silicon Valley will tell you 9 out of 10 investments don't work out. And that doesn't mean it's not an opportunity to invest, but this is not the holy grail that we are depriving people from. Second, I look forward to working with the other side, not just to broadening, but also in some areas restraining the definition of accredited investor so that we have something that's logical and is not based on wealth, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Further discussion, further debate? There being no further discussion or amendment to H.R. 1579, the question now occurs on adoption of the amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Huizinga. All those in favor shall signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed shall signify by saying nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The question now occurs on ordering the bill, H.R. 1579, as amended, reported to the House with a favorable recommendation. Those in favor shall signify by saying aye. All those opposed shall signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Mr. Chair, could I request a recorded vote?
Gentleman requests a recorded vote. All those in favor of a recorded vote, please raise your hands. Sufficient number having raised their hands, a recorded vote is ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Hill. Mr. Lucas. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Posey. Mr. Posey votes aye. Mr. Lukedemeyer. Mr. Huizinga. Mr. Huizinga votes aye. Mrs. Wagner. Mrs. Wagner votes aye. Mr. Barr. Mr. Williams of Texas. Mr. Emmer. Mr. Loudermilk. Mr. Loudermilk votes aye. Mr. Mooney. Mr. Mooney votes aye. Mr. Davidson. Mr. Rose. Mr. Rose votes aye. Mr. Stile. Mr. Timmons. Mr. Timmons votes aye. Mr. Norman. Mr. Norman votes aye. Mr. Muser. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Garbarino. Mrs. Kim. Mrs. Kim votes aye. Mr. Donalds. Mr. Flood. Mr. Lawler. Mr. Lawler votes aye. Mr. Nunn. Mr. Nunn votes aye. Ms. De La Cruz. Ms. De La Cruz votes aye. Mrs. Houchin. Mrs. Houchin votes aye. Mr. Ogles. Mr. Ogles votes aye. Ms. Waters. Ms. Waters votes aye. Mrs. Velasquez. Mr. Sherman. Mr. Sherman votes aye. Mr. Meeks. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott votes aye. Mr. Lynch. Mr. Lynch votes aye. Mr. Green. Mr. Green votes aye. Mr. Cleaver. Mr. Himes, Mr. Foster. Mr. Foster votes aye. Mrs. Beatty. Mrs. Beatty votes aye. Mr. Vargas. Mr. Vargas votes aye. Mr. Gottheimer. Mr. Gottheimer votes aye. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez votes aye. Mr. Caston. Mr. Caston votes aye. Ms. Presley. Ms. Presley votes nay. Mr. Horsford. Mr. Horsford votes aye. Ms. Tlaib. Ms. Tlaib votes no. Mr. Torres. Mr. Torres votes aye. Ms. Garcia.
Aye.
Ms. Garcia votes aye. Ms. Williams of Georgia.
Williams of Georgia votes aye.
Ms. Williams of Georgia votes aye. Mr. Nickel. Mr. Nickel votes aye. Ms. Pedersen. Ms. Pedersen votes aye. Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman votes aye. Mr. Hill. Mr. Hill votes aye. Mr. Lucas. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Sessions votes aye. Mr. Lukedemeyer. Mr. Lukedemeyer votes aye. Mr. Barr. Mr. Barr votes aye. Mr. Williams of Texas. Mr. Emmer. Mr. Davidson. Mr. Stile. Mr. Stile votes aye. Mr. Muser. Mr. Muser votes aye. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Fitzgerald votes aye. Mr. Garbarino. Mr. Donalds. Mr. Flood. Mr. Flood votes aye. Mrs. Velasquez. Mr. Meeks. Mr. Cleaver. Mr. Cleaver votes aye. Mr. Himes.
Is there any member who has not voted, who wishes to vote? Mr. User, has he voted? Is there any member who has not voted? Any member who wishes to change his or her vote? If not, the clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 41 and the nays are 2.
A majority having voted in favor of H.R. 1579 as amended, the bill is ordered favorably reported to the House, and without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 1548, the Improving Access to Small Business Information Act. The clerk will report the bill, copies of which were distributed in advance.
H.R. 1548, to amend the Securities Exchange Act of 1934 to specify that actions of the Advocate for Small Business Capital Formation are not a collection of information under the Paperwork Reduction Act.
Without objection, the bill is considered read and open to amendment at any point. The gentlewoman from California, Mrs. Kim, has an amendment in the nature of a substitute, copies of which have been distributed in advance. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read and will serve as base text for purposes of amendment. The gentlewoman from California, Mrs. Kim, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman McHenry, for holding this important markup to improve capital formation. I also want to thank my colleague and friend, Representative Gottheimer from New Jersey, for co-leading H.R. 1548, the Improving Access to Small Business Information Act, with me and making this a bipartisan bill. This bill, H.R. 1548, is simple. The legislation would amend the Securities Exchange Act of 1934 to specify that actions of the Advocate for Small Business Capital Formation, like conducting field surveys, are not a collection of information under the Paper Reduction Act. Currently, the Office of the Advocate must adhere to a prolonged process to get approval from OMB on surveys that could help get better information on the capital formation challenges small businesses and their investors face on a daily basis. Former director of the office, Martha Miller, told our office, quote, "The office went through a year-long process just to collect registration information for our annual forum and ask a few basic questions to understand the audience attending," end quote. So, by the time the office got a response from OMB, the circumstances of the economy had changed, and some of the survey questions were outdated and did not serve their intended purpose. Rather than answering unrelated questions to the difficulties facing small businesses, it would have been so much more effective for small business owners and investors to be focused on analyzing the substantive issues and sharing effective perspectives on capital formation policy. The SEC's Office of the Advocate for Small Business Capital Formation is the primary office that looks to advance the interests of small businesses and their investors at the SEC and in the capital markets. So with the ever-changing economic and regulatory environment, the office is required to adapt quickly to the needs of small businesses and gather timely feedback to improve capital raising policy. H.R. 1548 reduces red tape and streamlines access to tools that the office can utilize to gather more effective and timely data. The better information that the office can gather, the better Congress and the public can identify policy gaps and facilitate small business capital formation. So I urge my colleagues from both sides of the aisle to support H.R. 1548. With that, I yield the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields back. Is there further discussion, further debate? The gentlelady from Ohio, Ms. Beatty, is recognized.
Thank you,
for
Mr.
5 minutes for purposes of debate.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member. I simply want to raise my voice to thank my colleague and also the co-caucus chair of our Financial Literacy and Wealth Education Caucus. And I think this falls right into line when we talk about small businesses and what they have to go through. So very simply putting, this bill streamlines the ability of the SEC Advocate for Small Business Capital Formation to be able to carry out his mission by exempting it from the requirements that are in this act. And I'm sure if my colleague, Congressman Gottheimer, had something to say, he would be proud that I am supporting both of them in this bill, and I yield back my time.
Gentlelady yields back.
Mr. Chairman?
Is there, gentlelady from Missouri, Ms. Wagner, is recognized for 5 minutes for purposes of debate.
I move to strike the last word. First, I'd like to thank the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Kim, for introducing this very common sense piece of legislation. I want to applaud my good friend from Ohio, Ms. Beatty, and certainly Congressman Gottheimer also for their support. This ensures that the SEC's Advocate for Small Business Capital Formation isn't hamstrung by bureaucratic hurdles in its efforts to promote capital formation and advocate for our job creators, entrepreneurs, and their investors. I'd urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back at this time.
Gentlelady yields back. Is there further discussion, further debate?
Green of Texas.
Gentleman from Texas, Mr. Green, is recognized for 5 minutes for purposes of debate.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thank the sponsor of this piece of legislation as well, Ms. Kim. I am in support of it. And I would just remind us that we live in a world where we have unanticipated consequences. When the Advocate for Small Business Capital Formation agency was established, it was done so in 2019. The Paperwork Reduction Act became law in 1995. That was some 24 years before the Advocate for Small Business Capital Formation Act came into being. It was not anticipated at that time that we might have this need to the extent that we do. And I think that we should not allow unanticipated consequences to prevent us from making adjustments such that small businesses can grow and flourish and become even bigger businesses. So I do support the legislation. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion, further debate? Hearing none. Without objection, I'm sorry. There being no further discussion or amendment to H.R. 1548, the question now occurs on adoption of the amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by the gentlewoman from California, Mrs. Kim. All those in favor shall signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed shall signify by saying nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of substitute is adopted. The question now occurs on ordering the bill, H.R. 1548, as amended, reported to the House with a favorable recommendation. Those in favor shall signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed shall signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, Gentlelady Ms. Kim.
Yes. Chairman, I would like to ask for a recorded vote.
A recorded vote is requested. All those in favor of a recorded vote, please raise your hand. Sufficient number having raised their hand, a recorded vote is ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Hill. Mr. Lucas.
I love these pens.
Mr. Sessions. Mr. Sessions votes aye. Mr. Posey. Mr. Posey votes aye. Mr. Lukemeyer. Mr. Lukemeyer votes aye. Mr. Huizinga. Mrs. Wagner. Mrs. Wagner votes aye. Mr. Barr. Mr. Williams of Texas. Mr. Emmer. Mr. Loudermilk. Mr. Loudermilk votes aye. Mr. Mooney. Mr. Mooney votes aye. Mr. Davidson. Mr. Davidson votes aye. Mr. Rose. Mr. Stile. Mr. Stile votes aye. Mr. Timmons. Mr. Timmons votes aye. Mr. Norman. Mr. Norman votes aye. Mr. Muser. Mr. Muser votes aye. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Fitzgerald votes aye. Mr. Garbarino. Mrs. Kim. Mrs. Kim votes aye. Mr. Donalds. Mr. Flood. Mr. Flood votes aye. Mr. Lawler. Mr. Lawler votes aye. Mr. Nunn. Mr. Nunn votes aye. Ms. De La Cruz. Ms. De La Cruz votes aye. Mrs. Houchin. Mrs. Houchin votes aye. Mr. Ogles. Mr. Ogles votes aye. Ms. Waters. Ms. Waters votes aye. Mrs. Velasquez. Mr. Sherman. Mr. Meeks. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott votes aye. Mr. Lynch. Mr. Lynch votes aye. Mr. Green. Mr. Green votes nay. Mr. Green votes aye. Mr. Cleaver. Mr. Cleaver votes aye. Mr. Himes. Mr. Foster. Mr. Foster votes aye. Mrs. Beatty.
Beatty votes aye.
Mrs. Beatty votes aye. Mr. Vargas. Mr. Vargas votes aye. Mr. Gottheimer. Mr. Gottheimer votes aye. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez votes aye. Mr. Caston. Mr. Caston votes aye. Ms. Presley. Mr. Horsford. Mr. Horsford votes aye. Ms. Tlaib. Mr. Torres. Mr. Torres votes aye. Ms. Garcia.
Aye.
Ms. Garcia votes aye. Ms. Williams of Georgia.
Williams of Georgia votes aye.
Ms. Williams of Georgia votes aye. Mr. Nickel. Mr. Nickel votes aye. Ms. Pedersen. Ms. Pedersen votes aye. Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman votes aye. Mr. Hill. Mr. Hill votes aye. Mr. Lucas. Mr. Huizinga. Mr. Huizinga votes aye. Mr. Barr. Mr. Barr votes aye. Mr. Williams of Texas. Mr. Williams of Texas votes aye. Mr. Emmer. Mr. Rose. Mr. Garbarino. Mr. Donalds. Mrs. Velasquez. Mr. Sherman. Mr. Meeks. Mr. Himes. Ms. Presley. Ms. Tlaib.
Any member who has not voted wishes to vote? Is there any member who wishes to change his or her vote? If not, the clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 41 and the nays are 0.
A majority having voted in favor of H.R. 1548 as amended, the bill is ordered favorably reported to the House. Without objection, motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 2792, the Small Entity Update Act. The clerk will report the bill, copies of which were distributed in advance.
H.R. 2792, to require the Securities and Exchange Commission to carry out a study and rulemaking on the definition of the term small entity for purposes of the...
Without objection, the bill is considered read and open to amendment at any point. The gentlewoman from Missouri, Mrs. Wagner, has an amendment of the nature of a substitute, copies of which were distributed in advance. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute...
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read and will serve as base text for purposes of amendment. The gentlewoman from Missouri, Chair of the Capital Markets Subcommittee, Mrs. Wagner, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
I thank you, Mr. Chairman. My bill, H.R. 2792, the Small Entity Update Act, would alleviate the burdensome regulatory environment that hinders small businesses from flourishing. The bill directs the SEC to conduct a study followed by a rulemaking to update the term small entity under the Regulatory Flexibility Act. This will lead to a more targeted regulatory environment for small businesses. It is no secret, Mr. Chairman, that burdensome regulations can impose unnecessary burdens that limit the ability of small businesses to innovate and grow. H.R. 2792 takes a thoughtful approach to addressing regulatory barriers, ensuring that the SEC strikes an appropriate balance between its mandates to protect investors and facilitate capital formation. By supporting H.R. 2792, we can make it easier for small businesses to thrive in today's competitive marketplace. I want to thank Mr. Himes, Mr. Torres, and Mr. Scott for co-sponsoring this impactful legislation, and I urge all my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields back. Is there further discussion for the debate? Gentleman, Mr. Gaston is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, move to strike the last word for purposes of entering into a colloquy with Chair Wagner about the bill. Number one, I really want to thank Chair Wagner for introducing H.R. 2792, directing the SEC to carry out a study and rulemaking on its definitions of small entities. This is a good government bill that would remove barriers to competition for small businesses and require the Commission to update the definition of small entities every 5 years to consider the continued growth of our financial markets and ensure that regulations are tailored to the size of the business. However, I have a very small, minor issue that my concern is that if we use a static definition of small entities, then as the economy grows, as inflation grows, that definition becomes stale. And I think the bill would benefit from the addition of some sort of an inflation index to the definition of small entities. I'm a yes on the bill, happy to work, and we can deal with this later, but I would ask if Chair Wagner would be willing to work with me on the addition of some sort of inflation index language before the bill is brought to the House floor.
Absolutely. I appreciate the gentleman from Illinois, my good friend, Mr. Caston, for yielding to me for purposes of the colloquy, and I certainly appreciate his willingness to work with me on this bill, as have so many on the other side of the aisle. This is, I think, a common sense suggestion, addition, that ensures that the Commission accounts for what I'll call current economic conditions as it conducts reviews and rulemakings, and I think it will be a part of that review and study before the rulemaking, and should be. I look very much forward to working with Mr. Caston to incorporate his suggested edit specifically to this bill before it goes to the floor, sir. And I yield back to you.
Well, I thank the chair for indulging me. Look forward to working with you. Proud to co-sponsor the bill, and would urge all my colleagues to support. Yield back.
Is there further discussion? The gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion for the debate? Hearing none, no further discussion or debate on our amendment to H.R. 2792. The question now occurs on the adoption of the amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by the gentlewoman from Missouri, Mrs. Wagner. All those in favor shall signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed shall signify by saying nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute is adopted. The question now occurs on ordering the bill, H.R. 2792, as amended, reported to the House with a favorable recommendation. Those in favor shall signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed shall signify by saying nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Gentlewoman from Missouri.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to request a recorded vote.
Gentlelady requests a recorded vote. All those in favor of a recorded vote, please raise your hands. Sufficient number having raised their hands, a recorded vote is ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Hill. Aye. Mr. Hill votes aye. Mr. Lucas. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Posey. Mr. Posey votes aye. Mr. Lukemeyer. Mr. Lukemeyer votes aye. Mr. Huizinga. Mr. Huizinga votes aye. Mrs. Wagner. Mrs. Wagner votes aye. Mr. Barr. Mr. Williams of Texas. Mr. Williams of Texas votes aye. Mr. Emmer. Mr. Loudermilk. Mr. Loudermilk votes aye. Mr. Mooney. Mr. Mooney votes aye. Mr. Davidson. Mr. Rose. Mr. Stile. Mr. Stile votes aye. Mr. Timmons. Mr. Norman. Mr. Norman votes aye. Mr. Muser. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Fitzgerald votes aye. Mr. Garbarino. Mrs. Kim. Mr. Donalds. Mr. Flood. Mr. Flood votes aye. Mr. Lawler. Mr. Lawler votes aye. Mr. Nunn. Mr. Nunn votes aye. Ms. De La Cruz. Ms. De La Cruz votes aye. Mrs. Houchin. Mrs. Houchin votes aye. Mr. Ogles. Mr. Ogles votes aye. Ms. Waters. Ms. Waters. Ms. Waters votes aye. Mrs. Velasquez. Mr. Sherman. Mr. Meeks. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott votes aye. Mr. Lynch. Mr. Lynch votes aye. Mr. Green. Mr. Green votes aye. Mr. Cleaver. Mr. Cleaver votes aye. Mr. Himes. Mr. Foster. Mr. Foster votes aye. Mrs. Beatty.
Beatty votes aye.
Mrs. Beatty votes aye. Mr. Vargas. Mr. Vargas votes aye. Mr. Gottheimer. Mr. Gottheimer votes aye. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez votes aye. Mr. Caston. Mr. Caston votes aye. Ms. Presley. Ms. Presley votes no. Mr. Horsford. Mr. Horsford votes aye. Ms. Tlaib. Mr. Torres. Mr. Torres votes aye. Ms. Garcia.
Aye.
Ms. Garcia votes aye. Ms. Williams of Georgia.
Williams of Georgia votes aye.
Ms. Williams of Georgia votes aye. Mr. Nickel. Mr. Nickel votes aye. Ms. Pedersen. Ms. Pedersen votes aye. Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman votes aye. Mr. Lucas. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Barr. Mr. Emmer. Mr. Davidson. Mr. Rose. Mr. Timmons. Mr. Timmons votes aye. Mr. Muser. Mr. Muser votes aye. Mr. Garbarino. Mrs. Kim. Mrs. Kim votes aye. Mr. Donalds. Mrs. Velasquez. Mr. Sherman. Mr. Meeks. Mr. Himes. Mr. Himes votes aye. Ms. Tlaib. Mr. Barr. Mr. Barr votes aye. Mr. Davidson. Mr. Davidson votes aye.
Is there a member who has not voted?
Madam Clerk, how am I recorded?
Ms. Presley?
Ms. Presley, you are recorded as voting no.
I'll change my vote to aye, please.
Ms. Presley, off no on aye.
Is any member who has not voted who wishes to vote? Any member wish to change his or her vote? If not, the clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 42 and the nays are 0.
A majority having voted in favor of H.R. 2792 as amended, the bill is now ordered favorably reported to the House. Without objection, motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 2797, the Equal Opportunity for All Investors Act. The clerk will report the bill, copies of which were distributed in advance.
H.R. 2797, to amend the Securities Act of 1933 to require certification examinations for accredited investors and for other purposes.
Without objection, the bill is considered read and open to amendment at any point. The gentleman from Nebraska, Mr. Flood, has an amendment of the nature of a substitute, copies of which were distributed in advance. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read and will serve as base text for purposes of amendment. The gentleman from Nebraska, Mr. Flood, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Equal Opportunity for All Investors Act of 2023 is an important step towards providing more opportunities to a larger slice of the American investing public. I'd like to thank Chairman McHenry, Ranking Member Waters, and my Democratic co-lead, Representative Wiley Nickel, all for their support. This bill would expand the accredited investor definition to include individuals that are certified through an exam written by the SEC and administered by FINRA. It is my firm belief that the accredited investor definition should not be tied exclusively to wealth. Wealth does not translate directly to investment know-how. There are plenty of wealthy individuals that know little to nothing about investing, and there are people who may not have great means but are very sophisticated investors. So why not create a pathway for knowledgeable investors to participate in our private markets? This common sense bill does just that. It would direct the SEC to create an accredited investor exam that will be thorough, but that somebody with financial sophistication should be able to pass. This bill includes a long list of parameters to be included in this exam. All of them are intended to ensure investors understand the differences between private and public offerings and some of the potential risks that could emerge from those differences. The bill strikes an effective balance. It brings more investors into the accredited investor pool, but contains guardrails that would filter out individuals that do not fully understand private offerings and the investment risks associated with them. I'm proud of this bipartisan bill, which was the product of a robust discussion with our colleagues across the aisle. We have legislation today that would make for a thorough but fair examination for investors that want to become accredited investors. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back the balance of his time. The gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Nichols, is recognized for 5 minutes for purposes of debate.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm proud to join this effort with my Republican colleague, Mr. Flood, from the great state of Nebraska, and thank Ranking Member Waters for her support. Our bill, the Equal Opportunity for All Investors Act, cuts through government red tape to improve access to investments in the private market. Under the current system, many investors are excluded because they lack a certain amount of wealth. It's my intention to open up these lucrative investments to individuals who have the financial knowledge to understand the risks they're taking on. Our bill does just that by expanding the accredited investor definition to include individuals that are certified through a robust exam established by the SEC and administered by FINRA. This bill will enable more diverse investors to qualify as accredited investors. When I asked Rodney Sampson, the CEO of the Opportunity Hub, who was a witness at last week's Capital Markets Subcommittee hearing, he testified that this bill would grow the pool of black investors in this asset class. This is important because underrepresented entrepreneurs often struggle to find capital, and they would benefit from a larger pool of more diverse investors. North Carolina's Research Triangle Park is an essential economic driver for my district, which is home to many small biotech companies working on critical life-changing technologies. Because many of these companies rely on accredited investors for capital, our bill will spur growth and bring good jobs to North Carolina's 13th district. I look forward to working in a bipartisan way to continue bringing equity and access to capital while helping the working families of my district. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion, further debate? The chair of the
Chairman.
Capital Markets Subcommittee, Ms. Swagger, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word. I want to thank the gentleman from Nebraska, Mr. Flood, and the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Nickel, for introducing this bipartisan piece of legislation. The Equal Opportunity for All Investors Act is yet another pathway to providing investors who have the knowledge, experience, and sophistication to make informed investment decisions a chance to create wealth and invest in our private markets. This bill also gives businesses seeking to raise capital greater access to a critical source of funding. Using wealth as a proxy for sophistication, as we've heard over and over again, excludes a very large pool of investors. As my good friend from Michigan, Mr. Huizinga, mentioned, a witness at one of our hearings, Ami Bell, founder of Black Girl Ventures, and a witness, pointed out, and I quote, "Financial sophistication needs to be questioned if the current rule that describes that level of sophistication makes sense only for a small pool of people." By considering factors other than wealth to determine sophistication, this bill expands the pool of potential investors to include more individuals who have been historically relegated to the investing sidelines. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Yields back. Further discussion, further debate? Hearing none. No further discussion or amendment to H.R. 2797. The question now occurs on adoption of the amendment in the nature of substitute offered by the gentleman from Nebraska, Mr. Flood. All those in favor shall signify by saying aye. All those opposed shall signify by saying nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, the ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of the substitute is adopted. The question now occurs on ordering the bill 2797 as amended, reported to the House with a favorable recommendation. Those in favor shall signify by saying aye. Those opposed shall signify by saying nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, the ayes have it.
Mr. Chairman, I would ask for a recorded vote.
Gentleman from Nebraska, Mr. Flood, asks for a recorded vote. All those in favor of a recorded vote, please raise their hand. A sufficient number having raised their hand, a recorded vote is ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Hill. Aye. Mr. Hill votes aye. Mr. Lucas. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Sessions votes aye. Mr. Posey. Mr. Posey votes aye. Mr. Luetkemeyer. Mr. Luetkemeyer votes aye. Mr. Huizinga. Mrs. Wagner. Mrs. Wagner votes aye. Mr. Barr. Mr. Barr votes aye. Mr. Williams of Texas. Mr. Williams of Texas votes aye. Mr. Emmer. Mr. Loudermilk. Mr. Loudermilk votes aye. Mr. Mooney. Mr. Mooney votes aye. Mr. Davidson. Mr. Rose. Mr. Stile. Mr. Timmons. Mr. Timmons votes aye. Mr. Norman. Mr. Stile votes aye. Mr. Norman. Mr. Norman votes aye. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Fitzgerald votes aye. Mr. Muser. Mr. Muser votes aye. Mr. Garbarino. Mrs. Kim. Mrs. Kim votes aye. Mr. Donalds. Mr. Flood. Mr. Flood votes aye. Mr. Lawler. Mr. Lawler votes aye. Mr. Nunn. Mr. Nunn votes aye. Ms. De La Cruz. Ms. De La Cruz votes aye. Mrs. Houchin. Mrs. Houchin votes aye. Mr. Ogles. Mr. Ogles votes aye. Ms. Waters. Ms. Waters votes aye. Mrs. Velasquez. Mr. Sherman. Mr. Meeks. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott votes aye. Mr. Lynch. Mr. Lynch votes aye. Mr. Green. Mr. Green votes aye. Mr. Cleaver. Mr. Cleaver votes aye. Mr. Himes. Mr. Himes votes aye. Mr. Foster. Mr. Foster votes aye. Mrs. Beatty. Mrs. Beatty votes aye. Mr. Vargas. Mr. Vargas votes aye. Mr. Gottheimer. Mr. Gottheimer votes aye. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez votes aye. Mr. Caston. Mr. Caston votes aye. Ms. Presley. Ms. Presley votes nay. Mr. Horsford. Mr. Horsford votes aye. Ms. Tlaib. Mr. Torres. Mr. Torres votes aye. Ms. Garcia.
Aye.
Ms. Garcia votes aye. Ms. Williams of Georgia.
Williams of Georgia votes aye.
Ms. Williams of Georgia votes aye. Mr. Nickel. Mr. Nickel votes aye. Ms. Pedersen. Ms. Pedersen votes aye. Mr. McHenry. Mr. McHenry votes aye. Mr. Lucas. Mr. Huizinga. Mr. Huizinga votes aye. Mr. Emmer. Mr. Davidson. Mr. Davidson votes aye. Mr. Rose. Mr. Garbarino. Mr. Donalds. Mrs. Velasquez. Mr. Sherman. Mr. Meeks. Ms. Tlaib.
Is there any member who's not voted? Is there any member who wishes to change his or her vote? If not, the clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 42 and the nays are 1.
A majority voting in favor of H.R. 2797 as amended. The bill is ordered favorably reported to the House. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 2793, the Encouraging Public Offerings Act of 2023. The clerk will report the bill, copies of which were distributed in advance.
H.R. 2793, to amend the Securities Act of 1933 to expand the ability to use testing the waters in confidential draft registration submissions and for other purposes.
Without objection, the bill is considered read and open to amendment at any point. The gentlewoman from Missouri, Mrs. Wagner, has an amendment in the nature of a substitute, copies of which have been distributed in advance. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read and will serve as base text for purposes of amendment. The gentlewoman from Missouri, Mrs. Wagner, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
I thank you, Mr. Chairman. My bill, H.R. 2793, the Encouraging Public Offerings Act, would allow an issuer to communicate, test the waters with potential investors to determine interest in a securities offering either before or after the filing of a registration statement. By codifying this existing SEC rule, H.R. 2793 will encourage more companies to go public and provide better information to investors by expanding on the popular provisions of the Jobs Act. The Encouraging Public Offerings Act ensures that all companies, rather than just emerging growth companies, are allowed to test the waters. This bill will make listing on exchanges more attractive, strengthening our financial markets and providing Main Street investors more opportunities to grow their nest egg. I want to thank Mr. Meeks for his continued support of this legislation and also thank Mr. Nickel and Mr. Torres for their co-sponsorship. I urge all of my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion, further debate? Gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Lynch, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chairman, look, so as I understand it, currently the SEC allows any issuer to engage in oral or written communications with potential investors that are reasonably believed to be qualified institutional buyers or institutionally accredited investors before or after filing a registration statement to gauge their interest in securities often being contemplated, which is basically testing the waters. In addition to the testing the waters communications, the bill would further allow confidential review of draft registration statements by all issuers. And I'm just, again, this is a note of caution in, I understand we're trying to expand opportunity here, but at some point, accredited investor means nothing. If we blow so many holes in this that we whittle away at these protections and safeguards, I'm concerned that we may be exposing more and more people to unreasonable risk. And my concern is that our markets are the envy of the world because we've had a lot of these safeguards. And there have been protections as well as recourse. You know, there have been very exacting disclosure requirements on businesses in many respects. We've done a carve-out, obviously, for private investment where we feel that, let the buyer beware, I guess, is the approach there. And we limit that to people who would know better.
Would the
And
gentleman?
I appreciate the gentlelady's, the spirit of her measure here. I'm not criticizing, but I'm uncomfortable with going beyond qualified institutional buyers or institutional accredited investors, that we're expanding on that. And I just think that we're going a bit farther afield than our experience has embraced in the past. And
Would the gentleman yield for a moment?
sure, I would, of course.
I appreciate my friend, Mr. Lynch, and certainly I think we all are grateful for his cautionary concerns. This particular piece of legislation is really about public offerings, and really it very specifically codifies an existing SEC rule, and encourages, I think, more companies to go public and provide better information to investors for expanding and growing their business. So I appreciate his cautionary concerns. We take them under consideration, and as I said, we are, in this particular piece of legislation, dealing with public offerings. It just specifically codifies existing rules. I thank the gentleman, and I yield back.
Mr. Lynch yields back. Is there further discussion, further debate? The ranking member seeks recognition, is recognized for 5 minutes for purposes of debate.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Since this codifies, the way that they are allowing investors or to test the waters, or for IPOs rather, I would ask Mr. Lynch if I can work with him to, let's find out how it has been working, and how many of these attempts to test the waters have been working, and since it's codifying what they're already doing. And so I'm going to ask for an aye vote on it, but I take into consideration Mr. Lynch's concerns, and I will work with him. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Is there further discussion, further debate? Further amendment? If not, H.R. 2793, the question on H.R. 2793, the question now occurs on adoption of the amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by the gentlewoman from Missouri, Mrs. Wagner. All those in favor shall signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed shall signify by saying nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute is adopted. The question now occurs on ordering the bill, H.R. 2793, as amended, reported to the House with a favorable recommendation. Those in favor shall signify by saying aye. All those opposed shall signify by saying nay.
Mr.
Chairman.
Chairman?
The chair, the ayes have it.
Mr. Chairman?
The gentlelady from Missouri.
I request a recorded vote.
Request you record a vote. All those in favor of a recorded vote shall raise their hand. A sufficient number having raised their hand, a recorded vote is ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Hill. Aye. Mr. Hill votes aye. Mr. Lucas. Mr. Sessions. Aye. Mr. Sessions votes aye. Mr. Posey. Mr. Posey votes aye. Mr. Lukemeyer. Mr. Lukemeyer votes aye. Mr. Huizinga. Mr. Huizinga votes aye. Mrs. Wagner. Mrs. Wagner votes aye. Mr. Barr. Mr. Barr votes aye. Mr. Williams of Texas. Mr. Williams of Texas votes aye. Mr. Emmer. Mr. Loudermilk. Mr. Loudermilk votes aye. Mr. Mooney. Mr. Mooney votes aye. Mr. Davidson. Mr. Rose. Mr. Stile. Mr. Stile votes aye. Mr. Timmons. Mr. Norman. Mr. Norman votes aye. Mr. Muser. Mr. Muser votes aye. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Fitzgerald votes aye. Mr. Garbarino. Mrs. Kim. Mrs. Kim votes aye. Mr. Donalds. Mr. Flood. Mr. Flood votes aye. Mr. Lawler. Mr. Lawler votes aye. Mr. Nunn. Ms. De La Cruz. Ms. De La Cruz votes aye. Mrs. Houchin. Mrs. Houchin votes aye. Mr. Ogles. Mr. Ogles votes aye. Ms. Waters.
Aye.
Ms. Waters votes aye. Mrs. Velasquez. Mr. Sherman. Mr. Meeks. Mr. Meeks votes aye. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott votes aye. Mr. Lynch. Mr. Green. Mr. Green votes aye. Mr. Cleaver. Mr. Cleaver votes aye. Mr. Himes. Mr. Himes votes aye. Mr. Foster. Mr. Foster votes aye. Mrs. Beatty. Mr. Vargas. Mr. Vargas votes aye. Mr. Gottheimer. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez votes aye. Mr. Caston. Mr. Caston votes aye. Ms. Presley. Ms. Presley votes no. Mr. Horsford. Mr. Horsford votes aye. Ms. Talib. Mr. Torres. Mr. Torres votes aye. Ms. Garcia.
Aye.
Ms. Garcia votes aye. Ms. Williams of Georgia.
Williams of Georgia votes aye.
Ms. Williams of Georgia votes aye. Mr. Nickel. Mr. Nickel votes aye. Ms. Pedersen. Ms. Pedersen votes aye. Mr. Chairman.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman votes aye. Mr. Lucas. Mr. Emmer. Mr. Davidson. Mr. Rose. Mr. Timmons. Mr. Garbarino. Mr. Donalds. Mr. Nunn. Mrs. Velasquez. Mr. Sherman. Mr. Lynch. Mrs. Beatty.
Mrs. Beatty votes aye.
Mrs. Beatty votes aye. Mr. Gottheimer. Mr. Gottheimer votes aye. Ms. Talib.
Has every member voted? Any member wish to change his or her vote? If not, the clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 39 and the nays are 1.
A majority having voted in favor of H.R. 2793 as amended, the bill is ordered favorably reported to the House. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 2610, a bill to amend the Securities Exchange Act of 1934 to specify certain registration statement contents for emerging growth companies and for other purposes. The clerk will report the bill, copies of which were distributed in advance.
H.R. 2610, to amend the Securities Exchange Act of 1934 to specify certain registration statement contents for emerging growth companies, to permit issuers to file draft registration statements with the Securities and Exchange Commission for confidential review and for other purposes.
Without objection, the bill is considered read and open to amendment at any point. I have an amendment in the nature of a substitute, copies of which have been distributed in advance. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2610, offered by Mr. McHenry of North Carolina. Strike all after
Without
the...
objection, the amendment is considered as read and will serve as base text for purposes of amendment. I recognize myself for 5 minutes. So the next two bills we have before us are slight changes to a provision of the Jobs Act called the Emerging Growth Companies Act. So let me just tell you the story of the Jobs Act, because I think it is important for members to understand the context of the Jobs Act. We saw in the 1990s a large number of IPOs come to market. And then we saw from 2001 to 2008 a lot fewer come to the market. We saw changes that needed to be made at the Securities Exchange Commission, updates to regulation, different numbers, different types of offerings, some level of economic relief, not lack of disclosure, but to reduce the cost structure for companies to go public. We saw provisions of regulation that were doing things that were unintended. And then we saw the Securities and Exchange Commission not update these problems. So this committee stepped forward. We worked together. We had a number of bills that came through this committee independent of this. And then we had this moment where then President Obama came to Congress to address an issue: jobs. Jobs. And within the recommendation by Treasury, within the recommendation of a group that was advising the Securities and Exchange Commission, within the White House, there were provisions that Republicans and Democrats on this committee were already working on. And the president gave a speech demanding a Jobs Act to a Republican House and a Democrat Senate. A Democrat president with a Republican House and a Democrat Senate. And this seemingly intractable challenge of legislating that Congress. We answered the call. This committee answered the call to address jobs and economic prosperity and opportunity. And the creation of the Jobs Act came out of this committee with the Democrat president calling for the same types of provisions to address the drying up of IPOs and making the public markets less desirable, a move to link up people who didn't have economic opportunity with those investments and make that easier and more available to address the cost structure of IPOs. Well, there are a lot of provisions of that bill that many of us that are still around here worked on. As a subcommittee chair and a subcommittee ranking member, Maxine Waters and Patrick McHenry worked on a bill together that ended up in the Jobs Act. And from time to time, we've legislated around a number of those provisions to fix them. So now, 12 years later, we sit here in a divided Congress. We have provisions of securities laws that we need to address, banking laws, housing. And it's this committee that's going to address them. We're going to try to do it in a bipartisan way. So this bill before us is to change a small provision within the Emerging Growth Companies Act. And it is to address, I think, frankly, this bill and the next bill are to address things that have developed over time that were things that should be corrected, just modest changes to make sure the Emerging Growth Companies Act, a piece of the Jobs Act, which by far is the most powerful and successful piece of the Jobs Act, which allows companies to go public with a less cost structure in the first couple of years before they become sort of big boys and big girls in the public markets. So the Emerging Growth Companies Act has resulted in 81% of IPOs since the Jobs Act passed have gone through the Emerging Growth Companies provision, 81%. There are more companies that have gone through the Emerging Growth Companies Act in the 6 years after the Jobs Act than total IPOs in the 6 years before the Jobs Act. It's been a very successful thing. There are instances when an emerging growth company in its entirety does not conduct an IPO. Rather, the EGC spins off a portion of its business as a new company and takes that company public, like a division, and they take it public. Currently, the Emerging Growth Companies provision, that spinoff does not benefit from the 2-year financial statement accommodation as the parent would if it went public. The EGC financial statement requirement should be the same whether it's conducting a full IPO or spinning off a provision of a business. And that portion of its business going public should be treated like the parent would. The bill simply harmonizes the Emerging Growth Companies Act's financial statement requirements in both scenarios. This small change will have outsized impacts in promoting efficiency and strengthening access to capital through reduced regulatory compliance costs. The regulatory compliance is still there. It just harmonizes what is an ill-designed or, well, properly designed provision that has functioned differently than what we thought it would when we designed the Jobs Act, which passed out of this committee and through the House floor with only a handful of dissenting votes, and was signed by President Obama in a Rose Garden signing ceremony. I think we're both there, weren't we? Chairwoman Waters and I were both there. So I'm sorry, I've gone over time. My apologies to members. I now yield back. Further discussion, further debate. Ranking Member Waters, recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. As I mentioned earlier in the hearing, emerging growth companies only need to provide 2 years of audited financials when they conduct their initial public offering. Now, EGCs, on the other hand, are required to provide 3 years of financials when they go public. Despite this special 2-year accommodation, there are some instances where EGC is required to provide 3 years of financials. On such instance, it is when an EGC conducts a spinoff, as was mentioned and discussed by the chairman, which is a transaction in which one company creates a new independent company by selling new shares of its existing businesses. Chair McHenry's bill reduces this obligation for EGC spinoffs to 2 years, keeping it in line with what is required when the EGC itself goes public. In doing so, the bill streamlines the financial disclosure obligations for EGCs across the board, making it easier for them to raise capital from the public. I support the bill. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this bill. I yield back.
The ranking member yields back. Is there further discussion, further debate? The Chair of the Capital Markets, Ms. Wagner, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word. I want to thank the chairman for introducing this bill that gives parity to a spinoff of an emerging growth company to that of an IPO when it comes to the 2-year financial statement requirements. Equalizing the requirements of an IPO and a spinoff will reduce compliance costs without sacrificing investor protection and benefit our public markets. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields back. Is there further discussion? But gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Lynch, is recognized for 5 minutes.
It's not to sound like the guy who cried wolf, but I do want to point out, something that's been neglected here. Under FCC regs, a company that's classified as an emerging growth company does not. The executives do not have to disclose their compensation at all. So it's one of the key advantages that the leaders and executives of these emerging growth companies have. And, just as a matter of transparency and fairness to investors and to the investing public, it does help to know what the compensation for these executives are. Again, we're talking about companies that don't have over $1 billion, $1.235 billion in outstanding non-convertible stock. But I just, again, that's useful information for people to have to know what the executive compensation is. And just so members know, we're voting on expanding that ability to conceal what executives are earning. We're doing that here in this bill, and that's.
Will the gentleman yield?
Yeah, I would absolutely yield.
I really do thank you and appreciate you for pointing out many of the most important issues we should be concerned about. But let me just say, compensation is an issue, but it not only here as we're dealing with the emerging growth funds. This is with all throughout our financial institutions, our banks in particular, and it's an issue that we are going to have to deal with. On this one, I give them a pass on this one. It's not in the bill, but I want you to know clawbacks and compensation issues is something we're going to have to tackle for the future. Thank you, and I yield back.
Fair enough, and I yield. I just want to point that out, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
If the gentleman will yield.
Gentleman will yield. Sure.
I don't want to front-run our committee action in May, but I would think that in light of what the ranking member just alluded to, there are things not within securities law that we're discussing today, but in our discussion about banking laws, that we need to make sure we harmonize what is existent in securities laws with some banking law. And I hear you loud and clear on that. And I appreciate my colleagues taking the opportunity to point those things out in the broader context for this. And I thank you. I know you've worked intently on this for as long as I've been on the committee, so thank you. Yield back.
I thank the gentleman, and I yield back. Thank you.
Is there further discussion, further debate? Hearing none. No further discussion or amendment, H.R. 2610. The question now occurs on adoption of the amendment in the nature of substitute offered by the chair. All those in favor shall signify by saying aye. All those opposed shall signify by saying nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The ayes have it. And the amendment in the nature of a substitute is adopted. The question now occurs on ordering the bill H.R. 2610 as amended reported to the House with a favorable recommendation. Those in favor shall signify by saying aye. All those opposed shall signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The ayes have it. And I request a recorded vote. All those in favor of a recorded vote shall raise their hand. A sufficient number having raised their hand, a recorded vote is ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Hill. Mr. Hill votes aye. Mr. Lucas. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Sessions votes aye. Mr. Posey. Mr. Lukemeyer. Mr. Lukemeyer votes aye. Mr. Huizinga. Mr. Huizinga votes aye. Mrs. Wagner. Mr. Barr. Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams votes aye. Mr. Emmer. Mr. Loudermilk. Mr. Mooney. Mr. Mooney votes aye. Mr. Davidson. Mr. Rose. Mr. Rose votes aye. Mr. Stile. Mr. Stile votes aye. Mr. Timmons. Mr. Timmons votes aye. Mr. Norman. Mr. Norman votes aye. Mr. Muser. Mr. Muser votes aye. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Fitzgerald votes aye. Mr. Garbarino. Mrs. Kim. Mr. Donalds. Mr. Flood. Mr. Flood votes aye. Mr. Lawler. Mr. Lawler votes aye. Mr. Nunn. Ms. De La Cruz. Ms. De La Cruz votes aye. Mrs. Houchin. Mrs. Houchin votes aye. Mr. Ogles. Mr. Ogles votes aye. Ms. Waters. Ms. Waters votes aye. Mrs. Velasquez. Mr. Sherman. Mr. Meeks. Mr. Meeks votes aye. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott votes aye. Mr. Lynch. Mr. Lynch votes aye. Mr. Green. Mr. Green votes aye. Mr. Cleaver. Mr. Cleaver votes aye. Mr. Himes. Mr. Himes votes aye. Mr. Foster. Mr. Foster votes aye. Mrs. Beatty.
Beatty votes aye.
Mrs. Beatty votes aye. Mr. Vargas. Mr. Gottheimer. Mr. Gottheimer votes aye. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez votes aye. Mr. Caston. Mr. Caston votes aye. Ms. Presley. Ms. Presley votes aye. Mr. Horsford. Mr. Horsford votes aye. Ms. Tlaib. Mr. Torres. Mr. Torres votes aye. Ms. Garcia.
Aye.
Ms. Garcia votes aye. Ms. Williams of Georgia.
Williams of Georgia votes aye.
Ms. Williams of Georgia votes aye. Mr. Nickel. Mr. Nickel votes aye. Ms. Pedersen. Ms. Pedersen votes aye. Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman votes aye. Mr. Lucas. Mr. Posey. Ms. Wagner. Mrs. Wagner votes aye. Mr. Barr. Mr. Barr votes aye. Mr. Emmer. Mr. Loudermilk. Mr. Davidson. Mr. Garbarino. Mrs. Kim, Mr. Donalds, Mr. Nunn, Mrs. Velasquez, Mr. Meeks, Mr. Meeks votes aye. Mr. Sherman, Mr. Vargas, Ms. Tlaib,
Is there any member who's not voted? Is there any member who wishes to change his or her vote? Ms. Velasquez.
Mrs. Velasquez votes aye. Mr. Sherman.
Aye.
Mr. Sherman votes aye.
Is there any other member who's not voted wishes to vote? The clerk will report. Your vote.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 42 and the nays are 0.
The majority having voted in favor of H.R. 2610 as amended, the bill is ordered favorably reported to the House. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 2608, a bill to amend the federal securities law to specify the periods for which financial statements are required to be provided by an emerging growth company and for other purposes. The clerk will report the bill, copies of which were distributed in advance.
H.R. 2608, to amend the federal securities laws to specify the periods for which financial statements are required to be provided by an emerging growth company.
Without objection, the bill is considered read and open to amendment at any point. I have an amendment in the nature of a substitute, copies of which have been distributed in advance. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read, and will serve as base text for purposes of amendment. I now recognize myself for 5 minutes. So clearly, the last two bills I spent a lot of time naming. When the name fully explains the contents of the bill, it makes it a little bit easier. So this goes back to emerging growth companies. As I said, over the last 11, 12 years since passage of the Jobs Act, 11 years since passage of the Jobs Act, there are a few quirks that have emerged. One of those quirks pertains to how audited financial statements for emerging growth companies are accommodated. The first quirk is when an emerging growth company acquires a significant business. The emerging growth company must present 3 years of financial statements, even though the post-merged company qualifies as an EGC. The second quirk is when a company qualified as an emerging growth company during its initial public offering, but then subsequently lost its emerging growth company status and was required to provide 3 years of financial statements during a follow-on offering. This bill updates the emerging growth company financial reporting requirements to clarify that emerging growth companies, as well as any company that qualifies as an emerging growth company when it conducted its initial public offering, does not need to provide financial statements for a period earlier than the 2 years of audited financial statements required during the emerging growth company's initial public offering. Okay, so this doesn't change the nature of what we've done within the Emerging Growth Companies Act. This is something that we think achieves bipartisan muster here and is a modest change to a problem that's emerged within the Emerging Growth Companies Act. The 5-year window as a public company from an emerging growth company to a full-born, fully obligated public offering, that's still there. It's just the quirks that happen within that 5-year period that we're trying to clean up. And that's what this bill does. Nothing more, nothing less. The title actually explains the contents of it. The contents of it are pretty simple and straightforward. There we have it. And with that, I ask support and urge my colleagues to support, and I yield back. And ranking member is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Well, I really don't need much time. I just really do think that the members need to know the distinction between what was in the last bill and what's in this bill, and what you're trying to do with EGCs under a slightly different circumstance. So I would like to yield to you for 1 minute, for whatever time you take, to just clarify that distinction so that they know the difference between when you are acquiring or expanding and it's reduced to 2 years, and what you're doing with this bill.
So I thank the ranking member. The distinction here is the first bill deals with a spin-off of a parent company.
Right.
And that is touching the public markets as an emerging growth company. And that's the first bill. The second bill deals with post. So the pre-issues are, in essence, a spin-off of a company that they would have the same obligations and requirements under law as the parent. That's the first bill. And in the second bill, this is post-IPO, that if you spin off or buy, that you don't trip a new trigger of requirements. You can still maintain your legal status as emerging growth companies. So the first one is pre, this one is post, small, modest changes, nothing more, nothing less, refined over time with bipartisan negotiations.
Thank you very much. You're absolutely right. It is quite modest, and I support the bill and would ask for an aye vote.
All right, thanks, gentlelady. She yields back. Further discussion, further debate? Gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Lynch is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to point out, so in one of the other bills that the gentleman offers, it allows companies that are qualified as emerging growth companies, instead of making their audited financials public, they're allowed to file them confidentially with the SEC. And in combination with this amendment, it would loosen the rules further to actually prevent other information from becoming public as frequently, if I understand that correctly. So under HR 2610, you're saying that emerging growth companies will no longer have to make their audited financials public. They can file them confidentially, quietly with the SEC, and let the SEC handle that so that the public won't have the information directly. And from what I understand, this amendment, 2608, this bill, would change the period for which those financial statements would be required. So not only are they not getting the information publicly, but the company is not required to file it with the SEC as often as they otherwise would. Is that correct?
I'm checking with counsel to make sure I'm precise on that. That's not correct. What it does is ensure that these transactions do not trip them into a wider offering and a wider regulatory obligation and pull them out of being an emerging growth company. So if you can imagine this, you're an emerging growth company, you have a transaction with another emerging growth company, and then that brings you out of being an emerging growth company. So you can imagine that folks 2 years into the 5-year window here have a business transaction, and then they'll be either prevented from doing it economically, or they're able to stay within the provision here. That's all we're trying to do, is make sure that they don't, because of some drafting, I would call it much more of a drafting error in the law, that they don't pull themselves out of something that they would otherwise fall into the ambit of emerging growth companies.
My interest is principally making sure that the public has sufficient information and often enough to make a difference.
And-
And what I see operating here, if you combine the intent of HR 2610, that, you know what? Let me just put it this way. I wish you had taken up 2610 because it relates to this bill. And I'm just concerned about the impact of that other bill that you've got in this package would have on 2608, the bill that is now up for discussion. So I just, if you're telling me that it doesn't restrict the information to the public, I'll accept that. But you know, that's not necessarily my reading of this, but, you know, I'm willing to take your word for it. I yield back. Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. Further discussion, further debate? Hearing none. There being no further discussion or amendment to H.R. 2608, the question now occurs on the adoption of the amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by the chair. All those in favor shall signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed shall signify by saying nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The ayes have it. And the amendment in the nature of a substitute is adopted. The question now occurs on ordering the bill, H.R. 2608, as amended, reported to the House with a favorable recommendation. Those in favor shall signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed shall signify by saying nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Chairman, I ask for a recorded vote.
Gentleman requests a recorded vote. All those in favor of a recorded vote shall raise their hand. A sufficient number having raised their hand, a recorded vote is ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Hill. Mr. Lucas. Mr. Lucas votes aye. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Sessions votes aye. Mr. Posey. Mr. Lukedemeyer. Mr. Huizinga. Mrs. Wagner. Mrs. Wagner votes aye. Mr. Barr. Mr. Williams of Texas. Mr. Williams of Texas votes aye. Mr. Emmer. Mr. Loudermilk. Mr. Mooney. Mr. Mooney votes aye. Mr. Davidson. Mr. Rose. Mr. Stile. Mr. Stile votes aye. Mr. Timmons. Mr. Timmons votes aye. Mr. Norman. Mr. Norman votes aye. Mr. Muser. Mr. Muser votes aye. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Garbarino. Mrs. Kim. Mr. Donalds. Mr. Donalds votes aye. Mr. Flood. Mr. Flood votes aye. Mr. Lawler. Mr. Lawler votes aye. Mr. Nunn. Mr. Nunn votes aye. Ms. De La Cruz. Ms. De La Cruz votes aye. Mrs. Houchin. Mr. Ogles. Mr. Ogles votes aye. Ms. Waters. Ms. Waters votes aye. Mrs. Velasquez. Mrs. Velasquez votes aye. Mr. Sherman. Mr. Sherman votes aye. Mr. Meeks. Mr. Meeks votes aye. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott votes aye. Mr. Lynch. Mr. Lynch votes aye. Mr. Green. Mr. Green votes aye. Mr. Cleaver. Mr. Cleaver votes aye. Mr. Himes. Mr. Himes votes aye. Mr. Foster. Mr. Foster votes aye. Mrs. Beatty.
Beatty votes aye.
Mrs. Beatty votes aye. Mr. Vargas. Mr. Gottheimer. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez votes aye. Mr. Caston. Mr. Caston votes aye. Ms. Presley. Ms. Presley votes aye. Mr. Horsford. Ms. Talib. Mr. Torres. Mr. Torres votes aye. Ms. Garcia.
Aye.
Ms. Garcia votes aye. Ms. Williams of Georgia.
Williams of Georgia votes aye.
Ms. Williams of Georgia votes aye. Mr. Nickel. Mr. Nickel votes aye. Ms. Pedersen. Ms. Pedersen votes aye. Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman votes aye. Mr. Hill. Mr. Hill votes aye. Mr. Posey. Mr. Lukedemeyer. Mr. Huizinga. Mr. Huizinga votes aye. Mr. Barr. Mr. Barr votes aye. Mr. Emmer. Mr. Loudermilk. Mr. Loudermilk votes aye. Mr. Davidson. Mr. Rose. Mr. Rose votes aye. Mr. Fitzgerald. Mr. Garbarino. Mrs. Kim. Mrs. Houchin. Mrs. Houchin votes aye. Mr. Vargas. Mr. Gottheimer. Mr. Horsford. Ms. Tlaib.
Is there any member who has not voted? Is there any member who wishes to change his or her vote? If not, the clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, on this vote, the ayes are 41 and the nays are 0.
A majority having voted in favor of H.R. 2608 as amended, the bill is ordered favorably reported to the House. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 2608, a bill to amend the federal securities laws to specify the periods for which financial statements are required to be provided. Oh, I'm sorry. My apologies. Strike that. Pursuant to notice, I now call up, my apologies for the error. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 1807, the Improving Disclosures for Investors Act of 2023. The clerk will report the bill, copies of which were distributed in advance.
H.R. 1807, to direct the securities...
Without objection, the bill is considered read and open to amendment at any point. The gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Huizinga, is an amendment in the nature of a substitute, copies of which have been distributed in advance.
I object to waiving the first reading of the bill.
The clerk will read.
H.R. 1807...
Mr. Chairman. Okay.
Ranking member?
Go right ahead.
Clerk will continue.
H.R. 1807, to direct the Securities and Exchange Commission to promulgate rules with respect to the electronic delivery of certain required disclosures and for other purposes. Be it enacted by the Senate and House of Representatives of the United States of America in Congress assembled. Section 1, short title. This act may be cited as the Improving Disclosure for Investors Act of 2023. Section 2, electronic delivery. Promulgation of rules. Not later than 180 days after the date of the enactment of this section, the Securities and Exchange Commission shall propose, and not later than 1 year after the date of the enactment of this section, the Commission shall finalize rules, regulations, amendments, or interpretations as appropriate to allow a covered entity to satisfy the entity's obligation to deliver regulatory documents required under the securities laws to investors using electronic delivery. Required provisions. Rules, regulations, amendments, or interpretations the Commission promulgates pursuant to subsection A shall: 1. With respect to investors that do not receive all regulatory documents by electronic delivery, provide for A. Delivery of an initial communication in paper form regarding electronic delivery. B. A transition period not to exceed 180 days until such regulatory documents are delivered to such investors by electronic delivery, and during a period not to exceed 2 years following the transition period set forth in subparagraph B, delivery of an annual notice in paper form solely reminding such investors of the ability to opt out of electronic delivery at any time and receive paper versions of regulatory documents. 2, set forth requirements for the content of the initial communication described in paragraph 1A. 3, set forth requirements for the timing of delivery of a notice of website availability of regulatory documents and the content of the appropriate notice described in subsection H3B. 4, provide a mechanism for investors to opt out of electronic delivery at any time and receive paper versions of regulatory documents. 5, require measures reasonably designed to identify and remedy failed electronic deliveries of regulatory documents. 6, set forth minimum requirements regarding readability and retainability for regulatory documents that are delivered electronically. 7, for covered entities other than brokers, dealers, investment advisors registered with the Commission, and investment companies require measures reasonably designed to ensure the confidentiality of personal information and regulatory documents that are delivered to investors electronically. C, exemption from certain requirements. Section 101C of the Electronic Signatures in Global and National Commerce Act shall not apply with respect to a regulatory document delivered in accordance with this section. D, rule of construction. Nothing in this section shall be construed as altering the substance or timing of any regulatory document obligation under the securities laws or regulations of a self-regulatory organization. E, treatment of revisions not completed in a timely manner. If the Commission fails to finalize the rules, regulations, amendments, or interpretations required under subsection A before the date specified in each subsection, 1, a covered entity may deliver regulatory documents using electronic delivery in accordance with subsections B through D, and 2, such electronic delivery shall be deemed to satisfy the obligation of the covered entity to deliver regulatory documents required under the securities law. F, other action. 1, review of rules. The Commission shall, A, within 180 days of the date of enactment of this act, conduct a review of the rules and regulations of the Commission to determine whether any such rules or regulations require delivery of written documents to investors, and B, within 1 year of the date of enactment of this act, promulgate amendments to such rules or regulations to provide that any requirement to deliver a regulatory document in writing may be satisfied by electronic delivery. 2, actions by self-regulatory organizations. Each self-regulatory organization shall adopt rules and regulations or amend the rules and regulations of the self-regulatory organization consistent with this act and consistent with rules, regulations, amendments, or interpretation finalized by the Commission pursuant to subsection A. Rule of application. This subsection shall not apply to a rule of regulation issued pursuant to a federal statute if that federal statute specifically requires delivery of a written document to investors. Definitions. In this section, 1, commission. The term commission means the Securities and Exchange Commission. 2, covered entity. Term covered entity means A, an investment company as defined in Section 3A1 of Investment Company Act of 1940 that is registered under such act. B, a business development company as defined in Section 2A, the Investment Company Act of 1940 that has elected to be regulated as such under such act. C, a registered broker or dealer as defined in Section 3A4 and Section 3A5 of the Securities Exchange Act of 1934. D, a registered municipal securities dealer as defined in Section 3A30 of Securities Exchange Act of 1934. E, a registered government securities broker or government securities dealer as defined in Section 3A43 and Section 3A44 of the Securities Exchange Act of 1934. F, a registered investment advisor as defined in Section 202A11 of the Investment Advisors Act of 1940. G, a registered transfer agent as defined in Section 3A25 of the Securities Exchange Act of 1934. or H, a registered funding portal as defined in Section 3A80 of the Securities Exchange Act of 1934. 3, electronic delivery. The term electronic delivery with respect to regulatory documents include A, the direct delivery of such regulatory documents to an electronic address of an investor. B, the posting of such regulatory documents to a website and direct electronic delivery of an appropriate notice of the availability of the regulatory document to the investors. And C, an electronic method reasonably designed to ensure receipt of such regulatory document by the investor. 4, regulatory documents. The term regulatory documents includes A, prospectus, meaning the requirement of Section 10A of the Securities Act of 1933. B, summary prosecutes, meaning the requirement of Section 230.498 of Title 17 Code of Federal Regulations, or Section 230.498A of Title 17 Code of Federal Regulations. C, statements of additional information as described under Section 270.30E 3H3 of Title 17 Code of Federal Regulations. D, annual and semi-annual reports to investors meeting the requirements of Section 30E of the Investment Company Act of 1940. E, notices meeting the requirements under Section 270.19A1 of Title 17 Code of Federal Regulations. F, confirmations and account statements meeting the requirements under Section 240.10B10 of Title 17 Code of Federal Regulations. G, proxy statement meeting the requirements under Section 240.14A3 of Title 17 Code of Federal Regulations. H, privacy notices meeting the requirements of Regulation SP under Subpart A of Part 248 of Title 17 Code of Federal Regulations. I, affiliate marketing notices meeting the requirement of rulemaking SAM under Subpart B of Part 248 of Title 17 Code of Federal Regulations. And J, all other regulatory documents required to be delivered by covered entities to investors under securities law and rules and regulations of the Commission and the self-regulatory organizations. 5, security laws. The term security laws has the meaning given the term in Section 3A of Securities Exchange Act of 1934. 6, self-regulatory organization. The term self-regulatory organization means A, a self-regulatory organization as defined in Section 2A26 of the Securities Exchange Act of 1934, and B, the Municipal Securities Rulemaking Board. 7, website. The term website means an internet website or other digital, internet, or electronic-based information repository such as mobile application to which an investor of a covered entity has been provided reasonable access.
The bill is read and open to amendment at any point. The gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Heising, has an amendment of the nature of substitute, copies of which have been distributed in advance. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment and
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read and will serve as base text for purposes of amendment. The gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Heising, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and we may have a colloquy coming here shortly, and I'm going to move ahead with a little bit of a truncated opening statement on this regarding the ANS and what we're doing. I'm optimistic and hopeful that we're going to be able to come to an accommodation here in committee, which might give everybody back their dinner time. We'll see what people's feelings are on that, but let's start with the facts. E-delivery is not new. This is something that we have talked about for a number of years on this committee, and there's been various fits and starts to implementing that. For example, in 2018, the Social Security Administration eliminated paper as its primary method of delivering benefit statements to individuals. All of their folks. Now, nearly 45 million Americans who receive benefits from Social Security have created online accounts to access their information. It's important to note, only if they have an email address, only if they have internet access. By definition, if you don't have that, you won't get e-notification. It's impossible. Likewise, the Federal Thrift Savings Plan, TSP, which is the main retirement system for all federal workers, including many in this room, and those of us that even members of Congress are a part of the TSP program. It began offering statements digitally in 2003. 2003, with 5.5 million people, 85% of its participants currently taking advantage of that. According to the AARP, a recent study found that more than 3 in 4 Americans over the age of 50 rely on technologies to stay connected, with 86% adopting smartphones. Nevertheless, 1807 appropriately preserves the ability for investors who prefer to receive paper notices and disclosures to do so. There's obviously lots of talk about internet access. Those of us that represent, frankly, both all rural, suburban, and urban centers know the challenges. That was exposed during COVID in a way that many of us had never even anticipated what would be going on. There's a ton of work and a ton of money that's been put towards trying to get internet access to folks in all of those various areas of the country. I just believe that it's time for the SEC to also update its information and its framework and how it does business, and a lot has changed over the last 20 years. So at the end of the day, Mr. Chairman, I believe the act is straightforward. It directs the SEC to promulgate rules with respect to electronic delivery of certain required disclosures to investors. Second, it provides a transition period allowing an initial paper communication about electronic delivery to be sent to existing investors. And third, during a period within 2 years, the bill requires delivery of an annual notice in paper solely to remind investors of their ability to opt out of the electronic delivery at any time. That I think is something that has been of interest on both sides of the aisle. I don't want procedure or politics or whatever it might be to stand in the way of what I think so many of us agree is good policy, and we can get there. If it's good enough for the Department of Labor, by the way, that's their default. E-delivery is a default for all their workplace plan participants. If it's good enough for Department of Labor and Social Security and TSP for all the federal employees' retirements, I think it's good enough for the American people. Now, I understand there's some concerns on the other side. I look forward to having a colloquy, a conversation about that. I hope that we can reach an accommodation. I think we can. And I do want to recognize the works of my colleagues on the committee, Mr. Nickel, Mr. Stile, who were original co-sponsors on this, and for their support. Mr. Auchincloss, who is the former vice chair of this committee, was an early supporter of the bill. I know that the ranking member is working with some of her other members to see where we could go with this. I'm hopeful that we're going to be able to have an accommodation here. And with that, my time is up, and I yield back.
Gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Nichols, recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Chairman McHenry. And I want to just start by thanking Congressman Huizenga and Chairman McHenry for being willing to work with committee Democrats to address the concerns we have. I'm grateful for their willingness. I'm proud to partner with my partner and my colleague, Congressman Huizenga from the great state of Michigan on the Improving Disclosure for Investors Act, as well as want to acknowledge another co-sponsor, Jake Auchincloss, who worked on this bill in the previous Congress. Our legislation directs the SEC to make electronic delivery the default communication method for investment companies, with strong protections for those who still prefer paper. The bill aims to modernize the policy, switching from the opt-in to opt-out. Right now, the fund industry is mailing 250 million shareholder reports each year, using up resources from almost 2 million trees. That's the same as a forest as large as 2,000 football fields. At a time when protecting our environment is essential, why would we still require paper disclosures when the vast majority of consumers prefer e-delivery? With each forest we cut down to deliver a disclosure that's likely headed for the trash can, we can cause devastating impacts to our air, our water, and the healthy planet all our kids deserve to grow up in. I also want to emphasize that this bill was written with consumer protection in mind and is guided by investor choice. Well before any transition to digital begins, consumers would be given advance notice in the form of clear and readable paper disclosures about the move to e-delivery. On top of that, consumers will be mailed reminders for 2 years that they can opt into paper disclosures. Paper disclosures will always be an option for those who want them. Folks will only be opted into e-delivery if they have a working email address. Firms will establish safeguards to address email bounce back to transition consumers to paper mail delivery if digital contact is not successful. In a 2022 report, the Department of Labor found its new e-delivery rules are, quote, unlikely to have any negative impact on, quote, individuals residing in rural and remote areas, seniors, and other populations that either lack access to web-based communications or who may only have access through public means. The federal government is already using e-delivery. 45 million individuals have established online accounts since the Social Security Administration eliminated paper as the primary method of delivering statements in 2016. Additionally, SEC Chair Gensler indicated support for this concept in this bill when he was before our committee last week. The reality is that this gives us a chance to bring federal regulations into the 21st century. This is common sense legislation that will protect our environment while giving consumers the protections and options they need to make the transition if they want to. The legislation is good for the environment, it protects seniors, and gives consumers options. And again, I'm grateful for the willingness of Chairman McHenry and Republicans on the committee to understand the concerns of Democrats and their willingness to work on this in a bipartisan way. I came to Congress to deliver results for my district and reach across the aisle to get things done. And keep that as my focus, and I'm going to encourage colleagues to join me in supporting this legislation, and I'm committed to addressing the concerns of all members of this committee. Thank you so much for your consideration, and I yield back.
Further discussion, further debate. The gentlelady from Missouri, Ms. Wagner, is recognized for 5 minutes.
I thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I move to strike the last word. I want to thank the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Huizenga, for introducing and powering through this bill that brings the process for delivering regulatory documents to investors into the 21st century. This common sense bill prioritizes e-delivery as a method for receiving investment documents while still preserving investor choice to opt out of e-delivery and continue to receive paper documents. Providing these important documents immediately, securely, and in an accessible way is important to the investor, and it also saves thousands of tons of paper from being wasted each year. It is time for the SEC to align with other federal agencies who have made e-delivery the default while maintaining the choice. And I'm so pleased that both sides are working together to come to compromise in a respectful and thoughtful manner. And I congratulate Mr. Huizinga and Mr. Nickel and many others on both sides of the aisle who are working to get a positive outcome here. And I urge my colleagues to support the bill and yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The ranking member, Ms. Waters, recognized for 5 minutes for purposes of debate.
I move to strike the last word.
I recognize the ranking member.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I am strongly opposed to this bill in its current form. H.R. 1807 ignores the reality that many investors, particularly seniors, do not have access to or the ability to receive electronic documents or simply do not prefer electronic delivery of financial documents. This bill requires investors to opt out of electronic delivery rather than opting in, effectively preventing individuals who do not have consistent or easy access to the internet from viewing important financial and documents about the securities they invest in. But even though Republicans and big industry interests pushing this bill will say that investors will be able to choose, what will really happen is they will be forced to receive their documents electronically because they don't know how to receive paper delivery. We already know that most electronic deliveries today from financial institutions result in low click-through rates to the disclosures they provide. Online marketing firm Constant Contact Incorporated indicates that a little under 1% of the materials or links sent in email messages are opened and viewed. Put it another way, Wall Street knows very clearly that no one is reading their disclosures when they're online. It is not burdensome for brokerage firms to obtain consent to electronic delivery under the SEC's current guidance. We need to ensure investors have a real choice. The AARP strongly opposes this bill and is in opposition. In its opposition letter writes, and I quote, "Millions of workers are not just without internet access at home, they also do not have access to computers at work. Jobs in construction, transportation, manufacturing, and storage sectors, for example, are unlikely to require use of a computer. Roughly 50% of workers in these fields have very limited exposure to computers or digital skills. During the pandemic, I heard from too many small business owners in my district who did not receive the assistance they were owed through the Paycheck Protection Program because banks required them to apply online. They told me they didn't know how to go online because they just don't do things online. This bill, in its current form, builds on this elitist attitude that everything should be virtual, even though 8% of Americans do not have access to internet. Virtually, well, those who want communications by mail have made a choice. Their choice should be respected. They should not be forced to jump through new hoops. Surveys also show that investors are receiving disclosures the way they want to receive them. FINRA's 2022 survey shows that 38% of investors prefer email, 30% prefer mail, 15% prefer in-person, and 10% prefer to visit their information on a website, not by email. According to polling by the AARP, most adults with employer-sponsored retirement plans would prefer to receive paper statements in the mail at least once a year. AARP notes that this is especially true for those over the age of 50. Why force everyone into a method of communications that the preferred choice of the industry, but not that of our constituents? Several major investor advocate groups strongly oppose this bill, including AARP, NASAA, Consumer Federation of America, Americans for Financial Reform, and Public Citizen, to name a few. So unless this bill addresses these concerns, I would urge all members to oppose this bill. And just for those who don't remember or don't know what AARP is, these are your seniors who are speaking loudly and clearly on this issue. And so with that, I oppose this bill and I yield back the balance of my time.
Yields back. Gentleman from, any further discussion, further debate? The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized for 5 minutes for debate.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I won't take the full 5 minutes. I would note this is really just about what the default rule is for individuals who own shares of stock to be able to get their information. It doesn't alter the disclosure. The disclosure is still available. I know the ranking member noted some concern about click-through rates, but it kind of is on the premise, right, that people are also reading the paper documents. And so you gotta view that in comparison. I'd note that often we sit here in committee and my colleagues across the aisle want to add all sorts of information that's not material into these documents. And so if we're concerned about people not reading the underlying documents, which is actually, I think, a substantive discussion point we should have, making sure that we're only putting material comments into the documents in the first place, I think would be a great spot to start. I thank my colleagues who are interested in this reform for coming to the table. I think it's really important. In particular, as referenced by my colleague from New York about the environmental impact this has, people aren't dealing with paper all the time. We have a real opportunity here to move into the 21st century, and I think this bill moves us in that direction. It provides the opt-out for people that want to receive kind of the snail mail approach that aren't as comfortable or aren't as interested in having electronic delivery. But I think this bill is a really smart move, saves a lot of money, saves the environment, brings us to the 21st century. And I thank my colleague, Mr.
And will the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir. I yield.
I thank my colleague. I think members, there's been a massive deployment of internet connectivity. If you want access to the internet, you can get access to the internet for free across the country. And any public library, they provide this service. In fact, my Democrat colleagues have expanded programs for smartphone connectivity for Americans. We have internet connectivity at a record high in every manner that you can receive connectivity, including for seniors. And to say that seniors are not capable of using technology, frankly, is ageist. I think members of Congress use this technology. I remember when I got elected, people had carried beepers around to know that they had to go to the House floor. And that's even changed in our time. I got a few folks that are nodding on this. That's changed even in the last 20 years here. But we have 72% of seniors are connected to the internet. And so I think to say a group of our citizens can't use technology is not, in fact, the case. Some choose not to use it, and I acknowledge that. They will have provision to request paper documents be sent to them, and they can do what those paper documents do what a majority, and in fact a supermajority of investors do with those paper prospectus, is throw them away. Either they can recycle it, or they can throw it in the landfill. Either way, I think there's a nice climate impact here that we're having on fewer trees being buzzsawed for prospectus that people don't read. We won't get into the ink industry because I don't know which district that the ink industry's in. I do know that paper plant, though, is in Maine, because we've had this debate in committee before, and we found that out, that members from Maine want to keep that paper plant going. So I think it's good that members are coming to consensus on this. This is a long-held promise for the securities industry and for consumers of those products to be relieved of the burden of getting weird mail that we throw in the trash, or actually my family recycles. So with that, I yield back to my colleague from Wisconsin.
I thank the chairman. I remain optimistic. I thank the work of the gentleman who introduced it, Mr. Huizinga, and I'll yield to Mr. Huizinga.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to echo something very quickly. You know, there was a NPR, National Public Radio story on check fraud being on the rise that goes back to February 2022. By the way, FinCEN also put out an alert about check fraud and mail-related theft, and to be on the lookout. But this NPR story cited a SIFMA 22 study that said 79% of those that have investment accounts and those kinds of things have chosen e-delivery for at least one type of investor document already, 79%. 68% of those between ages of 55 and 74 say they're comfortable with e-delivery. 50% of those aged 75 plus are also comfortable. Only 8% want paper copies of all investor documents sent through the mail. Time is up, and I yield back.
And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from California, Mr. Sherman's recognized.
I applaud the effort to save trees. In the past, I've passed through this committee, and we've had adopted legislation already effective to provide many of these disclosures electronically. Some people prefer to get them on paper and should be able to do so. That said, if we really care about the environment, let's make sure that those disclosures, the few on paper, the more that are electronic, but that those disclosures let investors know what their company is doing with regard to global warming and the environment. And that's effort will direct more capital to those companies who appeal to investors who want to do good while doing well and who care about what their investment dollars do to the environment. I'll point out that the electronic delivery has two advantages. First, it means that if there are additional disclosures, they won't use up very much paper. And one of the best additional disclosures is the effect on greenhouse gases. The second is being able to find it. Very few people are anxious to read these disclosures the very moment that they arrive. And if it's on paper, it gets hidden under the advertisements for new furniture, et cetera, and where are you going to find it? Whereas if you have it electronic, then should you be at a particularly boring markup or hearing, but that would never occur in this committee, you can look on your device and read the documents, find them, and be an effective investor. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Further discussion, further debate. Ms. Beatty. Ms. Beatty's recognized.
Move to strike the last word, Mr. Chairman.
Gentlelady is recognized.
I won't take the whole 5 minutes, but I think I want to thank all my colleagues for the discussion today. I stand with Ranking Members Waters in opposition. However, as I listen to my colleagues on both sides of the aisle, some are saying, we just heard from one of my colleagues, that, if I got it in paper, I'd lose it. Well, I'm the direct opposite. If I had it in paper, I have a file, I put it to go back and read. I might not be able to find it on this. I've gotten 200 emails and information now, and I just hit delete to all of them. The other thing I want to say is when we're talking about full disclosure for everyone, and it's not just seniors. I can remember when someone was trying to force me to get my paycheck electronically. And I filed against it with the government and won and got it by paper. But where I'm going with this, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member, is I think we've heard a lot of stuff that's good from both sides and all points, which I think we should continue in further discussion. If you talk about those who protect the elderly, they've been in opposition for AARP. But it's not just because of age. And we've heard all kind of stats in here, so that gives me an alarm that we need to continue to discuss this, because the statistics that I have will show that roughly 39 million Americans, over 50%, lack internet services in their home. Yes, they could say to you, you can go to the library or you can go here and do it, but the real reality of how many people do that, I also have statistics that say at least 20% of people living in rural areas of the United States do not still have access to broadband. And yes, I think the chairman is right. We fought hard for broadband. I think the ranking member is correct. While millions of Americans nationwide lack affordable access to the internet or a computer, yes, the internet is free. Last time I checked, computers are not free. And so I think we have to figure out, is there a compromise where we can both win? And that would simply say to the American people that they respect their right. Now, you may say I'm a senior, but for a long time, I would have been saying my preference to get this information would not be forcing me to find it on the internet. And you're right, Mr. Chairman, I was here when we had the beeper system. But I was also here when we had things that faced the nation and we had to go online and we had to do it, and a large number of us did not do it. If we go back to PPP, when we were giving the dollars out in small businesses, these weren't all rural or seniors, it was a combination of people. We had to come back and look at the system again because they could not fill out the forms electronically or did not understand it. We recently had something for us to be reimbursed as electronically. And I had a whole lot of people that weren't 50, 53, 55, or 65 asking for help because they did not understand how to do this. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I would also propose that, I understand it is in our committee today, that maybe we could voice this out, continue to work on it, come to an agreement with all of us working on it, and come to a good compromise. And I yield back the remaining of my time.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Lawler, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Move to strike the last word. I don't know how we got to a point in America where we think the American people are incapable of taking care of themselves. But this bill does not eliminate the use of paper. It simply changes it from a opt-out to an opt-in. And the bottom line here is we are looking to modernize the way that we operate. And the American people, in just the last 20 years, have seen great advances in technology. The use of email for billing has gone up dramatically. And so this is simply saying, if you would like a paper statement, you need to opt into it, and that's fine. And if somebody doesn't have internet access in their home and don't use an email, the chances are they probably have a broker who they can pick up the phone and call and tell them that they would like paper statements. So I don't really follow the opposition to this. We have seen in our own operations here in the House a movement away from the use of paper and utilizing technology and tablets and email to communicate. That's great. And the great thing is, the bill still allows you to use your paper if that's what you prefer. It's great. But you could also save the environment and use your tablet if you prefer, which you're given as a member of Congress. So it's a great thing. But let's allow technology to actually be utilized in a responsible way. And if people want to continue to use paper, feel free. That's the great thing about America. But let's stop babying everybody in this country as if they're incapable or too stupid to figure it out. I yield back.
The New Yorker yields back. We'll now recognize another New Yorker, not another New Yorker, the New Yorker, after Ms. Velasquez. I'm getting myself in trouble. It's barely afternoon. The gentleman, Mr. Meeks, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Strike the last word, and I yield to the ranking member.
Thank you very much, Mr. Meeks. I'd like to engage in a colloquy with Mr. Huizinga, if he's available.
I am, sorry, Mrs. Huizinga was texting me something fairly urgent that I said I need to get back to her. So my attention is all yours, Madam Ranking Member.
Wow, thank you. Mr. Huizinga, the first thing I want to ask you is, does this bill guarantee opt-out?
Yes.
I beg your pardon?
Yes.
How does it do that?
So you have, in fact, it's, can I tell them?
Sure.
Okay. Interesting you should say that.
Yes.
Because my colleague sitting to my left just got an email saying requiring her to do action required, please complete your enrollment in e-delivery. So an active email that just came in while we were having this conversation saying she had to affirm that she would agree to e-delivery only. Now, the interesting thing is she couldn't get that notice unless she had provided the email, right?
Excuse me.
So they absolutely are able to stay where they are with gathering that paper. Now, I understand, and I'll turn it back to you, but please take this as lighthearted as I'm intending it, despite the minority's best efforts to derail their own understanding and deal here of us moving forward, I'm trying to keep the focus on what we're doing.
You have taken up a lot of time trying to keep the focus. I'm going to reclaim my time.
Oh, please. All
because
right.
I requested this colloquy, and I need to basically speak to some of the issues that really concern me. And the first one is, even if, and I don't know where it is in the bill, that opt-out is guaranteed, that they don't know how to opt out. That's number one.
If the gentlelady will yield.
Yes, I
On
yield
page
to
3,
the chairman.
Section 4, it says, if Mr. Meeks will yield, page 3, section 4, top of the page, provide a mechanism for investors to opt out of electronic delivery at any time and receive paper versions of regulatory documents. The SEC will implement the particulars of that regulation. Yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman yields back to me, and I would like to go further and indicate that the seniors in particular that I am really concerned about don't know how to opt out. And let me just say this, going further than that. This is, while today we're talking about the seniors, I'm talking about the entire population of this country. And the reason that I'm talking about them is we need to give more time and consideration for all who will be interacting with government in any way to be able to opt out if they decide to do that. We mentioned PPP, which was real. Many of you have constituents, not just some of us, who don't have computers, who don't have access to the internet, and don't have access to being trained or developed. And so I think that we should not be moving so rapidly until we ensure that the internet is available and that we have other ways by which we can assist seniors. So with that, I will yield to you, Mr. Huizinga.
Thank you, Ranking Member. I'm not sure if there was a question directed at me on that. If so, please redirect me.
Well, if you're not sure how you're going to use your time, I'll reclaim it. I'm the reclaiming queen. And so let me just say this to you. Are you sure about the seniors in your own district and whether or not they support a bill that would eliminate the ability for them to get their information by mail?
First of all, it would not eliminate their right or their ability to get that information by mail. And unfortunately, I've lost both mom and dad by now. But I can tell you this, Madam Ranking Member, I would never do that to my parents. I would never do that to a senior in my district. And I would never allow anyone else to do that, to put them at a disadvantage. What this bill is clear about is you must have an electronic account to even initiate having this information to get delivered to you. It is required over 2 years that you are notified that it would happen. There would be countless numbers of times where seniors would be given that opportunity to stay within the paper. And time is up. I
Gentleman
yield
from
back.
New York's time has expired.
Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman from Texas, Mr. Session, moves to strike the last word.
Move to
Gentleman is
strike the
recognized
last
for
word.
5 minutes for purposes of debate.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. I find this very interesting that the facts of the case are really available to us. And I think that there's an accusation that, notwithstanding some people want to make, is very apparent. And I'd like to yield the gentleman my time.
I appreciate my colleague from Texas doing this. The ranking member had asked specifically where in the bill the chair had cited, I believe it was Section 3. I will also cite Section 2G 3 of the bill, which defines electronic delivery. In other words, you have to have an email address. A, the direct delivery of such regulatory document to an electronic address of an investor. So in other words, just like my colleague from Missouri just had, she didn't get a piece of paper that was delivered to her. She got an electronic confirmation where she had to go in and reply, yes, and by the way, I just glanced over and she just confirmed it.
And if the gentleman would yield for one moment, it's very clear to opt out, to opt out at any time, both when I agreed to the e-documentation and then again, after I had agreed to it, they thank me and then they say to opt out of text, reply, stop. If you need help with text, reply, help. I have to believe that our seniors of the United States of America, I chose to give them my email and to receive this information. I feel very confident that if I needed help, I could type in help into my device here.
Will the gentleman yield?
I'm going to, in just a moment, ranking member, in reclaiming my time from the gentlelady from Missouri. The simple fact is you would not find yourself in this situation as a senior unless you have provided an email to the company. They're not going to make an email up out of thin air and then send it to you because they don't have that. They don't have the legal ability to do that. So I thought our colloquy was going to be about a path forward. We can continue to talk about the details of the bill, and we can move forward with a vote on the bill here in committee. I thought we were going to try to accommodate concerns of the minority to then move forward with an agreement that we would work towards a final solution that would satisfy AARP,
Will the
for example.
gentleman yield?
In just a moment. That even AARP, by the way, AARP isn't just seniors. I'm 54, and they've been sending me mail for a number of years. So, but at the end of the day, I'm hoping that we're going to be able to make progress. I'll yield to the ranking member here.
In fairness, I'd like to reclaim my time, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Yield back to you.
Gentleman from New Jersey seeks recognition. Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank the ranking member as well. Obviously, this is a topic where there's certainly good perspectives worth, I think, sharing here, and I still remain very optimistic based on our discussions, and I'm really grateful to Mr. Azenga and Mr. Nickel, to Ms. Pedersen, and to the ranking member for finding, I believe we can find a way forward here that addresses everyone's issues. I'm really committed, I think we all are, to figuring that out, working forward. I want to thank everyone for having such a constructive discussion on this. I think it's worth really taking the time after today to make sure we all get together and find a way forward. Obviously, we know that ARP has raised, obviously, reasonable considerations that we should definitely address, and I believe we can get them there. Obviously, there's environmental concerns here. We all know 2 million trees a year. We want to address that, and we also want to make sure that we address the needs of all the stakeholders, and I believe we can do that. So I think we should all remain committed to finding a way forward together in a bipartisan way.
Will the gentleman yield?
I will yield, yes.
Please, I would like to yield to the chair to have a description of what is being offered in terms of getting together with us to try and work out these difficulties, these problems. Will you, Mr. Chair, say publicly what it is you're proposing to do in order to, before this bill gets to the floor, what you're proposing can be done, should be done?
Gentlelady will yield. I'm not proposing anything. What I said and what was said before us with members of this committee, if they want to engage publicly on this, they can, and come to some level of assurance. And I will, if they want assurances, if they give each other assurances, I will then provide assurance that I will follow that. Since there has been no offering by the minority to the majority on this, and there's been no understanding, I thought there was a colloquy that was contemplated that has not occurred. So I'm not going to pledge anything on behalf of two members of. I don't think that's a fair and reasonable thing. So I'll yield.
Can I reclaim? Is that okay? Or sorry, do you mind? Is that okay if I reclaim 1 second, Madam? Yeah, thank you.
It's the gentleman from New Jersey's time.
Thank you. I think there's a commitment, unless something has changed, for Mr. Huizenga and Mr. Nickel and other parties here to try to, and of course the ranking member and her team and the majority's team to try to see if we can work this out together, and a strong commitment to that before it goes to
the gentleman will yield. What you're telling me is Mr. Huizenga has committed to something. Would you explain what the something is before the chair will understand what she can or cannot agree to?
I appreciate that, Madam
Yes.
Chair. I think what we are committed to working out is a way that we can find a proper agreement that would allow to address both the concerns of those who want to make sure certain folks are able to receive paper going forward, and those who will not, with always the option of opting out of that process. But I think those are exactly the kind of discussions we're having that we can work together on. And I think we have, and I really appreciate Mr. Huizenga with other parties trying to find a way forward here, and I'm very optimistic we can. But I think putting all the details out before we work every little detail out, but I think we should.
The gentleman will yield. Let me just indicate to you that my staff had organized any number of possible amendments to this bill. And so when we talk about what we're going to work out, we've only been talking a little bit about opt-out, but there are a number of amendments that we might be interested in. If you're saying to me that's the kind of thing that can be worked on, the chair will decide that we will, in fact, agree to that agreement.
Yes, and I mean, Mr. Huizenga, I think I'll
If the gentleman from New Jersey,
I'll yield.
The gentleman will yield. If the gentleman from New Jersey wishes to have a public colloquy with the gentleman from Michigan, that would give the rest of the committee some level of understanding of what the heck is going on, and I yield back.
I will yield to Mr. Huizenga here.
For the next 32 seconds, I have pledged to Mr. Gottheimer and Mr. Nickel that short of coming to an agreement today, which I don't believe we are going to be able to do time-wise, there's a lot of details that need to get worked out. Those affected by this, AARP itself needs to look at it. Those that send out the things, by the way, a second colleague just got his confirmation for e-delivery while we were having this conversation. We're going to need a little time. If the minority wants to drag this out and go through their amendment process, that's their choice. If they are willing to take my word that I'm going to work with the interested parties moving forward, we can dispense with that with an understanding that good faith effort is going to be put into coming up with an agreement that would be satisfactory to both sides. Because if it's not satisfactory to me and our side, it's not going to hit the floor. My commitment is, if it's not satisfactory to the others, we're not going to take it to the floor as it is.
If the gentleman will yield.
That might be, it's not my time to yield, and time has expired, but I yield back to the gentleman.
Yes, this is a gentleman's time, and you've gone over the time. So let me just say that, given that description, the chair is willing to agree to it, but I want everybody to understand exactly what we're agreeing to, and there are other amendments to be considered. And when you talk about working with
Ladies'
us,
times.
the chair will make that decision. With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
And just to note for the records, I'm the chair. So, a gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Ogle, seeks recognition. I would say to the members, I will strike I'll strike the last word after he is done and try to figure out what has just been discussed. Mr. Ogles.
You know, this is much ado about nothing. You have an individual who engages an institution for an investment vehicle. The institution requests an email permission for communication. Going forward, the institution communicates to say you can opt in or opt out. There's a process, and the amount of time we spend on this is absurd. The individual has willingly given a way to communicate by email. That's the only way this can happen. And if there's no email, then there's a default. Mr. Chairman, I yield as much time necessary to the gentleman, Huizenga.
Well, I would ask that the chair.
Yeah, I'd request that you
I yield to the chair.
yield to the chair.
Well, I thank my colleague from Tennessee. What was discussed before us, before me here, was that the bill sponsors, Mr. Huizenga and Mr. Nickel, were working with their colleagues that have substantive concern about the design of how we enable e-delivery. Mr. Gottheimer, Ms. Beatty, both had concerns, and they raised it. And it was my understanding that Mr. Huizenga had an understanding of their concerns and wanted and gave assurance that they would come together before we hit the floor with a properly drafted change to the bill to accommodate their concerns. Mrs. Beatty, Mr. Gottheimer. And it was my understanding that Mr. Huizenga and Mr. Nickel had pledged to do that. It is the chair's intention to acknowledge that when members are leading on policy, I want to enable this committee to go work its will. And I think it worked out. I think that was done. But it is up to members to make that pledge to one another. And I will act as a priest in my church, which is when a husband and wife, when a man and woman stand before them, it is simply the priest's ability to acknowledge that they've pledged to one another. I acknowledge you've pledged to one another, and I will pledge to you that I will not ask my leadership to bring this to the floor without this accommodation of those four members that I've just mentioned.
Will the gentleman yield?
If the gentleman from Tennessee is willing to yield, I'm happy.
Thank you very much. What the chair just said was he did not recognize that the first indication that there were problems with this bill came from the ranking member. The ranking member started out with a discussion and a description of what she felt was wrong with the bill. Yes, you have certainly talked to other members who are absolutely wanting to help to work this out. I can agree to work this out given I know what has been decided by those who were negotiating. If you tell me that in the negotiations you are willing not only to look at what the members and the chair have indicated are their concerns, and I can agree to that because Mr. Huizenga is saying that in essence, then I will agree to that. But even though you may be the high priest over there,
I reclaim my time. I reclaim my time.
I will yield the time back. Thank you.
If the gentleman will yield. I'm chair of the committee. The majority decides who's the chair, and that's how it works. The minority decides who's the ranking member. But we're first among equals on this committee, where you sit and where I sit. And sometimes we have different views than our members. Occasionally, we don't want to say always or sometimes, but on occasion. But it should be in our interest to let this committee work its will.
That's right.
When I sat in your position and my members were in different places on pot banking, as much as Ed Perlmutter drove us nuts, I say that with respect and affection, members had to make their decisions for themselves based on the states they were in. And there are times where we have to just allow our members to go work it out. And I think in the course of this, we're in a better position. I yield back to my colleague from Tennessee.
I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Any further discussion, further debate, any further amendment? Hearing none. The question now occurs on adoption of the amendment in the nature of the substitute offered by the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Huizinga. All those in favor shall signify by saying aye. All those opposed shall signify by saying nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The ayes have it, and the amendment of the nature of substitute is adopted. The question now occurs on ordering the bill, H.R. 1807, as amended, reported to the House with a favorable recommendation. Those in favor shall signify by saying aye. All those opposed shall signify by saying nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The bill, H.R. 1807, as amended, is ordered reported to the House with a favorable recommendation. Without objection, motion reconsidered is laid on the table. At this time, with floor votes in, right on within minutes, imminent, thank you, Mr. Vargas, imminent, we will recess, and it's the chair's intention to bring up Mr. Meeks's bill, Mr. Gottheimer's bill, Mr. Himes' bill, Mrs. Waters' bill, in that order. When we return, we will roll votes in this next series. After the second vote series of the day on the House floor, we will come back, post that, vote on whatever those rolled votes are that have been requested, and then for the rest of the evening, we'll vote in real time as we bring up the final, probably, we'll see how it goes. But we've got 6 bills left on the docket, and we'll move through. Happy to yield to the ranking member if she has any comments or concerns about the schedule.
Done, just so that the Democratic members understand that all of the Republican bills have been taken up first thing today. And so when we come back, we will absolutely go to the Democratic bills, the 4 that we have. And then I think there are other 2 bills that you have that are quite different that we have to deal with. And so I'm looking forward.
They have the potential to be as equally as bipartisan as the rest.
No, they are not bipartisan at all. And
Well,
so let me just advise everybody
we have
that
6
after the Democratic bills, we've got some work to do. Thank you.
And with that, we stand in recess till after this vote series. All right. The committee will come to order. If the dude in the audience will dispense with the conversations. No. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 2795, the Enhancing Multi-Class Share Disclosures Act. The clerk will report the bill, copies of which were distributed in advance.
H.R. 2795, to amend the Securities Exchange Act of 1934 to require issuers with multi-class stock structure to make certain disclosures.
Without objection, the bill is considered as read and open to amendment at any point. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Meeks, has an amendment in the nature of a substitute, copies of which were distributed in advance. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read and will serve as base text for purposes of amendment. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Meeks, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I want to thank you for including H.R. 2795 in today's markup. I also want to thank Ranking Member Waters for her strong support of this legislation since its inception in the 115th Congress. The Enhancing Multi-Class Share Disclosures Act is overdue and necessary to close documented gaps in transparency around multi-class governance structures. These structures, while they may add value, pose significant risks, making sunlight ever more important for investors. These share structures allow corporate insiders or beneficial owners to retain an outsized amount of voting power relative to their shares. Without knowing, investors risk diluting their ability to influence management, direct strategy, and hold misaligned boards accountable. As we've seen, these structures could also potentially lead to a company being delisted. As the SEC's Investor Advisory Committee found, the disclosure regime around such arrangements is simply not sufficient. Under current rules, the difference between a corporate insider's voting power and their ownership interest, regardless of how large the gap may be, is either not fully disclosed or incomprehensible to the investor. Accordingly, the Investor Advisory Committee recommended that the SEC amend its rules to ensure that this gap is better identified and qualified for investors via a disclosed ratio. This common sense bill adopts this recommendation to ensure investors have the clearest information available to make the best decision for themselves. Let me note that multi-class governance structures have their value. While reforms may be necessary, their outright ban would do little for Main Street investors looking to gain a return on the next startup. We've seen huge tech companies employ multi-class governance structures to access the public markets and open their profits to Main Street, while also retaining the vision and direction of their founders. Main Street investors should not have to miss out on such opportunities. However, at the core of a well-working capital market system is information, and better information is always best. Our bill will ensure that Main Street has the best information while retaining their access to tomorrow's successful startup. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion, further debate? If not, the chair will I'll recognize myself and move to strike the last word. Multi-class share structures have existed in the U.S. since the late 1800s, and the original intent of these structures was to allow companies, particularly family-run businesses, to maintain voting control of those organizations. There have been several efforts to limit the availability of multi-class share structures in the past. For 60 years in this country, certain national securities exchanges limited the number of multi-class shares that were allowed to be listed on those exchanges. And in response to the increasing competitiveness of those national exchanges in the 1980s, limitations on multi-class share structures became more relaxed. Despite the Securities and Exchange Commission's Investor Advisory Committee calls for more disclosures from companies with multi-class shares, the SEC does not currently require companies to disclose the gap between the equity an individual holds in the company and the number of voting shares they control, although many companies already do this for their shareholders. So what my colleague, Mr. Meeks, does with his bill, I think is a reasonable look at these things. He's taken the effort over multiple Congresses to legislate here, to get feedback from market participants, and to make sure that it is a well-functioning bill and it's technically proficient, and it's all those things. So I want to thank my colleague from New York, Mr. Meeks, for his leadership here, and the approach that he's taken to address this real issue. And I think this will provide investors with a better understanding of what's going on in the capital markets. And I think this is really good for transparency and frankly, better functioning of these organizations and making sure shareholders actually have the rights that they that's reported that they have. So with that, I yield back and encourage a yes vote. And again, I thank my colleague, Mr. Meeks, for his leadership there. I yield back. Is there further discussion, further debate? Hearing none. No further discussion or amendment to H.R. 2795. The question now occurs on adoption of the amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by the gentleman from New York, Mr. Meeks. All those in favor shall signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed shall signify by saying nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute is adopted. The question now occurs on ordering the bill, H.R. 2795, as amended, reported to the House with a favorable recommendation. Those in favor shall signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed shall signify by saying no.
Mr. Chairman, on that, I ask for the yeas and nays.
Recorded vote has been requested. All those in favor of recorded vote, please raise your hand. Sufficient number having raised their hands, a recorded vote is ordered. Pursuant to Rule 3C5 of the committee rules, a vote on this question is postponed. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 2593, the Senior Security Act. Look, the clerk will report the bill, copies of which were distributed earlier.
H.R. 2593, a bill to create interdivisional task force at the Securities and Exchange Commission for senior investors. Be it enacted by the Senate and House of Representatives of the United States of America and Congress assembled. Section 1, short title. This act may be cited as the National Senior Investor.
Without objection, the bill is considered as read and open to amendment at any point. I see no gentleman from New Jersey.
You know that. There's no gentleman in
He's not here. I didn't get any permission. I didn't talk to him. Let's, can we come back to it? Hold up, I have to do it. All right. Where?
I'll pause. There's no pause.
Hmm?
We'll pause.
I moved to strike the last word.
Without objection, the bill is considered as read and open to amendment at any point. The gentlewoman from California, Ms. Waters, has an amendment in the nature of a substitute, copies of which have been distributed in advance. She is offering it on his behalf, and the clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 5593, offered by Ms. Waters of California.
On behalf of Mr. Gottheimer. Without objection, the amendment is considered as read and will serve as base text for purposes of amendment. The gentlewoman from California, Mrs. Waters, is recognized for five minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Senior scams which can include harassing robocalls and phone calls impersonating the government, costs older Americans more than $36 billion a year, according to the National Council on Aging. And according to the AARP, senior scams have more than doubled since 2020. Americans have also lost more than $23 million by giving out information and money to criminals impersonating the IRS. Mr. Gottheimer's bill takes key steps to help protect older Americans nationwide from getting scammed out of their hard-earned money. So I strongly urge my colleagues to vote yes on this important bill. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentlewoman from Missouri is recognized for 5 minutes.
I thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word. I want to thank the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Gottheimer, wherever he may be. Has he arrived? Ah, voila. For introducing this legislation to establish a senior investor task force within the SEC. During my time in Congress, one of my top priorities has been to protect seniors from financial fraud and exploitation. Financial exploitation of seniors is elder abuse, and tragically, about 20% of senior investors fall victim to financial fraud, losing an estimated $2.9 billion annually. In January, my bill, the Financial Exploitation Prevention Act, passed the House of Representatives with widespread bipartisan support. My bill gives the financial industry better tools to address suspected financial exploitation and abuse of seniors, as well as those with mental and physical disabilities. To further this effort, I'm proud to be a co-lead of the Senior Security Act. The task force this legislation creates will help identify problems senior investors encounter, including financial exploitation and cognitive decline, and identify regulatory changes that should be made to help America's senior investors. I urge all my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman yields back. For what purposes the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes on his bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm very proud to lead the Bipartisan Senior Security Act and speak in support of it here today. I first want to thank you, Mr. Chairman, and the ranking member for your support, and thank the Capital Markets Subcommittee Chairwoman Wagner for her friendship and for her tireless work together with me on this important bill. I'm very grateful, and I want to thank her team as well. So thank you. The Bipartisan Senior Security Act will help protect vulnerable senior investors from financial hucksters and scam artists. Since I took office, I've been committed to helping seniors save their hard-earned money for retirement, helping them cut their taxes and afford prescription drugs, and protect Social Security and Medicare, so at the end of the day, they can afford to stay in northern New Jersey and enjoy their lives with their friends, children, and grandchildren. Unfortunately, far too many of our seniors have had their hard-earned retirement savings stolen right out from under them when a scammer calls or shows up at their door. Millions of seniors across the country, including my own mother of blessed memory, have been the victims of financial scams, and far too many have been cheated out of their retirement savings. It's appalling, it's offensive, and it's simply unacceptable. Folks in Jersey, over 60, are the #1 target in the country of senior scams, and those scams come in all shapes and sizes. Harassing robocalls, having documents forged on Social Security checks stolen, people impersonating grandkids in trouble, the IRS, your bank or credit card company, and even the FBI. These senior scams cost older Americans more than $36 billion a year, according to the National Council on Aging, often hitting their retirement nest eggs, not to mention the pain and anxiety you can't put a dollar amount on. According to the AARP, senior scams have more than doubled since 2020. A survey from the Investor Protection Trust found that about 7 million Americans reported being a victim of financial exploitation. What's worse is that only 1 in every 42 cases of elder exploitation actually gets reported. IRS impersonation calls and fraudulent tech support calls are among the most widely used and costly scams targeting older Americans. In fact, Americans have lost more than $23 million by giving out information and money to criminals impersonating the IRS. They'll say they owe back taxes or fees, sometimes threatening these victims with arrest unless they provide prepaid debit cards, gift cards, money orders, or wire transfers. That's exactly what happened to my own mom. Someone claiming to be an IRS agent threatened her. Luckily, we figured it out and stopped the IRS agent in his tracks. But how many others actually paid that? The U.S. Treasury Inspector General for Tax Administration has referred to this as, quote, the largest and most pervasive scam in our agency's history. Microsoft also estimates that more than 3 million Americans are victims of technical support scams, where scammers pretend to be with a reputable tech company and persuade seniors to provide personal and bank information. These folks live on fixed incomes and working their entire lives to support their families and save for retirement. They get cheated out of the dollars they've worked so hard to earn and save. We're here today to do something about it by marking up the Senior Security Act to help protect American seniors from scams. My bipartisan bill passed the House last year and will create a senior investor task force at the Security and Exchange Commission that will exclusively focus on how seniors are being targeted by fraudsters who seek to take financial advantage of them. We'll get this done when we pass this year. Every 2 years, the task force will be required to submit a report to Congress outlining trends and innovations like robocalls and voice spoofing that are impacting senior investors, helping us stay ahead of changes in financial scams as they arise. The task force will give law enforcement stronger tools and information. It will coordinate with other federal regulators, state regulators, and law enforcement to ensure that we're doing as much as we can at every level of government to stop hucksters from scamming our seniors. This will be a cop on the beat to make sure we keep up with the changes in financial scams to be ahead of new issues. Our seniors have given us so much. We should always have their backs and help protect them from predators who want to take advantage of them. I urge my colleagues to support this common-sense bipartisan bill. Thank Ms. Wagner again for her support, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Further discussion, further debate. Ms. Garcia, the vice ranker, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I move to strike the last word. And I want to thank my colleague, Mr. Gottheimer, for introducing this important piece of legislation. I've always been proud to fight for seniors in my district and across the nation, and I'm glad to support this bill that protects them from targeted financial scams. In my district in the Houston area, I represent nearly 80,000 individuals over the age of 65. And in 2021, seniors in the state of Texas were scammed out of nearly $160 million through various forms of financial scamming. I want to make sure that this type of cruel, heartless scamming does not continue to impact my constituents and other seniors across America. And this bill represents a great step forward in that process. By establishing a senior investigator task force within the SEC that will report on senior investors, our nation's elderly population will be better protected and better prepared for financial success. Throughout my time in Congress, my main priority has been financial protection and inclusion for all Americans, so we must not leave one senior behind. Again, I want to thank Mr. Gottheimer and Ms. Wagner. And Mr. Chairman, I also would like to ask for unanimous consent to introduce for the record the 2021 report from the FBI's Criminal Investigative Division Elder Fraud Abuse report, which outlines all the dollars that have been scammed from our seniors. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion, further debate? If not, there being no further discussion or amendment to H.R. 2593, the question now occurs on the adoption of the amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by the gentlewoman from California on behalf of the gentleman from New Jersey. All those in favor shall signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed shall signify by saying nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The amendment in the nature of the substitute is adopted. The question now occurs on ordering the bill, H.R. 2593, as amended, reported to the House with a favorable recommendation. Those in favor shall signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed shall signify by saying nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Recorded vote requested.
The ranking member requested a recorded vote. A recorded vote has been requested. All those in favor of a recorded vote, please vote, raise their hand. A sufficient number having raised their hand, a recorded vote is ordered. Pursuant to Rule 3C5 of the committee rules, the vote on the question is postponed. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 2812, the Middle Market IPO Act. The clerk will report the bill, copies of which were distributed in advance.
H.R. 2812, a bill to require the Securities and Exchange Commission to carry out a study of the costs associated with small and medium-sized companies to undertake initial public offerings.
Without objection, the bill is considered as read and open to amendment at any point. The gentleman from Connecticut, Mr. Himes, has an amendment in the nature of a substitute, copies of which have been distributed in advance. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read and will serve as base text for the purposes of amendment. The gentleman from Connecticut, Mr. Himes, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to start by thanking you and the Ranking Member Waters, for considering this bill today and for helping us on this bill and on so many others to get to a place of bipartisan agreement. This bill that we're considering now grows out of some work I've been doing for many years, originating with the committee's work on the Jobs Act, which, to my way of thinking, did really good work to reduce the costs and friction associated with a young company choosing to go public in an initial public offering or IPO. At the time, there were estimates that the adjusted regulations of the Jobs Act could reduce the cost of going public on an annual basis between $1 and $2 million a year for a young company. That's money that really matters when a company is just getting started and going public. Interestingly enough, however, the actual cost of going public, except for the very largest companies, has not changed. Over the many years, middle market companies in particular have experienced a consistent and almost perfectly consistent 7% gross spread. Now, the gross spread is the fee that is paid to the underwriters for an initial public offering. So, a young company raising $200 million in capital with a 7% gross spread hands over $14 million in that particular example to the underwriters. These are typically the large investment banks, those who do underwriting. Now, we can have a conversation about whether 7% is too much or too little, but I would at least ask my colleagues to reflect on the fact that that price never changes. I used to do IPOs, I used to do underwriting, so I know a thing or two about what happens in the rooms where underwriting is undertaken. I will tell you that it is a technologically intensive process. The cost of technology has come down dramatically over the decades. Look at what has happened to PC prices relative to when we were all in high school. So this remarkably stable 7%, which turns out to be a lot of money for young companies, is, I think, fair subject for scrutiny. This bill will very simply call for a study, and I thank my good friend French Hill because we have agreed to some changes to this bill that I think will be the subject of a brief colloquy. But one of the changes we've agreed to is that the GAO, in consultation with the Securities Exchange Commission, will undertake a study to examine the gross spread and other costs associated with going public to see if we can understand where those costs come from, what drives them, and what might be done to try to make the market for this sort of service more competitive and ultimately reduce the costs for those companies that are trying to access our capital markets. I won't get into the facts here, but to say, and Mr. Chairman, I'd like to submit for the record a report by Professor Jay Ritter which studies gross spreads over time.
Without objection.
And I won't get into the details here, but to say, again, simple bill which calls for a study to determine whether this is a competitive market or whether there might actually be collusion in this market, accounting for the fact that gross spreads over many decades for middle market companies have stayed remarkably consistent at 7%. So I'd like to thank again Chairman McHenry and Ranking Member Waters and my good friend Mr. French. And with that, we'll yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Vice Chair, Mr. Hill seeks recognition and is recognized for 5 minutes.
Well, I thank the chairman, and I too want to thank Mr. Himes from Connecticut for his willingness to work with me on his bill as introduced, H.R. 2812, Middle Market IPO Cost Act. I remember quite fondly working on this with you, Mr. Himes, and Mr. Hazanga sitting back in the ante room during the 115th Congress. So time flies when you're having fun. But I want to thank you and your staff for working with me in good faith to reach some, I think, improvements on this base text of the bill, and that we've got an agreement that will make these changes before this bill, H.R. 2812, goes to the House floor. As Mr. Himes noted, the key difference is to ask the General Accountability Office in consultation with both the Securities and Exchange Commission and the FINRA to actually do the study. And that's a material change from the bill that had put that authority in the hands of the SEC. And also include an analysis of the impact of litigation costs and those burdens on being a public company. So I thank my friend Mr. Himes for our work together. I look forward to collaborating on the final text of this bill before it goes to the House floor for consideration. And Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion, further debate? There being no further discussion or amendment to H.R. 2812, the question now occurs on the adoption of the amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by the gentleman from Connecticut, Mr. Himes. All those in favor shall signify by saying aye. All those opposed shall signify by saying nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute is adopted. The question now occurs on ordering the bill 2812 as amended, reported to the House with a favorable recommendation. Those in favor shall signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed shall signify by saying no. The ayes have it. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Mr. Chairman, I'd ask for a recorded vote.
The vice chair and the ranking member request a recorded vote. A recorded vote has been requested. All those in favor of a recorded vote shall raise their hand. A sufficient number having raised their hand, a recorded vote is ordered. Pursuant to Rule 3C5 of the committee rules, a vote on this question is postponed. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 2796, Promoting Opportunities for Non-Traditional Capital Formation Act. The clerk will report the bill, copies of which were distributed in advance.
H.R. 2796, a bill to amend the Securities Exchange Act of 1934 to require the
Without
advocate...
objection, the bill is considered read and open to amendment at any point. The gentlewoman from California, the ranking member, Ms. Waters, as an amendment in the nature of a substitute, copies of which have been distributed in advance. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 27...
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read and will serve as base text for purposes of amendment. The gentlewoman from California, ranking member Waters, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. I move to strike the last word. The Office of the Advocate for Small Business Capital Formation is an independent SEC office that was established to advance the interests of small businesses. The office proactively works to identify and address unique challenges faced by minority-owned, women-owned, and rural small businesses, as well as businesses located in natural disaster areas. My bill requires the SEC Small Business Advocate to provide educational resources and host events to promote capital raising options for these underrepresented small businesses. My bill would also require the office to meet annually with representatives of state securities commissions to ensure that there is a whole of government approach to addressing the unique needs of underrepresented businesses. The North American Securities Administrators Association strongly supports this legislation, particularly as it would strengthen collaboration and coordination between regulators. In June 2022, a letter to my office written in support of this bill last time it was introduced, NASAA was apt to emphasize SEC Commissioner Michael Piwar's comments that for capital formation agenda to succeed, it is essential that the state and federal regulators work together to support the businesses that seek to engage in these offerings while also protecting investors. Indeed, my bill makes sure that federal regulators and state regulators do just that, while at the same time advancing the cause of small business capital formation across the spectrum. I hope my colleagues will join me in passing this bill into law, and I thank you and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields back. I now recognize myself for purposes of debate. I want to thank the ranking member for offering this amendment. Glad we're able to work on legislation together, and I appreciate her leadership here. Entrepreneurs and founders should raise money with as little friction as possible. However, access to funding is not evenly distributed across the country. The fact is, in America today, if you're born on the wrong side of the tracks, you don't have access to capital like those who are born on the right side of the tracks. For example, just in venture capital, funding goes to companies in just 3 states, and most of the funding goes to just 3 states: California, Massachusetts, and New York. Likewise, less than 3% of venture dollars went to women, Black, and Latino founders. Now, you can't tell me that 97% of the good ideas in business come outside of those groups. That doesn't make any sense. And you can't tell me that just good ideas come from those that are born in a blessed position with, because their parents or their family did well. It's absurd. So we've got to take steps to provide companies and entrepreneurs from all geographic regions access to resources they need. And they need to know the options, and there needs to be education about the options. There's no new money in this bill, but it takes the Office of Advocate for Small Business Capital Formation and says, let's go focus on these areas of underserved communities. And underserved is in all of our districts, right? No matter how blessed your district is economically, there are still areas that are left behind. And we got to make sure that those folks that have been left behind and think that economic opportunities are for somebody else but not for them, they know the options available to them. And by requiring the advocate to provide educational resources and host events to promote capital raising options, I think that can have a beneficial impact on those entrepreneurs that have a fine idea but may not have the relationships or believe they have the access to what they think is a more complicated undertaking of raising capital. So this is really important. It's really important for us to address this. And I thank the ranking member for this legislation and working with the majority to come to good on the text. So this is something we could pass on a bipartisan basis. And with that, I yield back, urge adoption and yield back the balance of my time.
Mr. Chairman.
Now go to my colleague and friend from Georgia, Mr. Scott.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word. And I want to express my very strong support for Ranking Member Maxine Waters' bill Promoting Opportunities for Non-Traditional Capital Formation Act, and in particularly the goal of this bill, which is assisting underrepresented small businesses so that they will be able to get access to capital. As the film said, it is indeed the money, honey. The SEC, Small Business Capital Formation Advisory Committee, was created by us here in Congress in recognition that smaller firms do not often have, or nor do they receive, the support they desperately need. Now, here is what Ms. Waters' bill does to solve that, and it's why it must be passed. Ms. Waters' bill would ensure that the SEC's advisory committee continues supporting underrepresented small businesses so that they are in a position to grow and create more jobs. Because according to the 2022 Brookings Institute survey, here are some startling facts. 79% of Asian American-owned firms and 77% of African American-owned firms all reported that their financial condition was poor. Black small business owners were also the most likely to experience difficulty even accessing credit by a startling 53%. And this same report found that nearly 75% of Black and Asian American-owned firms reported difficulty in paying their daily operating expenses. So I believe, and I'm sure the committee agrees with me, that it is imperative for our committee to do everything in our power to facilitate capital formation for these minority-owned small businesses, and this is exactly what Ranking Member Waters' bill does. I urge my colleagues to support the bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back the balance of time. Further discussion, further debate. Gentlewoman from Texas is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and move to strike the last word. I'd like to speak in support of H.R. 2796. I thank Ranking Member Waters for bringing this legislation before us. Ranking Member Waters is consistently a champion for minority access to capital, and I'm proud to join her by supporting this bill. This bill would require the Office of the Advocate for Small Business Capital Formation at the SEC to promote options for capital raising for underrepresented small businesses. This means that women-owned, minority-owned, rural, and natural disaster area small businesses could have more resources to gain capital and thrive. My district is 77% Latino, and Latinos continue to face steep lending discrimination. Only 20% of Latino-owned businesses that request loans over $100,000 are approved, compared to 50% of white borrowers. And further, issues like limited English proficiency and lack of generational wealth and low credit score due to systematic barriers pile up to leave Latino small business owners at a disadvantage. With this bill, however, outreach to underrepresented small businesses and will open more doors for funding options, and it will improve. I am glad to support this bill, as I am always eager to ensure that Latino and Latino-owned businesses and other minority-owned small businesses have equitable, fair opportunities for success. I thank the ranking member, and I encourage all members to support this bill. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there any further discussion or amendment to H.R. 2796? Hearing none, the question now occurs on adoption of the amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by the gentlewoman from California, Mrs. Waters. All those in favor shall signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed shall signify by saying nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, the ayes have it. The amendment in the nature of a substitute is adopted. The question now occurs on ordering the bill, H.R. 2796, as amended, reported to the House with a favorable recommendation. Those in favor shall signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed shall signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, the ayes have it.
Mr. Chairman.
A recorded vote is...
Request recorded vote.
Gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Lukemeyer, requests a recorded vote. A recorded vote has been requested. All those in favor of a recorded vote, please raise your hand. A sufficient number having raised their hands, a recorded vote is ordered. Pursuant to Rule 3C5 of the committee rules, a vote on this question is postponed. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 2799, the Expanding Access to Capital Act. The clerk will report the bill, copies of which were distributed in advance.
H.R. 2799, a bill to make reforms to the capital markets of the United States and for other purposes.
Without objection, the bill is considered read and open to amendment at any time. I have an amendment in the nature of a substitute, copies of which have been distributed in advance. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2799.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read and will serve as base text for purposes of amendment. I recognize myself for 5 minutes. Capital formation is critical to creating long-term sustainable growth. Today, however, increased regulatory and compliance costs discourage emerging companies from entering our public markets and disproportionately burdening small businesses and other job creators in need of capital. Additionally, arbitrary and outdated regulations exclude sophisticated but not wealthy investors from access to high-growth asset classes, which have effectively been reserved for the elite wealthy class. This further exacerbates the haves from the have-nots and further exacerbates economic challenges in our society. H.R. 2799 addresses these problems, building on the success of the 2012 Jobs Act to right-size onerous regulatory barriers, provide entrepreneurs access to much-needed capital, and expand investment opportunities within private markets in a safe and structured manner. For the last year, committee Republicans have signaled the need to move common sense, forward-thinking reforms that will strengthen American public markets, help small businesses, entrepreneurs, and increase opportunities for investors. All the reforms in this bill have been examined in detail in 4 separate hearings chaired by Mrs. Wagner, chairman of the Capital Markets Subcommittee. She and the Capital Markets Subcommittee must be commended for their focused work and effort in significant hearings over the last 4 months in this committee. I want to thank Mrs. Wagner for the way she has conducted those hearings in an open and inclusive manner, for the panels that she's brought in that are ideologically diverse and diverse in a number of different ways, and then for the input and insight into policy that committee members have brought forward on a bipartisan basis. And in this bill, for example, to strengthen our public markets and encourage more companies to go public, H.R. 2799 includes policies that extend the IPO on-ramp for emerging growth companies, allowing regulatory burdens to scale to the size of the effective issuer. It also includes policies that allow more issuers to benefit from the automatic self-registration process available to well-known seasoned issuers, or called WIXIs. With a decline in IPOs over the last several years, these policies are necessary to improve capital formation and increase market efficiency without compromising investor protection. To help small businesses and entrepreneurs, this bill includes policies that address the overly restrictive limits that hinder the ability of small, emerging venture fund managers to raise investments and deploy their capital to startups and entrepreneurs. It also removes restrictions that needlessly constrain the availability or the ability of large venture funds to invest in small regional funds. Together, these policies improve the flow of capital to small businesses and entrepreneurs outside the traditional venture hubs in Austin, Boston, and Silicon Valley. They also ensure small businesses, America's job creators, have access to the resources they need to remain the engine of our economy. Finally, this bill expands access to private markets in a safe, structured manner to ensure that high-growth investment opportunities are not just reserved for the wealthy elite. As an example, this bill allows individuals to qualify as an accredited investor if they receive individualized advice from an investment professional. It also allows everyday investors to invest not more than an aggregate of 10% of their income or net assets in private investments. Qualifying as an accredited investor under current law largely hinges on an individual's wealth or income. However, using wealth as a proxy for determining sophistication excludes a large pool of investors who may have other types of expertise or experience. We've had this debate in committee, and I think there's a bipartisan consensus we need to address this issue. For too long, elite wealthy investors have monopolized the highest growth investment classes because of the accredited investor definition. The policies in this bill modernize the outdated accredited investor definition, granting everyday Americans access to wealth-creating opportunities in a way that minimizes investor protection concerns. 11 years ago, in April of 2012, President Obama signed into law the Jobs Act to help entrepreneurs and small businesses access capital. That was born out of this committee in a bipartisan way. And it's my hope that today's markup can be a sound basis for that type of policy occurring in this likewise divided Washington. This package is a representation of a significant number of bipartisan bills. And a number of my Republican colleagues have bills within this package. And I want to commend them for the work that they put into sound policy and ensuring that they build consensus on this committee for these good policies. With that, I yield back the balance of my time. Is there further discussion, further debate, or amendment? The gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Muser, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
You're recognized.
Today, the Financial Service Committee is moving forward with a set of bills to improve investor access to capital and strengthen the formation of capital in our markets. Our capital markets are far too heavily regulated. Last year, just 181 companies made an initial public offering. far less than the average over the last several years in the United States. Meanwhile, S&P Global reports that China had 404 IPOs last year. China may keep the IPO lead, helped by friendlier regulation, they write. The bills that we are putting forward today will address this issue. I want to commend the chairman for giving this committee ample time to consider this legislation. These bills moved through regular order after 4 consecutive hearings in the Capital Markets Subcommittee, and many of them were written after a lengthy report was published by the committee last year on the 10th anniversary of the Jobs Act. This particular bill, H.R. 2798, the Expanding Access to Capital Act, contains many important provisions championed by my colleagues in our subcommittee hearings. I want to highlight Title 8 of Division B of this bill, which contains the language of my own bill, H.R. 2506, Restoring the Secondary Trading Market Act. This provision would amend Section 18A of the Securities Act of 1933 to restore the role of the federal government in regulating the secondary trading market. The provision would preempt state blue sky laws for off-exchange secondary trading in companies that make available current public information, including information required by Regulation A. The OTC Market Group provides executive services to over 12,000 securities, and they did a review on blue sky compliance of 395 companies trading on the OTC markets. Not a single one of these 395 was in compliance with all of the state jurisdictions, and only 0.5% in compliance for secondary trading in New Hampshire, California, Kentucky, Montana, North Dakota, Utah, and Virginia. This certainly highlights the need for this legislation. So, Mr. Chairman, I do ask as well unanimous consent to enter for the record a letter from the National Association of Manufacturers in support of this markup and this legislation.
Without objection.
Mr. Chairman, the National Association of Manufacturers represents the lifeblood of the American economy. They understand the importance of ensuring consistent federal standards across the secondary market for Regulation A securities. I'm sure every member in this room represents manufacturers large and small who depend on access to capital to build and grow their businesses. That is why we are offering these bills today. Mr. Chairman, your bill is pro-growth, pro-manufacturing, pro-Made in America bill. I urge my colleagues to support it, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Further discussion, further debate on the ANS. Make sure the subject. The ranking member seeks recognition for purposes of debate.
I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes for purposes of debate.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, Democrats all agree on the goal of expanding access to capital for businesses. We have a long track record of doing just that. We quickly supported small businesses during the pandemic with hundreds of billions of dollars in PPP loans, and in the American Rescue Plan, this committee secured $10 billion for the State Small Business Credit Initiative to provide an additional $100 billion in capital to rebuild. And these actions do not even touch on the historic infrastructure bill or the Inflation Reduction Act, which are ensuring that American workers, manufacturers, and companies will lead the world this century and for centuries to come. In fact, you and I have a solid track record of reaching bipartisan compromise when it comes to supporting small business, from passing balanced measures related to crowdfunding and angel investing, to passing an unprecedented $12 billion in equity investments in the smallest community lenders, community development financial institutions, and minority depository institutions. Given this history, I'm sure many watching today are wondering why this committee would be considering a bill that would cause long-term harm to all businesses trying to raise money. One of the reasons our capital markets are the envy of the world is because investors from around the world have confidence in the products they are investing in. That confidence is hard-won, to be sure. It comes from requiring companies to transparently and accurately tell investors and the public about the financial statements. It comes from legal protections for investors and a fair court system. It comes from the investor having the right to exercise their ownership through the proxy process. And importantly, it comes from having a regulator, the Securities and Exchange Commission, that sets clear rules for the road and enforces those rules to keep fraudsters out of the system. While our capital marketplace is far from perfect, trillions of dollars are invested every year because we, investors, are confident that they won't be ripped off. All of the investors, rather. But Mr. Henry's bill threatens to undermine our investor confidence and the long-term benefits given to companies by targeting many of the pillars supporting confidence in the markets. H.R. 2799 would eliminate much of the critical information provided to investors and the marketplace by dramatically expanding the number of companies that are able to offer securities without needing to register with the SEC or provide critical disclosures for ordinary investors. By exempting more companies from SEC regulation requirements, this bill expands the size of the private markets, which have rapidly grown to outnumber the public markets 2 to 1. As private markets increase, more investors place their nest eggs in private securities, which compared to public securities are less transparent, less liquid, have fewer legal protections, and ultimately more risky. House Republicans are trying to pass a bill today that would cut education spending, assistance for housing, health care programs, and many, many more by 20%. We've also seen Republicans propose Social Security. And now, with this bill, they are putting America's hard-earned retirement savings at risk too. This bill would also change critical definitions in our securities laws, like accredited investor, in harmful ways, even when there are bipartisan solutions we already consider today. I was pleased to support the bipartisan bills earlier today that made responsible adjustments to the accredited investor definition, but this bill destroys those bipartisan efforts. Finally, this bill would further reduce transparency in our marketplace by allowing more private funds, like venture capital funds, to avoid regulation with the SEC. This is not only harmful to investors who benefit from this information, it also raises national security concerns because these disclosures can include information about investments in companies that pose national security risks to the U.S. For all these reasons and more, H.R. 2799 is currently opposed by many pro-investor organizations, including the North American Securities Administration Association, the Consumer Federation of America, Americans for Financial Reform, Public Citizen, the Council of Institution Investors, and Center for American Progress, to name a few. So I ask unanimous consent to enter these letters of opposition into the record, and I strongly urge my colleagues to vote no on the bill, and I yield back.
Further discussion, further debate on the amendment and the nature of the substitute. The gentleman from West Virginia, Mr. Mooney, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Move to strike last word. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm pleased that this legislation, H.R. 2799, the Expanding Access to Capital Act, includes legislation I have, H.R. 2652, called the Investment Opportunity Expansion Act. And this committee has given proposals to improve our capital markets and help small businesses grow, and they've given them serious consideration that they deserve. Thankfully, many of the bills already voted on today received strong bipartisan support, and I hope we can continue that streak with this common sense package. I want to take a moment to highlight the inclusion of my bill, this Investment Opportunity Expansion Act, to expand retail investor access to the private markets. Over 99% of companies in the United States are privately traded, meaning retail investors cannot invest in them. Most companies remain privately traded because going public requires costly disclosure and registration requirements enforced by the Securities and Exchange Commission. To participate in the private market, current law requires individual investors to have an annual income of at least $200,000 a year or a net worth of $1 million. This is known as the Accredited Investor Standard. Unfortunately, current law essentially equates wealth with sophistication and excludes a large pool of very capable investors. This denies both the investors and these businesses opportunities to grow their wealth. West Virginians are some of the most penalized by this outdated requirement. In 2021, the median household income in West Virginia was $51,248, with only 4.4% of West Virginia households having an annual income of $200,000 or more, according to census data. This means only a fraction of my constituents are able to participate in private markets, regardless of their investment experience and expertise. My bill, the Investment Opportunity Expansion Act, would simply allow an individual to invest up to a total of 10% of their annual income or net assets in the private market, which is one of many common sense proposals included in the chairman's Expanding Access to Capital bill here today. Passage of this bill makes small businesses and investors better off while strengthening our capital markets. I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of this legislation. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back the balance of time. Further discussion on the amendment in nature of a substitute. Ms. Halchin is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you. A few weeks ago, I introduced my first bill this Congress, the Regulation A+ Improvement Act. I'm excited that we are now considering this bill as part of the larger capital formation package, and I thank the chairman for including it in the Expanding Access to Capital Act. I also want to thank the chairwoman of the Subcommittee on Capital Markets for her leadership and working with me on this legislation. Regulation A+ Improvement Act would increase the cap that small to mid-sized companies are able to raise through Regulation A on public markets, commonly referred to as a mini IPO. Regulation A is an exemption from the typical registration with the SEC that allows companies to access the money they need to grow without dealing with the red tape that comes with the full IPO process. As a member of this committee, I am committed to expanding options for everyday investors to build wealth while also making it easier for local and regional companies in Indiana and across the country to have what they need to grow. This bill is an important step towards helping small and medium-sized businesses access the capital they need to grow and build back the economy. I urge my colleagues to support this bill as well as the other important pieces of legislation within the broader capital formation package. Mr. Chairman, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields back. Mr. Barr of Kentucky seeks recognition to chair the Financial Institutions Subcommittee.
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the amendment in the nature of substitute.
Thank you. And Chairman McHenry, I want to thank you for your leadership in introducing the Expanding Access to Capital Act, which will materially increase the availability of capital to entrepreneurs, small businesses, startups in this country, which is desperately needed, frankly, for American competitiveness. And we don't need more regulatory impediments to new business formation in this country. All of these provisions will help with entrepreneurship and the startup ecosystem in our country. I want to speak to 2 provisions in the bill legislation that I've introduced. One, the Small Business Investor Capital Access Act. As you know, the Dodd-Frank Act directed the SEC to provide an exemption from registration for advisors to private funds that have less than $150 million in assets under management. But that threshold has not changed since 2010, and we all know what has happened with inflation. The Small Business Investor Capital Access Act provision in the bill would address this issue by adjusting the exemption from registration threshold for advisors to small private funds to reflect changes in inflation and the cost of living since 2010 to ensure that our requirements are staying up to date with the size of the economy and the growth of our markets. By doing so, the bill will ensure that small private fund advisors are not subject to unnecessary regulatory requirements and supports small business owners and investors who rely on private funds to access capital and grow their businesses. The second bill that I want to highlight here is the Developing and Empowering Our Aspiring Leaders Act, which is in Division B of the bill, Title VI. The United States has only 4.4% of the world population, but over 50% of the capital is raised here. This is a testament to our strong and diversified capital markets,
which provide American companies access to credit and capital raising opportunities in both public and private markets. But to support healthy capital markets in the United States, we need to be promoting access to private capital, not implementing requirements that limit the amounts companies may invest and raise in this space. And we need diversification across the country. We need access to private funds all over the country, not just in a concentrated few areas of the country. 18 years ago, the United States was home to 83% of global venture capital activity. Last year, that amount dropped to only 47%. Given the large increase in global capital competition and to ensure the U.S. remains the leader in this space, we must foster a balanced, fair regulatory regime for venture capital firms. That's why the Developing and Empowering Our Aspiring Leaders title of this package is so critical. Currently, the SEC's definition of a qualified investment excludes fund of funds investments, where large venture capital funds invest in smaller regional funds. Among other things, this provision expands the definition of a qualified investment to include fund of funds investments. Now, this is very important for places like Kentucky, outside of New York and Silicon Valley. It's important for entrepreneurs and small businesses in rural and I would argue underserved parts of our country outside of New York or Silicon Valley. Allowing larger VC funds to deploy more capital to smaller funds will facilitate a more diverse pool of VC funds, providing capital to a more diverse pool of founders located outside of these established VC and tech hubs. Importantly, this provision is not deregulatory and does not increase the risk that private equity or hedge funds will receive a venture capital exemption. There is still a multi-factor test that needs to be made to qualify as a venture capital fund. A version of this provision has previously passed this committee by voice vote. I urge my colleagues to move away from partisan politics and support policies that have been previously bipartisan. Supporting this provision and the capital formation package will strengthen our markets and increase capital formation for businesses in every corner of our country. And it will do so because it will give small venture capital funds access to greater liquidity, which in turn will allow those small venture funds to support the very startups and small businesses in underserved parts of the country. That's going to encourage entrepreneurship in the places precisely where we need it the most. I ask my colleagues to support this provision in this package, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Further discussion, further debate on the amendment in nature of substitute. The gentleman from Arkansas, the vice chair of the full committee, Mr. Hill, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Well, I thank the chairman. I want to join all my colleagues in thanking you for assembling this excellent group of bills under Expanding Access to Capital Act. I think it will definitely produce more public company opportunities, more investor opportunities, and more jobs in our country. I appreciate you including my very straightforward bill in Title I, which is to try to improve how companies count their capital to be considered for attracting more capital. And this is critical to capital formation, something that SEC Chair Gensler seems to ignore in this Congress. New companies are often looking to grow and raise capital, and for those who do so through acquisitions, the market capitalization test is one way to determine whether or not an acquisition is significant enough to require the target company's financial statements. This market cap test is important for investors to understand the size of one company versus another. But the way it works today, the test does not account for the full value of a company, as it leaves out certain classes of shares from the calculation. The market cap test should clearly demonstrate the real value of the company, not just specific shares. That's why my legislation would allow preferred stock and non-traded common shares that can be easily converted into trading shares to be included in the total market capitalization test. This is a technical area, but it offers a lot of clarification to companies that are trying to grow by acquisition. I urge my colleagues to vote yes for the chairman's bill and yes on this common sense provision. I thank the chairman. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Further discussion, further debate.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Lukemeyer, gentleman from Missouri, seeks
Move to strike
recognition.
last word.
Gentleman is recognized to strike the last word on the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I'd like to commend you for your leadership and thank you for including my bill, H.R. 2603, in this important piece of legislation. My legislation raises the thresholds and removes overlap in the definitions to qualify as a smaller reporting company, accelerated filer, and large accelerated filer. It also exempts certain low-revenue issuers from being required to have their management's assessment of the effectiveness of internal controls over financial reporting attested to and reported on by an independent auditor as required by Sarbanes-Oxley 404B. My legislation encourages many more small emerging companies to continue to grow and go public while ensuring they are not bogged down in burdensome, costly regulatory compliance while they can become large enough to support the legal, accounting, and compliance infrastructure of typical mature enterprises. We just had a bill that was promoted by our good friend Mr. Himes across the aisle that did the very same thing in a way from the standpoint of making it easier and cheaper for small businesses to exist and grow, and I think this falls right in line with that. According to the SEC's Office of Advocate for Small Business Capital Formation's 2022 annual report, for years we have seen a stark decline in the number of U.S. small exchange-listed companies. For example, in 1982, there were 4,140 U.S. small exchange-listed companies. In June of 2022, that number had fallen to 1,587. The report and many other studies overwhelmingly indicate smaller public companies are being smothered out by the continually increasing compliance costs of Sarbanes-Oxley Section 404B, with little to no evidence that the audits required affect the ultimate quality of financial reporting. In fact, a 2019 Columbia Law School review of this issue found the costs associated with compliance remain significant, and compliance does not appear to be accompanied by reporting benefits in the form of more information in internal control reports or more reliable financial statements. Lastly, my legislation and the ideas behind it are not new. In fact, previous iterations of the legislation received broad bipartisan support from my colleagues across the aisle, both aisles, in both the 114th and 115th Congresses. With that, Mr. Chairman, I urge my colleagues to support the bill as a whole, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Further discussion, further debate, further amendment. No further discussion on the amendment in the nature of a substitute. Any amendment? If not, there being no further discussion or amendment to H.R. 2799.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment on the desk. I thought I was on the list to be recognized.
Gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Garcia, seeks recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have
We
an
will
amendment
pause
at the
while the
desk.
amendment is distributed.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve point of order.
Gentleman from Missouri reserves a point of order.
Sneaky.
Thank you, Edward.
I thought you were asking for the text of the amendment. Okay, these are your documents for your amendment. Okay. Oh, you want your talking points for her amendment? No. Okay, for your, yes, that's what you.
I'm going to put fewer 200.
Have all members received the amendment? The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2799, offered by Ms. Garcia of Texas.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read. The point of order is reserved. The gentlewoman from Texas is now recognized for her amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. H.R. 2799 contains a provision extending the time frame and threshold for qualifying as an emerging growth company to 10 years and $2 billion, up from 5 years and roughly $1 billion. Emerging growth companies are required to make fewer disclosures, depriving information that investors need to make informed investment decisions. While we generally oppose raising these types of deregulation, I think I could bring many of my colleagues around to support this if it's limited. So my amendment would do just that. My amendment would limit this regulatory relief for pharmaceutical companies that conduct research and development involving rare diseases and addiction. My amendment does just that, allowing such companies to take advantage of this extension of the EGC qualifying timeframe and threshold. It would give them an incentive to enter the rare disease and addiction space, making it easier for them to go public and stay public with paired disclosure obligations without offering blanket deregulation to all EGCs. Pharmaceutical companies researching cures for rare diseases and addiction play an integral role in our society. They provide hope for patients suffering from these ailments, improve the range of treatment options available, stimulate innovation by developing new technologies that can be applied to other areas of medicine, and promote the economy by providing treatments that can allow sufferers to return to work and contribute to society. This amendment strikes the right balance between offering regulatory relief and instances where societies will clearly benefit. This is truly about serving the public good. I strongly urge all my colleagues to support the passage of this amendment, and with that, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Further discussion, further debate. Gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Stile, the author of the provision in the bill, is recognized for 5 minutes.
I thank the chairman. I thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your leadership for crafting this whole legislative package that we're now discussing an amendment to. In particular, as it relates to my legislation, which you've included in the broader package that I'm excited about, which is emerging growth companies, in extending and broadening that status to make sure that we're helping some of these small companies so they can focus on innovation, on job growth, rather than just complying with a more and more burdensome regulatory regime. And it's especially helpful for R&D and intensive startups while they're working, in particular, often on life-saving cures. And so I appreciate my colleague, Ms. Garcia, for I think recognizing the fact that a lot of these EGC companies are really, really important as it relates to medical research. And in your bill, I think, just over-tightens it. So I like the intellectual kind of dialogue here about how I think that, based on your bill, that you think it works, in particular as it will relate to some of these rare diseases. But I would offer the premise that if you do believe it works or would work for rare diseases, why not take that and take advantage of the fact that this works and broaden it as my underlying bill, as the chairman's package includes, for the whole broad array of research. So, for example, if an emerging growth company wants to do research into breast cancer or into cancer writ large, I think that's a great thing. It's highly capital intensive, research and development intensive. We know the life cycle before revenue is going to be coming into that company is going to be some substantive period of time. And it would seem that if we believe the premise is accurate, which I fully do, as our previous hearing on the topic, many of our witnesses agreed with my premise, and as I suspect that based on your amendment, you also agree that in general it would work, why not take advantage of that for all of the areas? So, Mr. Chairman, what I'm asking is, could we, I don't support the amendment, Mr. Chairman, because I think we can utilize this tool that I do believe works more broadly. And I'd be happy to yield to the gentleman if she wants to comment on that. But otherwise, would you like? I'd love to engage in a bit of a colloquy if you'd like, but I don't.
Well, just simply to say
I'll yield.
that I think the better strategy would be to start small. I mean, why open it up if you don't really know it's going to work? I think it could, but I would like to incentivize the research and development in those areas where people most likely wouldn't even look at, yet they're rare diseases. I mean, you mentioned breast cancer. Breast cancer, you know, I'm not going to say we've solved it, but, you know, Houston is home to the best of the world's best cancer research facility. They don't need an emerging company go to Houston to do something they're already doing.
Well, let me
We want them
read.
to go to
Understood.
those rare diseases that nobody wants to get involved with.
No, understood,
because
Ms.
it's too
I'm going to reclaim my time briefly, and I appreciate the dialogue here, because I think the underlying Emerging Growth Company Act, right, the 1 billion threshold, the 5 years, what we're looking at is expanding that, because I think we've actually seen a track record of success. And so we're right-sizing this and saying, let's take a program that's working, let's take the 5-year, the $1 billion number, my underlying bill, the bill that's in this package, then takes that and extends that to 1.5 billion 7 years. And why limit it just to one area? We've already, I think, proven that the underlying concept works, in particular in research and development intensive areas. And then let's take that as an opportunity to expand that for everyone. So I don't think we've cured breast cancer. We haven't cured lung cancer. There's going to be some big companies that are going to invest in there. That's good. But there's also some smaller tech companies that are doing really innovative stuff in this space for the health and benefit of all Americans. And so if we believe the concept works, which I think it does, if we think broadening the concept assists in driving more research and development, in particular into the health sciences, why limit it? So I respectfully, Mr. Chairman, do not support this amendment. I think the underlying text of the bill is well drafted, well thought out, and thinks it has the best opportunity to move American research and development forward. I appreciate you including it in your package, Mr. Chairman, and cognizant of the time, I will yield back.
Seeking recognition.
Gentleman, Mr. Stile yields back. The ranking member seeks recognition on the amendment, is recognized for 5 minutes.
I move to strike the last word. Mr. Chair, I would like to thank my friend, Ms. Garcia, for offering this important amendment. Emerging growth companies today enjoy certain regulatory advantages over other public companies, but they are risky for investors. EGCs lack an established track record of successful operations or financial stability. As such, it can be difficult to evaluate their potential for success and make informed investment decisions. EGCs also have limited financial resources, which can make it difficult for them to weather economic downturns or unexpected challenges. This can increase the risk of bankruptcy or insolvency. Emerging growth companies may also not have a large number of shares available for trading. This can make it difficult to exit an investment if needed. Emerging growth companies certainly can be risky, so we are very hesitant to deregulate them further. This is why Ms. Garcia's amendment makes sense. It says that regulatory relief should only be afforded to companies that are trying to cure rare diseases, endeavors that are often not profitable. So I support this amendment and I urge its passage. With that, I yield back the balance.
Gentlelady yields back the balance of her time. The chair of the Capital Markets Subcommittee is recognized, and I would ask the chair to, if she would yield to me at some point.
Absolutely. I thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I move to strike the last word. I want to applaud Representative Stile for his, I think, fabulous piece of legislation here that's long overdue, the Helping Startups Continue to Grow Act. This piece of legislation is meant to help all, let me underscore, all small business and emerging growth companies. I appreciate the spirit of Mrs. Garcia's amendment here. I believe members of this committee on both sides of the aisle agree that we can do more to support the treatment and the curing of addictions and rare diseases. But I feel that this particular amendment kind of arbitrarily limits the scope of the underlying bill and thereby the entire emerging growth company ecosystem. This bill is intended to promote innovation and competitiveness across all industries, especially small and emerging growth companies. So I would urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment. I'd be pleased to yield my time to the chairman.
I thank the chairman for yielding. This is an ill-designed amendment, and it misunderstands what emerging growth companies, the emerging growth companies provision of the Jobs Act has actually done to save lives and bring cures to the market. This is overly prescriptive, and it is actually just merely a partisan gimmick to have a vote about malaria. What we are doing here and what the emerging growth companies piece of the Jobs Act has done, and I would commend to the sponsor of this amendment, 212 biotech companies used the provision in the first 5 years to go public. In the first 5 years of this provision, those companies brought 18 new treatments to market through the FDA process. Life-saving cures have come through as a result of the emerging growth companies statute. So to be prescriptive, to say you want it to be in your jurisdiction or a certain neighborhood or about a certain cure misunderstands how powerful our capital markets can be when we properly unleash them. And that's what the Emerging Growth Companies Act does. And that's what Mr. Stile is trying to enable, life-saving cures to come to market, not in a prescriptive way by policymakers on the Financial Services Committee, but by the way that the market can unleash these cures. Those 212 companies, in the first 5 years alone, have employed 27,000 people. And they raised $17 billion, an additional $16 billion in follow-on offerings just in the first 5 years. In the previous 5 years to that, it's even more. It's even a greater extent. So the biggest piece of economic opportunity that has been unlocked by the Jobs Act is biotech. American biotech, that is the diverse workforce that everyone talks about and every politician talks about. They're across the country, and they're investing substantially and mightily as the bipartisan work of this committee and the bipartisan law that we got signed into law 11 years ago. This committee should be proud of the Emerging Growth Companies Act. We should not support an ill-conceived amendment. We should look at the larger issues that we have been able to unleash around life-saving cures. So we should be proud of the investment in biotech, and we should double down on that approach like Mr. Stile is going to enable with his provision of this bill. So I want to commend my colleague, Mr. Stile, for working on this to understand what he is unlocking and what he's unlocking on behalf of his constituents to cure cancer, to take those long-tail risks out of society, those orphan treatments, and be able to bring them to market. This is an amazing thing that the Jobs Act has done, and it's an amazing thing the biotech industry has been able to unleash and bring cures to market. So I yield back to my colleague, Ms.
I would yield to Mr. Stile for the last word.
Very briefly, I would just say I do believe, as the chairman said, that the underlying provision here of emerging growth companies has shown immense success. This is the opportunity to unleash more success. I would not recommend a vote for the amendment, but I will recommend a vote for the underlying bill. I yield back.
And I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentlelady yields back. Any further discussion, further debate on this amendment? Hearing none, there being no further discussion on Ms. Garcia's amendment, all those, does the gentleman from Missouri still insist on his point of order?
Yes, we move point of order.
Does the gentleman from Missouri withdraw his point of order?
Yes, I withdraw my point of order.
Thank you. The question now occurs on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Garcia. All those in favor shall signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed shall signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The noes have it, and the amendment is not adopted. Is there further discussion or further debate?
Recorded vote?
Mr. Chair, I'm going to ask a recorded vote.
All right. Chair will allow it. A recorded vote has been requested. All those in favor of a recorded vote, raise their hands. A sufficient number having raised their hands, a recorded vote is ordered pursuant to Rule 3C5 of the committee rules. A vote on the question is postponed. Is there further discussion or amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
Ranking member has an amendment at the desk. Clerk will distribute the amendments, and we'll pause.
Mr. Chairman,
for
I
that.
point of order.
The gentleman from Missouri reserves a point of order. Amendments are distributed. Without objection, the clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2799.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read. Mr. Lukemeyer reserves a point of order. The gentlewoman from California is recognized on her amendment. Yeah, you're recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, this amendment would require the private funds that would be deregulated through H.R. 2799 to disclose how much of their funds are invested in minority-owned, women-owned, veterans-owned, and rural small businesses. Many private funds toot their own horns about how they invest in such companies, but we don't have any verifiable data. I held a hearing on this issue last Congress where we heard testimony about how these small businesses are often ignored or passed over by venture capital and private equity funds. And Chairman McHenry held 2 hearings this Congress where 2 witnesses he invited also spoke about a lack of investments by these private funds into these businesses we all care about. It was just a month ago, we learned that Silicon Valley Bank housed the bank accounts of upwards of 50% of all venture capital-backed operating companies, which potentially amounts to tens of thousands of companies. However, most of those businesses were not women-owned or minority-owned, which unfortunately is not surprising. While I'm very concerned that we are further deregulating private funds with the underlying bill, especially as we just learned about their role in SVB's collapse going forward, we should know just how big of an impact they have for companies that historically lack access to capital. So my amendment is simple. As a venture capitalist or a private equity fund, tell us whether you do, in fact, invest in small businesses, rural businesses, veteran-owned businesses, or women or minority-owned businesses. With that, I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman.
Yields back. Is there further debate on the amendment?
Mr. Chairman.
Move to strike last word.
The gentleman from South Carolina, the author of this provision, underlying provision, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The purpose of ICANN is to allow capital to flow from larger financial markets into flyover state VC funds by forcing them to have burdensome regulation that even publicly traded companies don't have. It defeats the purpose of the underlying provision. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment and support the underlying bill. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Further discussion, further debate on the amendment. Hearing none. Does the gentleman from Missouri insist on his point of order?
I withdraw my point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman withdraws. If not, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from California, Mrs. Waters. All those in favor shall signify by saying aye. All those opposed shall signify by saying nay. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The noes have it, and the amendment is not adopted. Gentlelady requests a recorded vote. A recorded vote has been requested. All those in favor of a recorded vote, please raise their hands. A sufficient number having raised their hands, a recorded vote is ordered. Pursuant to Rule 3C5 of the committee rules, a vote on this question is postponed. Is there further debate on the amendment?
Green from Texas, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman from Texas, for what purposes does the gentleman seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Lynch has an amendment at the desk. I would like to offer it on his behalf.
The clerk will distribute the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, is there a point of order?
Gentleman from Missouri reserves a point of order. The clerk will distribute. Do all members have a copy of the amendment that seek to have a copy? If not, the clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2799, offered by Mr. Lynch of Massachusetts, offered by Mr. Green of Texas. Page 35, line 9, strike.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read. The point of order is reserved. The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Green, is recognized for 5 minutes to explain the amendment he's offering on behalf of our colleague, Mr. Lynch.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Lynch's amendment would amend the Gig Worker Equity Compensation Act provision to require any company that awards unregistered securities as part of their compensation package to pay a living wage and provide health care for the gig worker. This amendment would also permit the employee to be able to redeem these unregistered shares for cash whenever she or he wills. SEC Rule 701 exempts offerings of private company shares when used to compensate employees, consultants, and advisors. The bill being considered would expand this rule to allow private companies to provide equity awards to gig workers and customers. I urge my colleagues to consider the risk of offering gig economy workers unregistered securities. Companies that employ gig economy workers, such as rideshare or food delivery companies, have been criticized for the way in which they exploit workers and pay notoriously low wages. In fact, a 2020 study that used pay data of DoorDash workers across the country found that the average worker made $1.45 an hour. This provision could further expand the ways in which gig economy workers are exploited by exposing them to additional risk. Gig workers often have even less knowledge of important company information than employees. These offerings are illiquid and thus not an adequate substitute for cash or cash equivalents, benefiting only the private issuer. The shares are also highly subject to liquidity and valuation risk. If we choose to move forward with this provision, we should work to ensure that at a bare minimum, we give gig economy workers a living wage and health care. A gig worker who delivers burritos should also be able to buy that burrito. I urge members to support this amendment, and I yield back the balance of the time.
Gentleman yields back the balance of his time. I strike the last word and seek recognition in opposition.
Monsieur.
Gentlemen, I recognize myself. This amendment seeks to treat gig workers like traditional employees, which they're not. The provisions of this amendment would trigger something outside of our jurisdiction, which are wage and hour laws, the offering and provision of health care, and then the question of wages being defined in terms of an hourly income. Those two things are outside of our jurisdiction. They're in the Education Workforce Committee. We can't remedy those things within the four walls of this committee, although I think it's a worthwhile thing. I know Mr. Green is offering this on behalf of our colleague, Mr. Lynch, so I would not engage him in a colloquy to defend another person's product. But the underlying provision that is being amended here is a bill that I've authored in a previous Congress to address what I think is a serious hole in our securities offering. And that is when you create a company and the key elements that enable that company to function well don't get included in the ownership of it or the value creation of it, while employees do, that is an important distinction that I know my Democrat colleagues want to remedy. And they want to remedy it in a different way than what the underlying bill does. A small number of employees, of people in our society are gig workers, but disproportionately they're working for high-valued startups, and they are the enabling function of high-value startups. So you think of the first person and the first set of drivers for Uber. If they not only got the pay that they got for engaging in the activities, but if they got on top of that, not to replace that, right? And I would, this would be the colloquy I'd want to engage in with Mr. Lynch was, how do we put provision in here and protection so it doesn't take away somebody's pay, but it's in addition to? Wouldn't we want that? Wouldn't we want those first drivers in Uber to have the same type of opportunity that the people in the C-suite got, that got really wealthy off of these new creations in the app and gig economy? Wouldn't we want to link those two things up so that Uber driver could have a retirement account filled? That would be an amazing thing. Now, of course, we have the provision to make sure that it's not a replacement for people getting paid well. But I would like to bolt on those types of protections so that not just the C-suite gets offerings of a company that is a high-growth company, but the gig worker also gets that in addition to what they're doing. So the protections that are offered in this, I seek those goals. But I must reject this amendment because of, well, for a couple of reasons. One is it doesn't give us a mechanism to address those issues within this jurisdiction. But if there is sincere interest to work on making sure that gig workers get access to equity and bolt onto it, I would love to go figure out a way to do that in a way that not only gets my Republican colleagues, which I have with this provision, but gets my Democrat colleagues. So we can address this inequity in the marketplace and ensure that the average worker gets equity in the companies that they're helping build. And so that's what my provision does. So I urge opposition to this amendment, understand the goal here, and think it is a laudatory goal, but the mechanism to do it is not within the contents of this bill. So I urge a no vote. Now seek, yield back. Ranking member seeks recognition, recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word. Mr. Chair, I would like to offer my support for Mr. Lynch's amendment offered by Mr. Green. This is sensible. It is simple. It says a private company that awards its gig workers with the securities of the company should also pay a living wage and offer health care. Importantly, it says the private securities that are offered as a bonus shall be redeemable upon demand by the gig worker. As you know, these securities often do not have a market to be traded on. So the amendment would permit the gig worker to swap the securities for cash if she or he wants. With that, I yield back the balance of my time. It makes so much sense. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Is there further discussion, further debate?
Gentleman
Gentleman
withdraws
from
his point of
Missouri
order.
withdraws his point of order.
Mr. Chairman.
If not, gentleman from Massachusetts moves to strike the last words in support of his amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the idea here is, as I know has been previously stated by the ranking member, is that the issuers here subject to this legislation would not be required to pay workers health benefits and a living wage unless they try to take advantage of the benefits within the bill. So it does not seek to insert the provision for a living wage. It just makes the benefits of the bill conditional on their awarding those, enjoying those benefits if their workers are treated with respect by granting them a living wage and health benefits. So you're right, we could not dictate a benefit be paid within the bill. However, we can deny employers the benefits of this bill unless they meet certain conditions. And that's what the intent of this amendment is. So just on the technicality of that, I want to make it clear to the chairman that that was what we were trying to do. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Further discussion, further debate? Hearing none. The question now occurs on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Green, on behalf of the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Lynch. All those in favor shall signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed shall signify by saying nay. In the opinion of the chair, the nays have it. The nays have it, and the amendment is not adopted. Is there further discussion, further debate? If not, we'll move into recorded vote being requested. All those in favor of recorded vote, raise your hands. If there's sufficient number having raised your hands, a recorded vote is ordered pursuant to Rule 3C5 of the committee rules. A vote on this question is postponed. Are there further amendments or debate? If not, further proceedings on the recorded amendment votes are postponed. Pursuant to notice, we will now call up H.R. 2798, the CFPB Transparency and Accountability Reform Act. Oh, I didn't recognize you. I already disposed of this. We'll come back. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 2798, the CFPB Transparency and Accountability Reform Act. The clerk will report the bills, copies of which were distributed in advance.
H.R. 2798, to make reforms to the Bureau of Consumer Financial Protection and for other purposes. Being enacted by the Senate and House of Representatives of the United States of America and Congress assembled. Section 1, short title, table of contents. Short title. This act...
Without objection, the bill is considered as read and open to amendment at any point. The gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Barr, has an amendment that each year is substitute, copies of which have been distributed in advance. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute...
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read and will serve as base text for the purposes of amendment. I recognize the gentleman from Kentucky for 5 minutes. The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, the CFPB Transparency and Accountability Reform Act will hold the most authoritarian, partisan, unchecked agency in our financial system accountable. For far too long, the CFPB has dodged transparency and accountability to Congress and the American people. Republicans in Congress, and hopefully Democrats as well, will no longer allow the agency to operate against the best interest of our financial system and the businesses and consumers who operate within it. The CFPB is ripe for reform. It consistently evades statutory mandates and fails to comply with the Administrative Procedure Act, all the while harassing businesses it oversees and perpetuating administrative law fouls. We saw firsthand just last week how badly the CFPB needs more oversight when the news broke that a now former employee perpetrated a major and illegal data breach that included sensitive information of more than 250,000 consumers and around 50 financial institutions. The examples for cause are numerous. My bill puts forth common sense reforms that every member of this committee should support to rein in the agency's widespread regulatory overreach and to vindicate the Congress's important role in the appropriations process and the separation of powers. Specifically, the legislation converts the Bureau into an independent agency led by a bipartisan commission. It eliminates the Bureau's funding stream from the Federal Reserve and brings it into the regular appropriations process, providing meaningful oversight over the agency. Establishes a dedicated Inspector General for the Bureau, separate from the IG they currently share with the Federal Reserve. It revises the CFPB's mandate to promote more private sector participation and less government interference in our markets, creates a new Office of Economic Analysis and requires cost-benefit analyses for all guidance, orders, rules, or regulations of the Bureau. It protects the backbone of our economy, our small businesses, by requiring the Bureau to specifically consider the impact of proposed rules on small entities. And it encourages whistleblowers to report on violations of consumer financial law by allowing for the distribution of monetary awards when original information results in successful sanctions. The CFPB is currently run by a single partisan director who serves for 5 years. This allows far too much political sway to come into play at this agency. The CFPB was established to protect consumers, not to play politics. Unfortunately, however, the Bureau's current leadership is more interested in pushing the Biden administration's agenda than providing consumers with options and access to financial services. By transforming the leadership structure into a bipartisan 5-member commission, the CFPB will operate in a balanced, fair, and democratic method. Additionally, without an IG dedicated to rooting out waste, fraud, and abuse, there is no meaningful oversight of the director, the agency, or how taxpayer resources are being used. The changes in the leadership structure made in this package will significantly increase the checks and balances on the Bureau. Congress does have a powerful oversight tool, the power of the purse, as set forth in the Appropriations Clause. What Madison said was the most effectual check against overreach and tyrannical actions by the government. This is necessary to conduct oversight and prevent rogue regulators. However, the CFPB was designed to not be accountable to Congress in many ways. One of those is that it's funded by the Federal Reserve, which is also not subjected to appropriations. This has made the agency double insulated, extremely opaque, and impenetrable to oversight. The CFPB simply orders a block of money from the Fed rubber stamps the request, and no meaningful oversight takes place. The Fifth Circuit struck down the CFPB's funding structure. The court held that the CFPB's funding mechanism is unconstitutional, as it is double insulated from oversight and scrutiny by the Congress and the American people. The Supreme Court will review the Fifth Circuit's decision in the fall. The Fifth Circuit said, unlike nearly every other administrative agency, Congress placed this staggering amalgam of legislative, judicial, and executive powers in the hands of a single director rather than a multi-member board or commission. The most anomalous is the Bureau's self-actualizing perpetual funding mechanism. And that is why this is unlike any other agency in the entire federal bureaucracy. This funding mechanism differs greatly from financial market regulators such as the FTC, the CFTC, and the SEC. This point was noted in the Fifth Circuit's ruling when they said the agency's funding is insulated from, and I quote, from Congress's purse strings that is unprecedented across the government. This novel and unprecedented funding mechanism provides little understanding of the Bureau's budget and how the agency uses its resources. Therefore, it's time we bring the CFPB under congressional watch and require the agency to undergo annual budget and appropriations reviews. Under leadership of Director Rohit Chopra, the Bureau has adopted regulating without rules. Instead of following the law Congress put into place, Chopra has regulated through enforcement, press releases, and blog posts. This has led to extreme confusion and uncertainty for the industry. When rules change under every new director and every new blog post, it's harmful to the strength of our consumer protections, financial choice, and innovation of the U.S. businesses. In sum, the CFPB is an unserious, unprofessional laughingstock. We need this bill to protect laws, consumers, and businesses.
Gentleman's time has expired. The chair would like to make an announcement about the schedule. When floor votes are called, it's my intention to finish the discussions here. Whoever's debating at that time, and then we'll proceed to votes. We'll recess. When we come back from votes, assuming it's a short vote series, then we'll come back as soon as we have people, in seats, and we'll proceed with roll call votes at that time. And then for the rest of the evening, we'll do real-time votes and try to proceed through here with whatever amendments may be offered on this final bill of the evening. And so that's the chair's intention, for us to come back for roll call votes, roll into amendment debate, and finish out the evening in real time. So with that, is there further debate? I'm sorry, so the chair made that announcement. The evening can go faster, but that is in members' control. With that, the ranking member is recognized for 5 minutes for purposes of debate of the ANS.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I do move to strike the last word. I strongly oppose H.R. 2798, which is pulled from an old, tired Republican playbook that they have used ever since Democrats created the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau when we passed Dodd-Frank into law. While Republicans imply they're trying to improve the agency by using words like transparency and accountability, we all know this is yet another attempt to undermine and tear down this popular and highly effective federal watchdog for consumers. One of our Republican colleagues even bragged at a hearing last month that he introduced a bill to repeal the CFPB, so we know what the ultimate goal is. Since its founding, the CFPB has fought for consumers, holding bad actors accountable, and putting a stop to fraud and abuse. To date, CFPB has returned more than $16 billion in relief to over 190 million consumers who have been harmed by illegal, deceptive, abusive, and discriminatory practices. And yet, this bill would change the CFPB's funding so congressional Republicans can reduce the agency's resources on a whim. Do you see Republicans trying to weaken the bank regulators? No, they are singularly focused on the one agency that fights for consumers against predatory lenders and other bad actors. This bill would also place a series of additional administrative requirements on the CFPB to slow down the CFPB's work and make it this bill fails to resonate with what American voters of all political stripes across the nation. As I noted before, a December 2022 poll found that nearly 80% of voters, including 75% of Republicans, approve of the CFPB and want the agency to continue doing its job of protecting consumers and regulating the financial services industry. Congress approval rating, by comparison, is just 20%. And I would argue that our approval rating is so low because we waste our time considering bills like this that attack popular institutions like the CFPB and popular programs like Social Security and Medicaid. If this was truly a bill that supported consumers, then why do consumer groups strongly oppose it? There's a broad coalition of more than 70 national, state, and local organizations representing not only consumers, but also workers, service members, civil rights groups, and mission-driven lenders that strongly oppose this bill. Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to enter their letters into the record.
Without objection.
I stand with these groups and hundreds of millions of Democrats, independents, and Republicans that support a strong CFPB. I strongly urge my colleagues to vote no, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields back.
Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman, Mr. Lukemeyer, the former chair and ranking member of the Financial Institutions Subcommittee and author of major sections of the bill, is recognized for 5 minutes.
I move strike last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
For too long, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, the American economy has wanted and needed Congress to increase oversight and transparency at the most powerful federal agency in Washington, D.C., the CFPB. Particularly in recent years, the Bureau has regularly ignored its intended mission of protecting consumers in order to pursue the personal and political crusades of its unaccountable director. Mr. Barr's legislation, which includes 2 of my bills to rein in the CFP's power by establishing an independent inspector general at the Bureau and by replacing the director with a bipartisan commission that would bring notable changes to the director's power and put the Bureau in line with other financial regulators. Further, they will eliminate the ability to use the Bureau as a tool to carry out political vendettas and prevent massive policy swings with each administration. Under Chairman McHenry's leadership, this committee has correctly emphasized our duty to perform prudent oversight on financial regulators. Nowhere is that oversight needed more than the CFPB. Mr. Chairman, with that, I urge support of the bill. I yield back to balance of my
Gentleman
time.
yields back. Further discussion or debate on the amendment in the nature of substitute. Ms. Velasquez of New York is recognized
Thank you,
for
Mr.
purposes of debate.
I move to strike the last word,
Gentlelady is recognized.
and I speak in opposition to Mr. Barr's bill. Today's package of bills on the CFPB threatens the Bureau's funding, organizational structure, and its ability to monitor the marketplace by impeding the rulemaking functions. This bill will undermine the CFPB's authority to regulate the lending and financial services markets, weaken it from the inside, create roadblocks in its ability to protect consumers from harm. Specifically, Titles I and II will change the CFPB's independent funding, which is capped by statute, so that it becomes subject to the appropriation process, as well as the agency's single director leadership structure to a bipartisan commission. These measures will dial back the impact of key decisions that Congress made in 2010 when it passed Dodd-Frank and created the CFPB to insulate the agency from the partisan and special interests, ensure it can operate nimbly and in an accountable manner, and has the resources needed to protect consumers in the financial marketplace. Titles 4 through 6 will impose additional or duplicative requirements on the CFPB. Those measures will water down CFPB's existing authority to promulgate rules that protect consumers, slow down the CFPB work, and make it easier for financial companies to challenge the consumer protections CFPB is authorized to enforce in the court system, among other things. These measures completely ignore the existing requirements CFPB must already meet, including conducting cost-benefit analysis during the rule-making process, as well as high standards the agency has to meet, including convening small business review panels and being subject to a provision allowing the Financial Stability Oversight Council to review and overturn its regulation. This package represents the latest in the string of actions taken by the Bureau's opponents since its inception to limit the CFPB's effectiveness. In 2019, the Trump administration appointed Kathy Kreninger to the helm of the CFPB, who in her tenure took steps to weaken critical consumer protections and relax enforcement against financial institutions. The Supreme Court decided to review and appellate decisions by the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals that ruled the Bureau's funding structure was unconstitutional. This suit was brought by payday lenders because the Bureau tried to tame the exorbitant fees and terms the industry has long forced onto consumers. Republicans have no problem letting debt collectors prey on and harass hardworking families while simultaneously refusing to pay our nation's debt and pushing the U.S. closer to becoming a deadbeat nation. Committee Democrats are sounding the alarm. This bill is at odds with Democrat and Republican voters alike who support the CFPB. A bipartisan poll from December 2022, 4 in 5 voters are supportive of the CFPB's mission to regulate the financial industry and protect consumers. This is likely due to the CFPB's long and successful track record of protecting consumers. Since 2011, the CFPB has protected consumers from unfair, deceptive, or abusive acts or practices and taken action against companies that break the law. Since its inception, the CFPB has provided $16 billion in relief to approximately 192 million consumers harmed by financial companies in the form of monetary compensation, principal reductions, canceled debts, among others. And for all these reasons, Mr. Chairman, I oppose this legislation.
Gentlelady yields back. Further discussion, further debate. The gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Norm, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
I guess my concerns, and I've expressed this to Mr. Barr, and I applaud Mr. Barr for his reasoning in wanting to rein in the CFPB. All you had to be present to see Chopra when he was pretty smart on how he answered things, but to not respond to any of our requests, to not do anything, and he's judge and jury. But here's my concerns about the bill. One is growing government. They're establishing another commission, and the qualifications for the members is 5. No member of the commission shall engage in any other business, vocation, or employment. That means they're getting a full-time job. They put politics in it. No more than 3 members of the commission shall be members of any one political party. The President of the United States appoints them and with consent of the Senate, but it's putting politics in something that is interesting to say the least.
when you look at the compensation, the chair shall receive compensation at the rate prescribed for level 1 of the executive schedule under section 5313 of Title V. When you look that up, it goes through a litany of, I guess, agencies that have salaries for their different chairmans and different men: Secretary of Defense, Chairman of the Nuclear Regulatory Commission, Chairman of the Council of Economic Advisors. You're talking about a huge fee in salaries that are going to be paid for the fees that are paid. This will incentivize a dictatorial agency to go after and weaponize everything within their power to get the fees up. I don't know what how much money's in that account, but that's what pays the commission. But I guess the main thing that I guess is my concern is that it sets up an agency that has a litany of things that they ask Mr. Chopra to come up with: the statement of the need, the explanation of why the Bureau must undertake the proposed regulations, whether the regulation is duplicative, a whole list. Now, if you ask Mr. Chopra to justify his fees and why he's bringing action against different banks, he's going to come up with some great, in his world, he's going to come up with a lot of things to justify why he's doing what he is doing. But now, as far as the Supreme Court, this is the way they pay the staff of Mr. Chopra is basically he just submits a bill and the Federal Reserve prints the money. They don't know where it comes from. So my view on this, it ought to be abolished. And this just creates another commission with another salary and doesn't really get the job done. I applaud what Mr. Barr is doing. I think with a committee like the Financial Services, we ought to come out strong and say the thing ought to be abolished for the very reasons that we saw Mr. Chopra in his dictatorial way that he handled the interview with us, which is totally unacceptable in my opinion. But it's for those reasons that I will be voting against this. I yield back.
Further discussion, further debate on the amendment in the nature of a substitute? No further discussion, no further debate on the amendment in the nature of a substitute. In discussion with staff, had a discussion that we should then, out of respect for members' amendments, recess until after this next vote series, at which point we will move into amendment debate. Is that correct? And then we'll why don't we, sorry. Yeah, we're still in the amendment in the nature of a substitute debate. No amendments have been offered on this. So we'll pick up on A&S, and my expectation is my Democrat colleagues don't think this bill is perfect, and we'll have perfecting amendments that we can discuss. So if my understanding was the staff had an understanding here, that we will come back and have that debate, and then we'll proceed with real-time votes and kind of accommodate people's schedules that way. Is that clear? Okay, I just want to make sure. All right, fantastic. We'll recess until after floor votes. Committee stands in recess. ready?
Yes. Thank you.
The committee will come to order. We'll resume debate on the ANS offered by the gentleman from Kentucky. Is there further debate? Gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Fitzgerald is recognized for 5 minutes for purposes of debate.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
As we have discussed quite a bit today, the CFPB is in dire need of accountability and reform. The CFPB has abused its authority to advance a political agenda that harms small businesses. Congress repeatedly has urged the CFPB to narrowly tailor its rules to specific consumer abuses. When the Small Business Regulatory Enforcement Fairness Act was enacted in 1996, Congress intended to ensure federal agencies thoroughly understand how their rules affect small firms and the use of the information to eliminate unnecessary burdens. Over time, the process has been treated as merely a check-the-box initiative where outreach is made to small businesses, but their feedback is not adopted in the final rulemaking. That's why I was proud to work with a number of members to introduce the making of the CFPB Accountability to Small Business Act, which is included in this package that we have before us this evening. The bill requires the CFPB to presume that size and sophistication-based tailoring of regulations are needed in all panel reviews. If tailoring is not undertaken by the panel, they must issue a justification. I would urge my colleagues to vote in favor of the underlying bill and yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from New York, Mr. Meeks is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, there's one thing that I keep scratching my head on. I can't understand. I just don't understand it. You know, and I've said it before in this committee, how my colleagues on the other side of the aisle continue tries to put handcuffs on a bureau that is there to help people, that is a voice for common everyday people. What we really should be talking about is how and what we can do to strengthen the CFPB so that people have a much louder voice, not pull the rug from under them and undermine the authority of the CFPB to regulate lending and financial service markets. I'm baffled. I really am. I'm baffled by my Republican colleagues who continue to attack the CFPB, an agency that has been looking out for their constituents also, not just mine, all of our constituents. I don't know how many, maybe many people were not here in 2008 during the economic crash, or maybe they don't remember or don't want to remember. But I know those of us who were here saw firsthand what happened to people, the American people, and particularly in black and brown communities. And at that time, they were not guarded by the protections created in Dodd-Frank, which caused us to say that everyday people, because we saw that everybody had a voice except everyday people. And so the thought was to create an agency that would have them first, not the financial institutions who has a voice here. They have lobbyists and others. The one that did not seem to have anything to talk to and work and to make sure that the products that financial institutions were putting out were not fraudulent and would not hurt the everyday American was the reason why we created the CFPB. And we didn't do it just for a certain segment of the country. We did it for all people. We didn't do it for just Democrats. It was for Democrats and Republicans and independents. It was one of the most impactful parts of the legislation was providing and creating the CFPB so that they could provide a more even balance of power so that companies don't necessarily always have the loudest voice in the room. You know, we've got to have somebody that's here to look out for the everyday person. And we here in Congress, we're not on the beat every day going out. We needed to create something that would have the expertise to look at some of these products, examine these products, and make a determination of whether or not it was good for everyday folks. We might have known that they were good for business because the business folks can come and tell us, the financial institutions would come and tell us what they thought they were. But if you're going to do this right, you got to have a balance. There had to be someone on the other side. And there should be times where the CFPB and the financial institutions would agree, because it's a good product that could help Americans with their financial needs and be able to guide them. So I don't get it. I'll conclude with where I started. I just don't get it. Why doesn't my Republican colleagues want to protect their constituents, have a voice from experts that is there simply for the people? That's what I think we all got elected for. Let's figure out how we can make this bureau stronger for the consumers. And when we do that, we help level the playing field, and we help grow the dream of all Americans, of the American dream. They don't lose their homes by bad products. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Scott, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Yes, and let me begin by saying I'm an echo chamber for everything this gentleman, Mr. Meeks, said best. And let me just add to this. And several of us were here when we created this. The CFPB, Transparency and Accountability Reform Act, threatens all that work that we had to come to when this economy was on its knees. Unemployment rocket high. Home foreclosures rocket high. It was this committee that put together the CFPB to help our consumers survive in this unprecedented, historic moment. And here we come back here with this. And then on the floor a few hours ago, I was over there talking about trying to help her save the SNAP program. Damn, it seems like everything that we have done to help those that need the help the most survive this economic system, this juggernaut that we're in. And this act does so much. One, what the Republicans, and let me say this about Republicans, because I have friends who are Republicans, they're very intelligent. I have worked with them for 21 years, and they are sensible people, but they have lost their senses when it comes to reaching out and helping the American people who need help the most. They want to take on this bill, the food stamps, the SNAP, from needy veterans, disabled, grandparents, putting work efforts on 65-year-old citizens, and millions of children. And now we got this bill. Let me just take a moment to explain to you what it, so you all can see. One, it threatens the Consumer Financial Protections funding. No more money, short circuit what you were doing. Secondly, it basically destroys organizational structure and the ability to monitor the marketplace by impeding their rulemaking and operational functions. That's the heart, the lungs, the entire blood supply of the whole body of the CFPB. If that ain't assassination, I don't know what is. And I want my Republican friends to wake up here. I got a district. We all got districts. I got Republicans who are in need in mine. You think I turn my back on my Republican constituencies? No. And I don't believe my Republican friends will have some Democrats in their district. So I don't know why you're doing this, but I tell you what I'm thinking is you want to get rid of CFPB to deal with the bills, the debt we're having, the debt ceiling, all that. This whole Congress has been made on cut, dismantle, destroy everything we put together. And the failure to appropriately regulate consumer financial marketplace, that was the central cause of the 2008 financial crisis, which totally, as I laid out to you, devastated the U.S. economy and cost tens of trillions of dollars, millions of jobs. It was this committee that came together and put, Miss Chairlady will tell you, when we put the hardest hit together. That's what focused it. And we went to Obama. We voted not to pass that first step because it didn't do anything. And when he got mad with us, called us over there and everything, and we said, Mr. President, you can't solve this problem by just saving the banks and Wall Street. You got to do something to save the homes, the foreclosures, the joblessness. So anyway, thank you for that extension, but let me just say this. I love my Republican friends over there. I want you to come to Jesus on this.
Say it.
Gentleman yields back, and the call has been made, and hopefully the answer will come when we move the previous question. Is there further discussion, further debate? Are there amendments to offer?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
Does the gentleman from Massachusetts wish to speak on the ANS or offer an amendment?
No, I have an amendment at the desk as well, but I will yield to the ranking member.
No, you make it. Go ahead, Mr. Please, you go ahead. Would you call on him, please? I'll be last.
Sure. Mr. Lynch of Massachusetts seeks recognition for the
I believe I have an amendment at the desk, Mr. Chairman.
Someone has an amendment at the desk? Clerk will distribute. Do we have a copy of the amendments? We don't have a copy of it?
With you, with you. I just don't want to go right now.
Hey, Reverend, what I want to say is.
Oh, Lord. Hopefully.
I appreciate the effort, though. You're doing God's work, literally.
We are.
Yeah.
Kim?
Oh, it's terrible.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to reserve point of order.
Gentleman from Missouri reserves a point of order. Do all members have an amendment? All members have a copy of it?
Oh, this is a great quote.
Does any member not have an amendment, wishes to have an amendment? Clerk will report.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2798, offered by Mr. Lynch. Insert after Section 1 the following. Section 2, FSOC determination effective date. This provisions of
Without
the-
objection, the amendment is considered as read. A point of order is reserved by the gentleman from Missouri. The gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Lynch, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In the aftermath of the 2008 financial crisis, which left 21 million Americans without work and about 9 million families without homes, we in Congress passed the critical Dodd-Frank Act, which created the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. And in doing so, Congress transferred many of the powers from other prudential regulators, including the Federal Reserve, the Office of the Comptroller of the Currency, and the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation, to the CFPB, and thus we intended to provide a funding stream that would allow the CFPB to meet its mission. The CFPB is charged with enforcing federal consumer financial laws and has a number of tools to accomplish that task effectively. The CFPB has successfully fought for consumers, made markets more fair, and stopped fraud and abuse across the financial marketplace. In total, to date, the CFPB enforcement actions have resulted in nearly $16 billion returned to over 192 million Americans who have been harmed by illegal, deceptive, and discriminatory practices of various companies. The CFPB has effectively made consumer financial markets fairer, more transparent, put money back in the pockets of wronged consumers, and police the rules of the road that make the financial system work better for responsible businesses and responsible consumers alike. My amendment would require the Financial Stability Oversight Council to study this law and certify that in one year that it will not increase systemic risk or contribute to a financial crisis. If they cannot make such a certification, then the bill will not take effect. The CFPB was born out of a financial crisis, and as policymakers, we work to ensure that such a vast amount of consumer harm would never happen again, and so we passed the Dodd-Frank Act. This agency works every day to prevent such crises. While my Republican colleagues may have forgotten the painful costs of the 2008 financial crisis, back when we did not have a CFPB, our constituents have not. That crisis, which was fueled in part by predatory, no-document mortgage loans and wild use of derivatives, resulted in at least 6 million individuals and families losing their homes through foreclosure, and as I said before, millions more lost their jobs, while the unemployment rate shot up to 10%. We've recently had other crises caused by large banks like Silicon Valley Bank that could have been far worse if it wasn't for the emergency actions of the Treasury, the Fed, and the FDIC, and the added capital reserves that were required under Dodd-Frank. It's critical that we do not enact yet another deregulatory law that would not only leave consumers more vulnerable to being ripped off, but also create a systemic risk and contribute to other financial crises. So I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I yield back. Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further debate on the amendment? Mr. Barr of Kentucky, the chair of the Financial Institutions Subcommittee.
Move to strike the last word.
Recognized for 5 minutes.
Well, I thank my friend from Massachusetts for engaging in the debate and asking another unaccountable bureaucracy to usurp the democratic prerogatives of the American people. I don't know what my colleagues on the other side have against the idea of democracy. I don't know what my friends on the other side of the aisle have against the Constitution or the separation of powers or their own legislative authority. I don't know why they continuously want to give unelected, unaccountable bureaucrats in these agencies authority over their constituents and give away their own power. This really isn't a partisan issue. This should be a bipartisan effort to vindicate congressional authority, legislative authority. Why we keep wanting to give these unaccountable, unelected bureaucrats, whether at the CFPB or the FSOC or any other alphabet soup agency, your power? My rhetorical question is, do you not think you have the capacity, the ability to protect your own constituents? Why do you think some unelected, unaccountable bureaucrat at the CFPB or the FSOC can protect consumers better than we can, or promote efficient, effective markets better than we can? You know, my good friend, and I really respect both Mr. Lynch and my good friend, Mr. Meeks, but I don't understand why my colleague from New York, Mr. Meeks, says we're trying to put handcuffs on this agency. The Constitution is not a handcuff. The Constitution is what we swear an oath to defend. The separation of powers is an idea that has made sure that government is accountable to the people, that we are a government of, for, and by the people, and that government acts with the consent of the people. Why would we not want the policymakers in our government to be responsive and accountable to the American people through their elected representatives in Congress? That's what this bill, this CFPB reform bill, is trying to do. But what my friends on the other side of the aisle, some of them are saying, is the CFPB should be completely out of reach of oversight of the American people and their elected representatives in Congress through the appropriations process, through adherence to the Administrative Procedures Act, through a bipartisan commission, even an inspector general. They don't even want an inspector general. They don't even want cost-benefit analysis. They want unelected, unaccountable bureaucrats to be immune from democracy and dictate what products should be available to the American people. My friend from Georgia, who I respect very much, says that we should be looking out for the everyday people. My question is, why does anyone believe that increasing the interest rate on credit cards for subprime borrowers who pay on time is a good idea? When you give unelected bureaucrats the power to micromanage our economy, this is the result you get, hurting the very people they say they're trying to protect. Why do they think that it's a good idea to encourage more Americans to pay late fees on credit cards? Is that looking out for the everyday person? What about the taking away the convenience of avoiding dishonoring a payment at the point of sale with a merchant? When people knowingly choose to pay an overdraft fee as opposed to having the embarrassment of being turned away at the point of sale, knowing that they're paying for the convenience here. How is that protecting low-income Americans? Forcing them to be embarrassed to have their payment dishonored at the point of sale. How is it in the interest of the everyday person to have an unelected bureaucrat say, no, you can't have this financial product that's going to allow you to get to work, to make your car payment? The point is this: even if we disagree about the regulation, the rule, the guidance, shouldn't we, the elected representatives of the American people, have a say in any of this? Isn't that what democracy is all about? My friends, the Constitution is not handcuffs. Putting legislative power in with executive power, in with judicial power, in an agency completely unaccountable and insulated from political accountability, that is not democracy. That is inconsistent with the Constitution. Let's restore accountability, let's vindicate the Constitution, and let's vote for this bill.
Gentleman's time's expired. The ranking member seeks recognition and is recognized for 5 minutes.
I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady's recognized.
You know, I just heard impassioned speech about why we want to give our power away to unelected bureaucrats Now, I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this, but we have members of Congress elected by the people who give their power to Wall Street and to big banks and to other special interests every day. And some even get their talking points from Fox News. So I don't want to hear about the fact that we are working with our ability to have legislation and to work with the agencies that have the responsibility for not only dealing with our concerns, but helping to make the decisions about these very important issues that we're dealing with. So I don't want to hear about being in love with the Constitution now. Former president said you should do away with the Constitution. I didn't hear anybody saying anything about that. And so the democracy is at stake. And don't forget January 6th, where people really refused to even denounce what happened. So enough about that. I support this amendment led by Representative Lynch, which would add guardrails to ensure that H.R. 2798 won't contribute to another financial crisis in the same way weak consumer protections contributed to the 2008 financial crisis. We saw shameful, predatory practices and consumer abuses like the sales of no-doc mortgage loans in the lead-up to 2008 crisis that hurt so many families, resulting in millions of foreclosures. Have Republicans already forgotten about that crisis? And recently, we saw the damage that deregulation can cause when Congress and financial regulators reduce safety and soundness requirements on large banks like Silicon Valley Bank. Since Congress passed Dodd-Frank, which created the CFPB and the Financial Stability Oversight Council, consumers have had a watchdog that they can rely on to stand up to big companies that try to rip them off. And the financial system had a new watchdog looking out for new risk as the financial sector continues to evolve. It would be a good idea to have FSOC take a look at the bill and certify that these reforms would not contribute to systemic risk, as I fear they may. And so, who's requesting? I yield to, who's requesting?
Mr. Lynch.
I yield to Mr. Lynch. Thank you.
Thank you. I have to say, it's pretty rich that my friend across the aisle, after January 6th, that he would pound away at the Constitution and how this debate over a regulatory piece that centers on the only agency in the U.S. government
gentleman will
that is
suspend,
specifically.
The chair would ask members to address their comments to the chair and not engage in personalities.
Fair enough, fair enough. It is still very rich for any member here to accuse, in this debate about the CFPB, of someone being violative of their responsibilities under the Constitution. Let me leave it there. Please remember that the reason that we had to pass Dodd-Frank was that each of our constituencies was unprotected. We were unable to protect our constituents. There were 9 million of our constituents that lost their homes. Unemployment went to 10% because we did not have a cop on the street. We have a lot of responsibilities here in Congress, and measuring the creditworthiness of individual people who are trying to buy a home is not within our purview. We're just not in a position to judge that. So we put the CFPB in that position to basically monitor those who were issuing mortgages. We made sure that capital reserves were strengthened. But to suggest that we can do that better, in addition to everything else we do, and that we designate power every single day to different agencies that have the expertise and the talents and the resources to do the jobs that we don't have the time or the mandate to pursue.
Gentlelady's time's expired. Gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Lukemeyer, seeks recognition, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Speak on the amendment. You know, this amendment wants to have FSOC, of which the CFPB, by the way, is a member, which is like the fox watching the henhouse. Is quite problematic in many respects. That is one of them. The other thing, it says we will not increase, they're going to have an analysis made so they will not increase systemic risk or contribute to financial crisis. What does that mean? They're going to do economic analysis of this amendment, of our bill. Now this really strikes me, I won't use the word rich, but it really strikes me as unusual here, as really kind of what is going on here, moment, from the standpoint that this agency doesn't fall under the Administrative Procedures Act. They don't do an economic analysis of every one of their rules and guidance that they put out. You want to help us? You want to make this right? Put the CFPB underneath the Administrative Procedures Act, and you solve your problem, and you actually put something in law that's got some teeth, and make them do an economic analysis of every single one of their rules, every single one of those guidance things that they've been enforcing, illegally, by the way. This is how you solve the problem, not with this. I have debated, and we've been looking at doing a bill to do that very thing, to put them underneath the Administrative Procedures Act. And I think I'd be happy to have Mr. Lynch, the sponsor of this amendment, to be a co-sponsor on that bill when we get to it. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Further discussion, further debate. Gentleman from Texas, Mr. Williams, is recognized for 5 minutes.
I thank my friend from Texas, and let me once again thank my friend from Massachusetts. And just to kind of cool down the rhetoric just a minute, I know that the gentleman's motives are pure, and that my friends from Georgia, my friend from New York, and all my colleagues on the other side of the aisle want the CFPB to do the right thing, to protect vulnerable borrowers, consumers. I know the motives are pure, just as the motives of members over here are pure, and that we all condemn attacks on our democracy in whatever form they come. And we all share that viewpoint on both sides of the aisle. But here's the thing, that even if your motives are pure, and even if you think that everything that the CFPB does is for the right reason to protect consumers, it still has to follow the constitutional design. It still can't achieve those virtuous objectives that you believe in an unconstitutional way. And that's the problem here, is that as well-intentioned as the designers of the CFPB may have been, and the defenders of the CFPB are today, the Constitution does not permit the manner in which this agency operates. That's why there's a case in front of the Supreme Court. That's why the Fifth Circuit struck down the constitutionality of the funding mechanism. That's why the Supreme Court in Celia law already struck down the unconstitutional limits on the president's removal power, which, by the way, allowed President Biden to remove Kathy Kreninger. This is really not a partisan issue. This is about upholding the constitutional authority of the Congress. It should be a completely bipartisan enterprise to say, you know what, we're not going to let the executive branch, whether the CFPB, whether the FSOC, or any other alphabet soup agency, take our power away from us. That should be a bipartisan congressional effort. Now, let me just say one additional thing about this particular amendment and putting the FSOC in the position, yes, of fox guarding the henhouse, as my friend from Missouri pointed out. But I would point out another thing. If we actually have confidence in the FSOC, we need to look in the mirror. We just had a bank failure, Silicon Valley Bank, Signature Bank, Silvergate, First Republic is in trouble. And FSOC completely missed it. And the FDIC and the Fed and Treasury said this was a systemic risk. And what was the FSOC doing for the first 2 years of this administration? Putting out thousands of pages of reports on climate risk. What a laughingstock of a financial stability oversight council. This entity, this multi-agency entity, is on political wild goose chases when fundamental basic interest rate risk is hiding in plain sight. And so now we want to put that joke of an agency in charge of deciding whether or not this is going to increase systemic risk? I'll tell you what's going to increase systemic risk is when we cede our authority, the elected representatives of the American people, to a bunch of ivory tower bureaucrats. And we think that if we just mimic the authoritarian concept of experts in agencies micromanaging economies, that somehow that's going to protect consumers. Let me tell you what protects consumers. Vibrant, competitive, diverse, liquid credit markets where consumers can walk with their feet. When they are mistreated, they can reject the services and products that are offered in the marketplace. And when they can go to someone else. That is what protects consumers. And so I would submit that this amendment is not a good idea. And I would encourage my colleagues to not only vote against the amendment, but also vote in favor of making the CFPB an accountable, transparent agency. And my friend from, I will yield to my friend from Michigan.
If the gentleman will, thank you, I appreciate that. So on March 17, Chairman McHenry and Ranking Member Waters requested the GAO, a nonpartisan watchdog, to evaluate and investigate those bank failures. Problem is, Treasury is not allowing FSOC to send that information. They're sending it to GAO, but they will not send it to Congress, just to underscore what my friend was saying, and I yield back.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Texas's time has expired.
Mr. Chairman?
Any further debate on this
Chairman?
amendment? Mr. Sherman of California, you seek recognition on this amendment.
I am indeed.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
I rise in support of the amendment, and I rise in support of the CFPB. Those who question its constitutionality should simply wait for the courts. I don't see this as the place to adjudicate a constitutional dispute. This Congress, in wake of the 2008 debacle of the private sector, decided that we needed to see some protection of the system from systemic risk and from the consumer, from consumer abuse. I think we made the right decision then, and it is a unusual argument to say the Supreme Court is about to decide whether something is unconstitutional, so let's abolish it on the grounds that we think it's unconstitutional. Now, as for the idea that competition and a vibrant market is enough to protect consumers, I'll point out that Wells Fargo created millions of phony accounts. I don't see how the vibrant market protected consumers from that. But I do see how the CFPB went in and got recompense and imposed fines, and we need a strong and powerful CFPB. It is not a fair fight for the consumer to be up against all the money on Wall Street. Money and power and lobbying is here to prevent us from protecting the consumer. Fortunately, we have a CFPB that is more or less insulated from that. And consumer protection at the present time needs to go forward with more consumer protection, not less. Then we're told that somehow FSOC is responsible. A lot of pressure on the regulators to go easier on medium-sized banks and to take them away from the intense enforcement that we provided for when we passed the Frank bill, or the Dodd-Frank bill, we decided those institutions needed that level of protection, and unfortunately, Congress decided under a different majority, decided otherwise. As a result, we saw a group of banks numbering just 2 or 3 dozen, and 3 of them need to be rescued and 1 or 2 are teetering. Why? In large part because we've gone along with a system where a bank can have billions of dollars of losses on its portfolio, but not show those losses on its balance sheet, and not have those losses call upon it to have greater capital. Silicon Valley Bank didn't go down because they made bad business loans. Silicon Valley Bank went down because they bought long-term bonds at a time just before interest rates went up. And they wanted to enhance their profits. They needed tougher regulation, not less regulation. So we need regulation to protect the solvency of our financial system. We need regulation to protect consumers. We need the CFPB, and that's why I support this amendment. I'm looking around to see, and Mr. Lynch, I will yield my time to you.
Thank you. Just very briefly, number one, FSOC is charged with the responsibility of reviewing legislation under their, and the impacts of legislation under their purview. So, and they report regularly to Congress on the impact of legislation that's been passed or proposed. So if you go to their website, there's a whole menu of reports that they've submitted to Congress on various issues, from the operation of the government to mortgages to various other policy issues. They have an Office of Policy Review and Analysis. So the idea that they aren't equipped, they're actually the best agency that we have available to review the impacts of legislation. So this is what they do. So this isn't a strange effort in terms of what we're asking them to do in this amendment. Secondly, the courts did not rule that the stream of funding was unconstitutional. The gentleman is incorrect on that. You're right that there's a live case before the courts, but it doesn't deal with the legitimacy of the funding stream that allows them to operate. The court held that that was properly in place and has not given direction to discontinue it. So just wanted to straighten out those inconsistencies offered by my colleagues.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Loudermilk, is recognized on this amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to yield my time to the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Barr.
Thank you. I'll be brief. Just to address the two points that were made. First, note to the gentleman from Massachusetts. So the Supreme Court case pending right now does in fact deal specifically with the constitutionality of the funding mechanism of the Bureau. And the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals held that that was unconstitutional, that it was a double-insulated, highly unique funding mechanism that is unconstitutional. So it is the CFPB that is appealing to the Supreme Court to defend its constitutionality. I would submit to my friends on the other side of the aisle who are defenders of the Bureau that if you want to save this agency, take a look at our bill, because our bill remedies the constitutional infirmity. Now, perhaps the gentleman from Massachusetts was referring to the previous Celia law case in which the Supreme Court struck down another dimension or aspect of the structure of the agency.
Gentleman, yield.
Just a minute to finish the point. I will, but just a minute. And that was the unconstitutional limitations on presidential removal power. So it's not just the funding mechanism that's unconstitutional. It was also the Supreme Court's decision in Celia law. I do have a point about Wells Fargo, but I'll yield for a minute to the gentleman from Massachusetts.
The D.C. Circuit and the Second Circuit ruled that
I have to yield back to the gentleman from Georgia.
I'm sorry.
Thank you. I'll yield time to Mr. Lynch.
I thank the gentleman. So the DC Circuit and the Second Circuit have both ruled that the stream of funding was proper. It was not unconstitutional. But
Yeah, so
the whole
there's a
case
circuit
is up before
There's a circuit
Supreme
split.
Court, so.
I recognize that there is a circuit split, but if I could reclaim my time on the Wells Fargo point, but the case before the court is on the Fifth Circuit decision. So it is, and I would argue that it's pretty blatantly clear that if you have an agency of the executive branch that gets its funding through an opaque and arbitrary formula from another agency that is also exempt from the congressional appropriations process, that basically sets its own budget, that's funding in perpetuity, that can carry forward its funding in perpetuity, that is a politically, democratically, and otherwise completely unaccountable agency where there is no meaningful congressional oversight, where Congress has completely ceded its most effective weapon, in the words of James Madison, the author of the Constitution, the most effectual weapon in terms of checks and balances, just given it away. The Appropriations Clause doesn't allow that. It never has and it never will unless you amend the Constitution. So maybe you want to amend the Constitution and create this completely unaccountable bureau that gets its funding in a self-perpetuating way forever and never have any accountability to the American people. Maybe that's what you want. But if you wanted that, you would have to amend the Constitution to do so. On the point on Wells Fargo, the CFPB missed Wells Fargo. If this is such a great agency that protects consumers, why didn't the CFPB prevent Wells Fargo from opening up false accounts? This was after Dodd-Frank. This was after the CFPB.
Will the gentleman yield?
Just a minute to my friend from California. The California Attorney General figured this out, not the CFPB. The CFPB might come in on the back end and issue a press release, hey, pat itself on the back. But Wells Fargo is a case of total and complete failure by the CFPB. Where was the watchdog? Missing in action. You know why? Because there's no accountability. Because they're more interested in spending more money per square foot on the renovation of their headquarters than the Bellagio Hotel. Because they have no accountability. Because they pay their people more than any other bureaucrat in the entire federal government on a pay scale. Because they don't have rigorous cost-benefit analysis. Because they're more interested in press releases than actually protecting consumers. Because they don't support a competitive and efficient credit markets. They're interested in taking away services and products from the American people. That's not protecting the American people. So if you really want a professional, serious, independent agency, you do what we're trying to do in this bill, which is make it a bipartisan commission where it's subject to congressional
Thank the
appropriations.
gentleman for yielding.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman's time has expired. Does any other member seek to speak on the First Amendment on the bill?
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
The lady from New York is recognized for 5 minutes.
I yield to Mr. Chairman.
For the purposes of debate on this amendment.
There is no greater proof of the effectiveness of the CFPB than that there is so much political power in this town trying to muzzle them. They are effective, and the knives are out for them. Yes, they may not monitor each time an account is created at Wells Fargo, but they were there to impose effective punishment, and you can be sure that no other bank thinks it's in their interest to open up a lot of phony accounts. It seems odd to say we need effective consumer protection. Let's muzzle the CFPB, the most effective consumer protection organization in the financial services space that we've ever seen. With that, I'll yield to anyone else, and I think I've made my point, and I'll yield back. Oh, I'll yield back to the, yes.
Gentlelady from New York yields back.
Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman from Texas seeks recognition
Move
on
to
this
strike.
amendment. Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Learned today that in the United States District Court for the Southern District of Texas, McAllen Division, that the Texas Bankers Association, the Rio Bank of McAllen, Texas, have filed suit in federal court against the CFPB. There's a lot of discussion about going back to what the constitutional founders would believe, and that nobody is above the law, and that this was written for the reason to make them above the law and they're unaccountable to people. But today, this lawsuit was filed. The lawsuit was filed, and seemingly it makes sense when you hear what it's about, Mr. Chairman. You will easily get it. Specifically, it's to challenge the final rule issued by the CFPB on March 30th, 2023, to amend Regulation B to implement changes to the Equal Credit Opportunity Act by 1071 of the Dodd-Frank Wall Street Reform and Consumer Protection Act, known as Dodd-Frank. In addition to bolstering loans that were made to minority and women-owned businesses, the Dodd-Frank Act added a list of reporting requirements to banks and other small businesses in 2010. It was done for a reason. Amended in law by the Financial Services Committee with the United States Senate, signed by the President. President signed this. The rule is called 1071. Rather than advancing the goals of growing the number of loans made to minority women-owned businesses through CFPB, the CFPB is now going to take that issue on with the new rule that is going to hinder that lawful statute. The agency took the original 3 pages of legislation and the 13 reporting data points reported and required by the statute and turned them into almost 900 pages of rulemaking. 13 pages to 900 pages, requiring a new rule that requires banks to develop and implement new software and compliance mechanisms to comply with over 80 reporting requirements that the CFPB says they now have to do to comply with helping women and minority-owned businesses. This is onerous. This is the type of specifically of over-regulation and overreach that will mean that people will quit giving loans to people because of the onerous nature. And the people who would want to take out the loans know it also. How hard it is to comply with federal law of 13 pages now went to 900 pages, and reporting requirements, things that the CFPB then can come in and say, where was this question answered? And exactly what about this? And it means that the process to give a loan to a minority or women-owned business becomes exponentially more expensive and time-consuming, and takes a long time for that bank to make a decision instead of on the facts of the case or the merits of the case of what is material to the loan, to the business plan to help that person. It now means that banks will begin looking at women and minority-owned businesses as something that is not well received, not something that they would want to do. Now, I don't know how you can explain that the CFPB is the hero in the financial services industry, how the CFPB is there to make sure that they're going to right every wrong. But what they're going to do is intentionally make it more difficult for a woman or a minority-owned business to get a loan. They're going to make it more expensive, more time-consuming, more difficult, and it even puts that person who takes out the loan at risk also about them answering all these questions. That's why we have problems. I yield back my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Cleaver.
Move to
is
strike the
recognized.
last word.
Gentleman is recognized for debate on this amendment.
I would give time to Ms. Velasquez, the member from New York.
Thank you for yielding. First, the main purpose of Section 1071 is to facilitate fair and transparent lending to ensure there is no discrimination taking place. A 2010 report issued by the Minority Business Development Agency found that businesses owned by people of color receive lower loan amounts than white-owned firms. The average loan received by high-sale firms owned by people of color was $363,000 compared to $592,000 for white-owned firms. We held a hearing in the Small Business Committee, and this is what we heard from our witness. She said this rule could help the market to better address both the lack of access to affordable capital and the rise of irresponsible lending, and she is a lender. Second, as lenders, the better we understand these businesses, it will help us tailor products and services to meet their needs. She said this rule helps spur additional investment in small businesses, which is the best way to reduce inequities without having to create new government programs. Instead, it would allow us to do what our organizations have successfully done for years, expand access to capital for underserved communities and underinvested entrepreneurs. And let me just say this. Section 1071 will not impose significant costs on community banks or decrease small business lending. In terms of compliance costs, it is believed that most financial institutions already collect most of the information that is included in the rule, and any extra costs or costs passed on to any applicant will be minimal. The CFPB estimates that any additional cost or application fee will only be as little as $28. That is a minimal cost when compared to higher rates and fees that women and minority-owned small businesses are currently forced to pay. The CFPB has strived to ensure that the data they collected will not be overly burdensome on small business institutions. Any cost will be minimal, and the overall net positive benefit outweighs the minimal cost borne by the lender.
Will the gentlelady yield on that point?
Yes, I will yield.
I'm sure the CFPB says that it's not going to cost much. It's their rule. My constituent small business lenders tell me that they're going to exit the small business lending market. And the ones who say they're going to stay in, that are small banks, they say that they're going to originate up to 99 small business loans and no more per year. Because beyond that, they're going to be inundated with compliance costs. So is the idea...
Reclaiming my time. Okay. Under the final rule, a covered financial institution is defined as a financial institution that originated at least 100 covered credit transactions rather than 25 as proposed for small businesses in each of the 2 preceding calendar years. Loan officers will not be required to make their own determinations of an applicant's race, ethnicity, or any other demographic information, a change to the proposal thought out by the American Bankers Association, telling you that, yes, they listen to the stakeholders, they listen to the American Bankers Association, and they made changes accordingly. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Is there further debate on the amendment? If not, there being no further debate.
Mr. Chairman, I withdraw my point of
Gentleman
order.
withdraws his point of order. The question now occurs on the amendment offered by, still Lynch? Okay. It's been a while, sorry. By the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Lynch. All those in favor shall signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed shall signify by saying nay. No. In the opinion of the chair, the nays have it. The nays have it, and the amendment is not adopted.
Recorded vote is requested.
A recorded vote has been requested. All those in favor of a recorded vote, please raise your hand. A sufficient number having raised their hands, a recorded vote is ordered pursuant to Rule 3C5 of the committee rules. A vote on this question is postponed. Is there further debate on the ANS or further amendment to the bill? If no further amendment, no further. The gentlelady from Ohio, for what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Pause we'll pause while the clerk distributes.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve a point of order.
Gentleman from Missouri reserves a point of order. Clerk can distribute, please.
Yes.
Not the Coke you want, brother.
Do all members have a copy of the amendment that? The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2798 offered by Mrs. Beatty. Add at the end of the following, subtitle VII, Protecting Veterans.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read. A point of order is reserved. The gentlewoman from Ohio is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member. Mr. Chairman, it seems like old battles are new battles again. Or maybe it's new battles or old battles. But I'm dismayed by the efforts by my colleagues across the aisle to weaken and undermine the CFPB. We all know, just look at the facts. CFPB has a long and successful track record of protecting all consumers, Republicans, Democrats, urban, rural, from all backgrounds and all income levels. We've talked a lot about the history, Mr. Chairman, from 2010 with Dodd-Frank, 2011 with the very first CFPB director from not only my state, but from my district, Richard Cordray. And we know through his leadership and President Obama, the CFPB has defended consumers nationwide from unfair, deceptive, and abusive practices and intervened to prevent fraud and abuse across the financial services industry, returning roughly $16 billion in consumer relief through the enforcement of actions through the years up to 2022. Now, we've heard a lot about Wells Fargo. We've heard a lot about the number of employees. But nobody happened to mention that there was a person, Mr. Chairman, that was appointed by the Republican president. And before that, that director said the place was a farce. It was a joke. Many of us heard it right here, that he was going to blow up CFPB. Mulvaney. Mulvaney goes in as the director. He didn't blow up anything. So sometimes the rhetoric we say and we see on the outside, when he got in there, you mentioned Wells Fargo. When we look at Wells Fargo, it was $500 million suit because they're abused. He didn't say anything about it. He went with it. You talked about the salaries and the employees. 1,700 employees were employed there when he got there. And from the time he left and when Cranjinger got there, the only differential was 10 people. And probably half of them retired or left to get a better job.
And
So they
if
didn't-
the gentlelady will yield, those are probably the folks that work most closely with Mick. I say that
Those
as a
were
friend.
the
It was meant
folks
to be a
that were
joke.
on
Come
the
on.
cases, Mr.
Come
Chairman,
on.
with all respect, that helped with those abuses against Wells Fargo's and others. And we know the line employees work for the people. And that's how we got to the $16 billion. But let me move on. Because we know that the CFPB has effectively increased transparency, made consumer financial markets more fair. This is all just facts. And ensured that financial institutions and businesses act responsibly to protect consumers. Further, the CFPB is overwhelmingly supported by Republican and Democratic voters. 4 in 5 voters supporting the CFPB's efforts to regulate the financial industry and protect consumers. Efforts to water down CFPB's authority will disrupt and delay its work. So let me just go to, since I have a minute left, let me just go to the good part that I know you're gonna like. We have veterans on the other side of the aisle from all over the country, Georgia, Wisconsin, South Carolina, and we have veterans on this side. So here's what this amendment would like to do. This amendment acknowledges the heightened financial risk faced by those who have honorably served our country and puts necessary measures in place to protect them. So we want this amendment to require that financial institutions subject to the CFPB's regulations offer veterans an account that does not require a minimum balance, does not charge overdraft, or non-sufficient funds fees. It would require a mortgage lender to get a court order before foreclosing on the home of a veteran who has been served honorably in active duty in the Air Force and was discharged and released under honorable conditions. Finally, it will require mortgage lenders to offer an interest rate reducing refinancing loan to a veteran as long as they currently live in the home. So I'd like you to take a look at that, and I'm urging all members to support my amendment, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Does any other member seek recognition? I respect you both, but we'll go to Mr. Davidson, who is
I'm an
our
Ohio
senior, and-
veteran, Fred.
Well, we're going Ohio on Ohio here. We could be lighthearted about it and everybody get along as we're disagreeing. We'll go to Mr. Davidson for 5 minutes.
I think the chairman, and as I appreciate that my colleague is looking out for veterans. You know, it is an honor to have served our country in uniform and to get this kind of bonus round to serve in a different form of active duty with a very similar oath to support and defend our Constitution. I appreciate that this amendment pays attention to veterans, but frankly, veterans who served honorably don't need the government to provide some sort of special protection for them if they refuse to pay their bills. If they don't pay their mortgage, then they should be subject to foreclosure. They have an obligation to pay their loans. And one of the best benefits veterans have is the VA home loan. Now, it's not as good a deal as I thought it was when I signed up for my VA home loan when I first got off active duty and bought my first home. And we were so excited to buy that first house, a fixer-upper, back home in Ohio after I left active duty. But then as I started working through the closing documents, I go, wait, I'm going to pay more money. It's going to be rolled into the mortgage. It isn't as good of a deal as it looks. Now, it was great. It made it so we didn't really have to come up with as much on a down payment. And I used some of those savings to start a business instead of tying it up in a home loan. The veteran service rightly has a lot of benefits. One of them is VA home loans. The idea that somehow veterans now need some other protected status in mortgages or in rent, subject to eviction or foreclosure, you know, maybe something that the Veterans Committee, the VA Committee could take up. but I really don't think it's germane or appropriate to do this to CFPB. And I think, look, there are things that even Director Chopra's done that I could say I like. I like that he's paid attention to privacy. I don't like much else, and a lot of people in the committee don't like much about CFPB. I remember our former colleague, Mick Mulvaney, who had gone over to OMB and served as acting director of CFPB after Director Cordray left. And I remember acting director Mulvaney highlighting how Director Cordray had spent $42 million on advertising with the same ad agency that was going to run his ads for his campaign for governor of Ohio. And to highlight how broken the structure at CFPB was, Mr. Mulvaney pointed out that he could spend 2 or 3 times that with anyone he wanted, Breitbart News, Drudge Report, whoever Democrats would find not palatable, and there's nothing that Democrats could do about it. They could ask him questions at the once-directed annual, you couldn't cut the funds, and at that time you couldn't even fire the director. The court intervened to say that the director isn't constitutionally appointed by the law, and that at least has been reformed by the courts. But the reality is this body has the same sort of oath to our Constitution to defend it. The courts did defend it and say you can't do that. This body should have defended it and said, look, even if I agree with some of the purpose of the thing, we can't unconstitutionally construct something, and we can't unconstitutionally fund it either. And that's what the underlying bill does. So I appreciate the reference to veterans, and it may be debatable to have some other benefits for veterans, but the idea that you get a benefit that says you don't have to pay your bills and then we make it harder to kick you out just because you're a veteran, I don't think veterans want that. That's not the reason I served, and I don't know very many people that's why they served either. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The ranking member seeks recognition on the amendment, and the gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. I support this amendment led by Representative Beatty, which would require financial institutions to offer veterans a bank account with low or few fees and would provide veterans with similar mortgage and foreclosure protections that service members have under the Service Members Civil Relief Act. Research has shown that for veterans, smaller financial problems, such as a single bounce check, can lead to larger financial concerns, including the possibility of losing their homes. Representative Beatty's amendment will help strengthen veterans' financial security and keep veterans and their families in their homes. Ladies and gentlemen, let me just say that as I took a close look at Ms. Beatty's bill, her amendment, I could not help but think about the number of veterans that contact my office who are looking for some help in getting disability that has been either denied by the administration, or the records are lost, or some other kinds of interferences have taken place. Now, there are many instances where we need to correct what is done with veterans in so many different ways. What Ms. Beatty is proposing is mild when you take a look at what the needs are. I want to tell you, we fight hard for veterans' disabilities, and we are winning. Sometimes it takes months to do it, but yeah, they're going to lose their home. They're going to be on the street. One of the things we should be shameful about is the number of veterans that we have on the streets every night in this country. And so, for everybody who claims they love the veterans, that they have made a sacrifice for all of us, when it comes down to what you're willing to do for them, then there's a different story. I support this bill. I think that it would be just a very small effort to assist veterans in some real ways, and I would ask for your aye vote on the bill, and especially all of those who go out every day talking about how much they love our veterans. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The Vice Chair of the Committee, Mr. Hill, is recognized for 5 minutes.
I thank the chairman, and I appreciate this well-intentioned amendment to support veterans by giving more power to the CFPB by creating a new title, creating new authorities for the CFPB. And I think I speak for everybody here on both sides of the aisle. We spend a disproportionate amount of effort in our district offices helping veterans, as the ranking member just discussed. Personally, in my 8 years of service in the House, I've had a wounded warrior on my staff the whole time, sometimes up to 3. And we have helping veterans in our district office as a preeminent part of our mission. And just last week, we announced that we'd hit $41 million in earned benefits returned to veterans in the 2nd District of Arkansas over that work and leadership by our Wounded Warrior team. Arkansas also doesn't tax retirement income for veterans, so feel free to consider moving. We're a very affordable state if you're a veteran. And many financial institutions offer special access to veteran loans from the VA, which are, as my friend from Ohio said, good, reasonable product, and many banks offer free checking. So look, I think the financial services industry is very sensitive to supporting our veterans. I don't think they need to be incented anymore by this mandate from a new mandate, a new title of authority from the CFPB. Also, I would tell my friends that there is an Office of Service Member Affairs at the CFPB now. And in fact, that Deputy Director, James Rice, testified before the Senate just last week, talking about all the things that the CFPB currently does for veterans. Handling complaints, coordinating military education resources, coordinating financial literacy resources geared directly towards the military families and veteran families to protect them from scams. He testified that the customer complaints that the CFPB receives from veterans are essentially precisely the same ones they receive from non-veterans. And he went over in detail about how they enforce the Military Lending Act, the Credit Card Practices Act, the Fair Debt Collection Act, the Accuracy in Veteran Mortgage Servicing Act, and stated that he had recovered $175 million in relief over the 12 years of the CFPB's efforts benefiting veterans through public enforcement. So what's interesting about that testimony, Mr. Chairman, is that nowhere did Deputy Director Rice suggest that the CFPB needed additional authorities in order to service our important veteran population in the kinds of authorities and enforcement of consumer statutes that the CFPB already has. So in my view, I'm not supportive of this amendment because I think the amendment goes into actually the responsibility of the bank regulators and goes into the authority already vested in the VA and HUD related to housing. And so I would oppose the amendment. I thank the gentlewoman from Ohio for offering it, for her care for veterans, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion, further debate on the amendment? Hearing none. Does the gentleman from Missouri insist on his point of order?
I withdraw my amendment, or my
Gentleman withdraws. If not, the question now occurs on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Ohio, Mrs. Beatty. All those in favor shall signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed shall signify by saying nay. No. In the opinion of the chair, the nays have it. The nays have it. The amendment is not adopted. Recorded vote has been requested. All those in favor of recorded vote, raise their hands. A sufficient number having raised their hands, a recorded vote is ordered. Pursuant to Rule 3C5 of the committee rules, a vote on the question is postponed. Is there further discussion or amendment on the bill?
Mr. Chair,
Ranking member seeks recognition.
I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will distribute. And we'll pause while that is being done.
Mr. Chairman, I reserve point of order.
Gentleman from Missouri reserves a point of order. Do all members have a copy of the amendment? Any member not have a copy of the amendment? The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2798, offered by Ms. Waters of California.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read. A point of order is reserved. The gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. My amendment would ensure that nothing in H.R. 2798 would limit the CFPB's authority and capacity to reduce excessive, harmful junk fees. While Republicans act like they don't know what a junk fee is, constituents in my district and across America know exactly what these are: inflated, hidden, or back-end fees that cut into consumer savings. President Biden, in his State of the Union address, highlighted several types of junk fees people in America are slapped with every day when paying health care bills, utility payments, and others. The financial services marketplace is littered with these fees, which include surprise overdraft fees and unreasonably high late fees charged by credit card companies. I, along with many others, were glad when Director Chopra announced the CFPB's initiative last year to tackle junk fees. For example, in a letter to the CFPB, the AARP wrote, and I quote, "AARP applauds the Bureau for examining junk fees across the consumer financial landscape and urges the Bureau to act decisively to rein in anti-consumer practices." End of quote. Pressure from the committee under my leadership, combined with CFPB's research on mega banks, overdraft fees, and its guidance and enforcement actions around surprise overdraft fees, have resulted in several banks, including some mega banks, to voluntarily eliminate such fees. These voluntary changes alone are expected to result in $3 billion in savings for consumers. The CFPB recently announced a proposed rulemaking that would limit credit card late fees to $8. CFPB's research has shown that cardholders living in low-income neighborhoods paid, on average, twice as much in total late fees as those in the richest areas. The CFPB's proposal is expected to save consumers up to $9 billion annually. I strongly support CFPB's work to reduce the junk fees, and we must ensure their authority and capacity to do so is not infringed by this toxic bill. So I urge members to support this amendment, and I yield back the ballot.
The lady yields back. Further discussion, further debate. The gentleman from Kentucky, Chair of the Financial Institutions Subcommittee, seeks recognition and is recognized for 5 minutes to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I oppose this amendment because there is no statutory definition of a junk fee. The CFPB director, the single director, in a hearing, when we asked to define a junk fee, just made it up himself. That's one of the problems with the structure of the Bureau, that when you have an unaccountable agency run by a single director, when there is no congressional appropriations, power of the purse, when there is no bipartisan commission, when there is no inspector general, when there is no accountability, and you have a single director, you just make up the law. You just make it up. And so you say, you know what, I think that's a junk fee, and so I'm gonna ban it. Let me address two particular products and services that the Bureau is, I think, improperly defining as a junk fee. One is called overdraft protection. Overdraft protection is a short-term liquidity product that aids consumers making ends meet when a deposit account balance is low, particularly for those consumers who are unable to qualify for traditional credit products. These are the people, the very people that the Bureau say they're trying to protect. A recent study indicates that most consumers are well aware of the cost associated with tapping into overdraft coverage and choose to use this low-cost option to cover temporary funding shortfalls. Some financial institutions will derive a higher percentage of revenue from deposit account-related fees, such as overdraft or NSF, based on their business models and product offerings. Moreover, in December of 2021, Acting Comptroller Sue outlined potential reforms while cautioning that, quote, limiting overdrafts may limit the financial capacity for those who need it most, unquote. Here's the bottom line on overdraft or some of these other so-called junk fees. There is a cost associated with providing financial services and access to credit. And those costs include the risk to the offering firm or the bank or the provider of the credit for such products and credit extensions, which may be offset in part by these fees for the service. Moreover, there are statutory and regulatory requirements in place that guide financial institutions in how to properly communicate those costs, including the Truth in Lending Act, disclosure requirements, and fee disclosures promulgated by the CFPB. So there's protections in law already, number one. And number two, if the Bureau bans these so-called junk fees, it means these services go away. Or if they don't go away, they certainly increase in cost. I don't know how that helps consumers. On credit cards, on the credit card fees. Again, I don't know why we should be punishing subprime credit card borrowers with higher interest rates when they pay on time. That's exactly what's going to happen with the proposal from the CFPB. Low-income, subprime credit card borrowers who pay on time will see their interest rates go up. This is a rulemaking that is going to encourage people to pay late. Why does anyone think that that is a consumer protection measure? So, look, I just think at the end of the day, this amendment is a bad idea. There's no statutory definition of a junk fee, and most of what the director and the Bureau is defining as a junk fee is the cost of providing a service that is in demand, that consumers want, and when the Bureau engages in regulation, or even worse, when it just changes the law by, without even going through notice and comment rulemaking, through a edit to an exam manual or some edict or some blog post, or attempting to change the law without notice and comment, or through litigation, calling something a junk fee, what ends up happening is that consumers lose out. They lose access to credit, or they have to pay more for that service and product. And it's especially unfair when you have a low-income borrower who is punished for paying on time just in order to decrease a late fee for people who don't pay on time. So I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment, which will hurt consumers, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Further discussion, further debate. Gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Lukemeyer, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd just like to add on to what Chairman from Kentucky just talked about and explained on junk fees. You know, basically, the term is made up. I checked with the gentleman who wrote, he's an attorney, who wrote the book on financial, the dictionary on financial terms, the terms that are legal, the terms that we use every day. And I asked him about junk fees, and he said, it doesn't exist. They made it up. It's not a legally enforceable term. And so what we have here is the director of the CFPB knows he doesn't have authority over, as Chairman Barr indicated here, authority over overdraft fees. He doesn't have authority over the disclosures that are on hotel receipts. He doesn't have some other things, and so in order to get that authority, he created this word. And then he took his UDAP authority and he twisted and he turned it and he kind of extended it so he actually would have then the ability, by you creating a new word, to have authority over these things. He just, out of the air, made this up, and now he has authority. No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't. because it's not a legal term, it's not a legal way of going about things. He doesn't have authority over these things just because he made up a word to make it happen. This is kind of the way he does within guidance. We've gone through this over the years. He creates guidance so that he can go around Congress and go around the rules process to be able to then have authority to do things and try to enforce that. We all know that guidance is not enforceable. Even FSOC went along with that recently, not too long ago, and said that guidance is not enforceable. But this is what happens whenever you have an administration who refuses to acknowledge the rule of law, when you have a group of people who refuse to acknowledge that Congress is a check on their ability to do things, on their power. The checks and balances that are in place are there for a purpose. This is not a legal way of going about business. So when you have the word junk fees in this amendment, this whole thing should be thrown out because it doesn't make any sense. There is no such word as junk fees. That's like making me making up a word. So I just wanted to add to Chairman Barr's description here. This is the height of folly. All we're doing is entertaining the chairman of the CFPB's wildest dreams on how he can expand his authority when he really can't do it. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Further discussion, further debate on the amendment. Hearing none. Does the gentleman from Missouri withdraw
my point of order?
He withdraws his point of order. The question now occurs on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from California, Mrs. Waters. All those in favor shall signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed shall signify by saying nay. In the opinion of the chair,
Recorded vote requested.
the ayes have it. A recorded vote has been requested. All those in favor of recorded vote shall raise their hand. A sufficient number having raised their hands, a recorded vote is ordered. Pursuant to Rule 3C5 of the Committee Rules, a vote on the question is postponed. Further discussion, further debate, further amendment. If there's no further discussion or amendment on H.R. 2798, the question now occurs on the adoption of the amendment as an H.R. substitute offered by the gentleman from Kentucky.
Mr. Chairman, Green from Texas has an amendment at the desk.
I would encourage the members to be timely in this manner. I want members to be able to offer their amendments, but once we go into the process of calling the previous question, it will be done. So I now recognize the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Green, for the offering of his amendment. Does clerk have a copy of Mr. Green's amendment? If so, we'd love to have the distribution of it. I didn't hear you at all. Okay.
Thank you.
Do all members have a copy of the bill that wish to have a copy of the bill? Clerk will report.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2798, offered by Mr. Green of Texas.
Mr. Chairman, I ask that the amendment be considered as read.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read. Is there a point of order raised by the gentleman from Missouri?
I raise point of order.
A point of order is reserved. The gentleman is recognized. Mr. Green is recognized for his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and friends. I believe that the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau is an essential watchdog in our financial system. I believe that we must empower it further by establishing a strong whistleblower program at the Bureau. I believe that the Bureau was created for the purpose of enforcing federal consumer financial laws and protecting consumers from protecting consumers in the marketplace. Sorry about that, Mr. Chairman. I believe that as such, the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau would benefit immensely from establishing a strong whistleblower program to incentivize members of the public to come forward with evidence of wrongdoing in the financial world, as well as to protect those whistleblowers who once they have come forward. I have legislation, H.R. 2465, the Financial Compensation for CFPB Whistleblowers Act, that would do just that. Regrettably, the Transparency and Accountability Reform Act does not do this. It provides fewer protections and incentives for whistleblowers. It does not, N-O-T, provide protections to ensure that employment contracts do not waive an employee's eligibility for a whistleblower award. My bill protects employees from employment contracts that eviscerate whistleblower rights. The majority's bill does not provide protections to ensure pre-dispute arbitration agreements or collective bargaining agreements do not waive an employee's eligibility for a whistleblower award. My bill protects employees' eligibility for a whistleblower award. The majority's bill also caps a maximum award for a Bureau whistleblower at $5 million. Some would think that that's a lot of money, and it is. But it is a cap. Well, if the SEC and the CFT had this same cap, a $110 million award paid to an SEC whistleblower in 2021 would not have been paid. And a $114 million award paid to a SEC whistleblower in 2020 would not have been paid. A $266.4 million award paid to a CFTC whistleblower in 2022 would not have been paid. This begs the question, why should the CFPB whistleblowers be treated differently? In closing, my amendment strikes the text of the Title VII of the CFPB Transparency and Accountability Reform Act and replaces it with the text of my H.R. 2464, the Financial Compensation for CFPB Whistleblowers Act. My amendment would establish a strong whistleblower program at the CFPB that would encourage the reporting of consumer fraud and abuse while better protecting whistleblowers from retaliation. The majority's weak benefits financial institutions at the expense of whistleblowers and consumers. I'm absolutely convinced that this bill would benefit consumers, but I'm equally as convinced that it will not get a fair hearing. But there are certain things that you do because you're required to, knowing that there will come a time when you'll have an opportunity to do the right thing. After all, my colleagues across the aisle are the same people who are repealing and replacing Obamacare. They've never given us a replacement, so they have no problems repealing without replacements. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Further discussion, further debate. Gentleman, Mr. Barr from Kentucky seeks recognition. Recognized for 5 minutes.
Well, I move to strike the last word, Mr. Chairman. I thank my friend from Texas for responding to a request from the Trump administration here, because it was the Trump administration's director that asked for whistleblower protection language, and the gentleman is responding favorably to a request from President Trump's bureau. So thank you for that, and thank you for offering kind of a note of bipartisanship, because the gentleman's amendment is duplicative of language in the underlying bill in many respects. The underlying bill includes language from Mr. Emmer that provides for whistleblower protection, also responding to Director Kraninger's request for this. And the idea behind it and the history of this request was that the Bureau that my friends on the other side of the aisle support should be focused on true violations of consumer protection law. And we have extensive pre-existing consumer protection law that predate the Dodd-Frank law, some that's been amended since. And when there is a violation of consumer protection law, there should be a remedy, and there should be a focus on those violations. The idea behind a whistleblower provision is to focus the CFPB on those violations of well-established consumer protection law, as opposed to going down this rabbit hole of all these other ideas that frankly have no economic analysis, no cost-benefit analysis, and actually hurt the very consumers that they say they're trying to help. So I think there is a kind of a bipartisan agreement that this amendment demonstrates that we need to refocus the minds of the people at the Bureau on these whistleblowers who are ringing the bell or noticing violations of true consumer protection law. Now, one thing I will say about this language versus the Emmer language that's in the underlying legislation, and why I would oppose Mr. Green's amendment, is that Mr. Green's amendment is far more prescriptive in terms of what the Bureau can do, and the restrictions on arbitration agreements could actually impede the ability of a whistleblower to get compensation quicker. We don't want to disincentivize whistleblowers with overly restrictive provisions like this, number one. And, you know, the cap on $5 million, it is a little odd that, you know, a cap of $8 on late fees is okay, but a cap of $5 million for a whistleblower is not okay. So if you're going to be supporting arbitrary caps in the one instance, at least be consistent and support an arbitrary cap in the other instance. With that, I urge my colleagues to vote against this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The ranking member seeks recognition, is recognized for 5 minutes for the purposes of debate on the amendment.
I support this amendment led by Representative Green. I understand that there is a provision in this bill that is similar to a bill that Mr. Green introduced back in June 2020 to protect whistleblowers after then CFPB Director Kraninger proposed a CFPB whistleblower program. So this amendment would strike and replace that provision with this bill. This amendment would provide strong incentives for whistleblowers to come forward by not imposing a dollar cap on the award amount, and it would ensure employees are not barred from receiving their compensation, including their employment contracts. Putting a dollar cap on rewards, as Republicans are proposing would kill only deter whistleblowers from coming forward, meaning some misconduct resulting in consumer harm may go unreported. Furthermore, Mr. Green's amendment adds a further protection to ensure employment, contracts, and forced arbitration provisions do not prevent a whistleblower from participating in this program. However, considering the extensive similarities between this provision and Mr. Green's bill, this seems like the kind of thing that we could have worked out in a bipartisan manner if given the opportunity. It is a shame that this has been shoved into such a toxic package with no such opportunity. Perhaps we can work on this separately in the future. I urge members to support this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman yields back the balance of her time. Further discussion, further debate. Mr. Lynch seeks recognition, is recognized for 5 minutes for purposes of debate on this amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word, and I yield to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Green.
Thank you, Mr. Lynch. And thank you, Madam Chair, for your support. The cap is a financial industry's dream come true. It literally will limit their liability. We don't do this for other agencies, the CFTC, for example, and we don't do it for the SEC. But now we are going to give the financial industries the kind of cap that, such that they can simply build $5 million into a wrong and proceed to have it as a part of their business product. I'm just amazed that we would now want to place this cap on liability, because that's what it is, cap on liabilities, such that the industry can literally build into their budget wrongs, knowing that they only have $5 million worth of liability. And also this notion of being able to contract away your right as a whistleblower. That is restrictive, and I support it. I don't think that you should be able to contract the whistleblowers right away. You won't get people to call these wrongs to the attention of the public and to the attention of the appropriate authorities. So yes, it's restrictive, but it's a necessary restriction. And of course, I am absolutely convinced that anybody can be right every now and then, even a twice impeached president who should have been convicted by the Senate, since you brought it up.
Doing this, huh?
I didn't introduce the topic, you did. A twice impeached president. Even he can be right. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Further discussion, further debate on the amendment on the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau.
You bet the balance of my time.
From Massachusetts, yield back.
I'm just yielding. It was my time. I was just yielding.
I'm asking if you're yielding back.
I am.
Good. Gentleman yields back. Further discussion, further debate on this amendment. If not, does the gentleman from Missouri insist on his point of order?
I withdraw my point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Now the question now occurs on the amendment offered by Mr. Green of Texas. All those in favor shall signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed shall signify by saying nay. In the opinion of the chair, the nays have it.
Recorded
The
vote,
nays have it.
Mr. Chairman.
Recorded vote has been requested. All those in favor of recorded vote, please raise your hand. A sufficient number having raised their hands, a recorded vote is ordered, and pursuant to Rule 3C5 of the Committee Rules, a vote on this question is postponed. Is there further discussion, further debate, further amendment? Gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Cleaver.
I have an amendment at the desk.
Gentleman has an amendment at the desk. We'll pause while the clerk distributes. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, reserve point of order.
Gentleman from Missouri reserves a point of order.
Mr. Chairman?
Do all members have a copy of the bill? Or a copy of the amendment? If the clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2798.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read. A point of order is reserved by the gentleman from Missouri. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized for his amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. You know, I think everybody who participated in those marathon sessions we had after the 2008 economic collapse, it was a very, very frightening period of time. You were here. All of us, up to me, were here on this side. And I think everybody was trying to do the best they could, and we tried to address all of the problems and causes that we could identify. And I think we came to the conclusion that we'd be better off not just doing wishes, but being action takers. And so we moved into the whole CFPB creation. And there were two administrations that actually bumped into each other as we were responding to the collapse. And all those first days, we dealt with Secretary Paulson right here in this room. And I don't think that we had a lot of partisanship on anything, including CFPB. I mean, there were disagreements, but I don't remember any member of the administration coming forth to oppose that creation. I'm going to be open to seeing something that would contradict me. But my amendment would ensure that H.R. 2798 would not prevent the CFPB from doing anything within its congressionally authorized power to protect homeowners and prevent foreclosures in rural communities across the nation. The home foreclosure process is extremely expensive. The CFPB has found that the average cost from a completed foreclosure is approximately $12,500 and is devastating to the wealth accumulated through equity and home ownership. Foreclosures also damage a consumer's credit and stay on the paying of higher interest rates on future home purchases. It is in the interest of Congress to prevent this outcome, both for the families involved and in the interest of preserving the fabric of stable and healthy communities. Congress passed the Dodd-Frank Act in 2010 in the aftermath of the foreclosure crisis to put an end to the risky practices that resulted in a wave of foreclosure that rocked the nation's economy, including Missouri's. And I can remember we had people coming here every day testifying from all across the country about what was happening in their communities. It was something that was grabbing hold of all of us when we heard all the pain that people were experiencing. And so today, the CFPB rules implement provisions of the Dodd-Frank Wall Street Reform Consumer Protection Act, the Real Estate Settlement Procedures Act, and the Truth in Lending Act regarding mortgage loan servicing and addresses servicers' obligations to establish reasonable policies and procedures to achieve certain delineated objectives, to provide information about mortgage loss mitigation options to delinquent borrowers, to establish policies and procedures for providing delinquent borrowers with continuity of contact with servicer personnel capable of performing certain functions. Excuse me, Mr. Chairman. In addition, CFPB research has shed light on the financial conditions of rural communities and helped policymakers better understand looming housing crisis. Now, this is extremely important to me, and I think to many others. There are several housing challenges relevant to rural America, including the lack of access to financial services or the financial education, mortgages tied to manufactured housing, and HMDA data analysis, which suggests that some rural areas are seeing means mortgage interest rates much higher than the national numbers. Rural America is hurting. My amendment simply asks that the underlying bill does not limit the authority or capacity of the CFPB to prevent unnecessary foreclosures in rural America. I urge members to support the amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. There's further discussion, further debate. Gentleman from Ohio, the chair of the Housing Subcommittee, Mr. Davidson, is recognized for 5 minutes.
I thank the chairman, and I thank the ranking member of the Housing and Insurance Subcommittee for thinking about affordable housing. And really, when I think about our committee's jurisdiction and the need to address affordable housing, I'm frustrated because that's in the Ag Committee's jurisdiction, not ours. When I think about capital markets and I think about the importance commodities make up in capital formation in our economy, I'm frustrated because that's in the Ag Committee's jurisdiction. But, you know, when you talk about foreclosures are tragic. You know, most of the time it's because something bad happened in a family, they hit a hard time or a circumstance, and they can't make their obligations. And making sure that consumers are treated fairly is already addressed in the underlying bill and the jurisdiction of the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, and frankly, in the charters for our banks, in the way that the housing market is regulated in the United States, and frankly, perhaps over-regulated in many states. So I think the amendment is duplicative. But when I think about affordable housing, I think about, you know, the actions that have taken to make housing not as affordable. When I think about Consumer Price Index that says housing is 70% of inflation right now, I think about the things that this body's doing that are making housing less affordable. And one of those we just voted on tonight. We're hitting the debt limit. We're blowing through our spending. We're spending more money than anybody will even lend us. And so much that the Federal Reserve has to load up their balance sheet to the tune of nearly $9 trillion. And it would be bad enough if it was just treasuries, but they're propping up mortgage-backed securities as well. Now, some people think that that's artificially raising the price of interest, but the reality is, once they slowed and started tapering the rates, treasuries actually went up. Now, they raised the underlying rates because they set prices, but the market still isn't buying all the treasuries. The reality is, when you have the Fed intervening in markets, you don't really have true price discovery. And if the solution's always more government, more government, more government, you kill the function of the market. And I think the purpose of our job here should make the markets function. So I oppose the amendment. I hope our colleagues oppose it. With that, I'd like to yield some time to Mr. Stile from Wisconsin.
I thank the gentleman from Ohio, and I couldn't agree more. I appreciate the intention of this amendment focused on rural housing, but let me tell you, we were just on the House floor trying to actually address the biggest issue of the day, inflation. We've had 24 straight months of inflation outpacing wages. Why do you think we got the crisis that's occurring right now for so many American families who can't afford to pay the rent, can't afford to pay their mortgage? We're sitting here tilling away at windmills with amendments from my colleagues across the aisle who couldn't find $1 of savings to try to address the debt. The President of the United States can't find $1 of savings in a 31, you can't hear me, I can get louder if you like. I'll pull the microphone back, is that better, Ms. Ranking Member? You can't, you got the President of the United States who's got his head in the sand saying my way or the highway, an incredibly dangerous and reckless position as it relates to this massive debt ceiling that we're facing, this debt crisis that we're facing. Inflation's running rampant because my colleagues on the left side of the aisle, on Democratic one-party control, spent trillions of new dollars, have conducted a war on energy, driving energy costs higher. We saw people paid not to work after the pandemic. And so if we want to be serious about the topics being raised by my colleagues in these amendments, whether or not it's helping veterans, whether or not it is addressing those who are facing foreclosure in rural housing, topics that are worthy of the time of debate and discussion in this House, let's have it. But let's have it on the merits of what's causing the underlying problem. We got the President of the United States unable to find $1 of savings, saying my way or the highway, a dangerous and reckless position as it relates to addressing a debt crisis. And here we are watching the Democrats bring forward bills that don't address the issue of the day. It's beyond frustrating. I'm more than happy to work with my colleagues as it relates to the serious and substantive issues before us. I appreciate the gentleman from Ohio yielding, and I yield back.
Time's expired, and I yield.
Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman's time has expired. Further discussion, further debate. Ranking member seeks recognition, is recognized for purposes of debate on this amendment.
Thank you very much. As I listened to the amendment by Mr. Cleaver, I could not help but recall a conversation that I started right here in this committee about what I termed an urban-rural renaissance in housing. As a matter of fact, I said at that time, and I continue to believe, that the attention that has been needed for housing in rural communities has not been given by many of those who represent these communities. As a matter of fact, we are desperately needing resources for housing all over this country, both in urban and rural communities. However, you don't hear a lot of talk from those who represent these rural areas about how desperate some of the people who live in them really are. You don't hear real advocacy to deal with people in rural communities who are living in shacks, who are living in rundown places without water and other kinds of basic kinds of utility needs that they have. And so, Mr. Cleaver is simply, in this bill, reminding those of you and those of us who represent these kinds of communities that we need to pay attention to housing. We need to pay attention to housing in the rural communities. I believe that the discussion that we're starting, the bill that I've started to work on that talks about this urban housing renaissance, really should be taken seriously. And I don't think that those who want to disallow this committee to be in the forefront of assistance to those who you represent and say that perhaps we're talking about doing stuff for veterans, we're talking about doing stuff for teachers and for children and on and on and on. I think that you should not in any way continue to talk about this president and the amount of money that he has been advocating for those who deserve our support. As a matter of fact, it was the previous president who was a big-time spender and who said it loud and clear and said he loved to spend money. And so I did not hear this kind of talk about him and spending money at the time that he was identifying himself as a big-time spender. I would ask the members to pay attention to rural housing and to the needs of people in rural communities and people who are living in these shacks and people who are living on the ground. And I would ask those members who are denying the advocacy that is needed so desperately for these rural constituents of yours to stop blaming the victims for not being able to pay the kind of mortgages and to do the kind of, have the kind of jobs even that's needed. I am someone representing urban areas, but I care about everybody in this country, include the rural ones. And even though they may not know who the advocates are, we're going to make sure that they know and they understand who is advocating for them, unless, of course, we want to do some real bipartisan work. I yield back.
Is there further debate or amendment? I'm sorry, further discussion or debate on the amendment? The Vice Chair, Mr. Hill of Arkansas, is recognized for 5 minutes on the amendment.
Well, Mr. Chairman, thank you, and I am grateful for this debate to talk about how we can actually help families who live in rural areas, and it won't be by passing this amendment. The things that would help people in rural America is to stop a 40-year high in inflation brought about by irresponsible spending of the past 2 years of the Biden administration. $7,700 more this year than what people paid back in 2021. Well, when you're in a rural area working 2 jobs and you might make the median income in Arkansas $44,000. $7,000 is a lot of money. 2020 is $2 a gallon to commute the 30 extra miles you have to go work in a rural area. And that's a lot, $3 more a gallon, $5 a gallon, that's a big difference. So if we want to help rural people, and we want to help all Americans, we won't continue to contribute to this inflationary environment by this out-of-control federal spending. It's virtually irresponsible. And it's insulting to rural Americans to have euphemistically named bills like the Inflation Reduction Act. So if we want to help rural Americans, that's one way we can do it. And if we want to improve housing in rural Americans, then I'll never forget coming here in 2015 and the condescending comments that I heard about manufactured housing. Boy, it was something else. And so insulting. When there are no stick-built builders in rural America, and the finest house you could get is to be able to have a manufactured home on a piece of property you rent, or maybe your grandfather, your dad deeded something out to you. But there was a lot of complaint about how unfair financing is for manufactured housing, how those people are treated unfairly. Well, let me tell you, air-conditioned house, manufactured house in a rural area is a castle. And they're happy to pay a little higher interest rate in order to have a clean, decent house where there are no houses being built. So I don't think that if we're serious about helping rural Americans, we could do that big time by stopping inflation, encouraging manufactured housing, and the efficiency in a secondary market for those loans. And by golly, stop drowning our people in the fact that they can't afford the basics of life. And I thank the chairman. I yield to my friend from Wisconsin.
I'll be brief. I just think you're spot on, and I appreciate my colleagues' comments from Arkansas. The challenges that we see across this country right now, I think, are the result of Democratic one-party control in Washington, We're trying to clean up this mess. We spent time on the floor today. I was disappointed none of my colleagues across the aisle came together to recognize the fact that we got to have a sensible, reasonable approach to lifting this debt ceiling by limiting spending, by growing the economy, by saving taxpayers money. We got to get our country back on track because people in my state of Wisconsin, it sounds like folks maybe in my colleagues' home state of Arkansas, and it's true across this country, are falling further and further behind as inflation outpaces their wages. And so we got to get serious about how we're going to do this. We put forward a bill on the House floor, as we said moments ago. None of my colleagues across the aisle were able to come to the table and find savings for the American people. And we continue to see inflation rear its ugly head. We continue to creep towards this debt ceiling deadline. The President of the United States keeps his head in the sand. We're in a dangerous predicament. I think we need to have a serious and substantive debate to actually address the fact that we need to help people in rural America, we need to help people in urban America, we need to help people in suburban America. And this amendment doesn't do it. And with that, I will yield back to my colleague from...
I yield back to the chair.
Vice Chair yields back. Gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Lynch, is recognized for 5 minutes for debate.
Thank you. I just want to say about the gentleman's amendment on housing, on his attempt to raise that issue. At least over the 22 years that I've been here in Congress, there's been a pattern with respect to affordable housing, and that is whether, look, I grew up in affordable housing, in a housing projects. I also had an opportunity to live in a double-wide trailer in New Mexico when I was working out there, and I was thankful that I had a roof over my head. But there is a pattern here that when Democrats are in control of this committee, we talk about housing, and we try to move programs, and we try to solve that. And although this is not unanimous on the Republican side, it seems like when the Republicans are in charge, it goes quiet on housing. We have the size of the committee goes down, the number of hearings that we have on it go down, and we really don't grapple with that issue. Now, ironically, some of the best housing programs that we see in this country today were launched on the Republican side. Hope 6, Jack Kemp came up with that. So I know that I'm not painting everybody with the same brush, but there does seem to be a pattern here. And with that, I want to yield to my friend from Missouri if he might have any further remarks.
Thank you. The hour grows late, and so I don't want to miss the opportunity to make some corrections. First of all, USDA does in fact have rural programs, but so does HUD. HUD almost from the very beginning has operated rural programs. The Rural Gateway Program is a program that's been around for years and years and years. The Rental Housing 515 program has been around for years. And there's been a big proposal laid out that there are some additional houses USDA handles that should be going to HUD. By the way, the person who made that proposal was Donald Trump in 2018, June 21st. My colleague from Arkansas was right on much of what he said. I agree with him, what he said. I lived in one of those shacks in rural America, which still stands in Waxahachie, Texas. So when I start talking about rural America, I'm not talking about something that is distant and I have to try to make up stuff. I lived it in a house for 6 people with 2 rooms. So I think, I mean, I guess there's no amendment that's going to get accepted, and I understand I've been here a long time. But I do think that there ought to be a sincere effort made to just lay out what is factual as we debate these programs. And I would be thoroughly happy if we allowed HUD to expand its programs into rural America, because that's not, USDA does not specialize in housing. And I think President Trump realized that when he tried to move some housing over. With that, I yield back.
reclaiming my time. I just want to say about this afternoon, that was not a serious piece of legislation. That was a joke. That was an absolute joke. We would never have put the previous president in a bind like you have put this country and moved it closer to default on its debt. The bill today on the floor was a move towards brinksmanship. 3 times my colleagues on the other side of the aisle voted to lift the debt limit, to raise the debt limit, so that this country wouldn't be put in a difficult position under President Trump. And we joined you in a bipartisan way to lift that debt limit.
Would the gentleman yield?
I will, yes.
Well, I just want to be on record with you, sir, that Mr. McCarthy met with the president on February 1st, and he's never, ever followed up having promised to meet. And House Republicans did come together to raise the debt ceiling limit with our policy preferences. And so we've taken action in the Senate, and the president have not. And I yield back to my friend.
Gentleman yields back. Further discussion, further debate. Mr. Barr, the gentleman from Kentucky, might have an opinion on his bill. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you,
on the
Mr.
amendment.
Chairman. Move to strike last word. Mr. Chairman, I want to thank the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Cleaver, for shining light and focusing on rural housing. I care about that. I represent a rural congressional district, and there is a need for rural housing. I have 4 points, though, why I oppose the gentleman's amendment. One is that the amendment would not prevent the CFPB from having the authority or the capacity to address rural housing issues, foreclosures, et cetera. In fact, the underlying legislation is silent on the CFPB's authority. What it would do, though, is, and this is my second point, is it would broaden the perspective of the CFPB away from a single director who has no understanding of the economics of rural America. The current single director, the current partisan director, the only person in charge of the Bureau, grew up in a suburb of New York City. He went to college in Boston. He went to graduate school in Philadelphia. And he's lived his entire professional life in Washington, D.C. Mr. Chopra has never lived, as far as I know, in rural Kentucky or rural Arkansas. So I think the idea of a multi-member commission that might reflect the diversity of our country with different perspectives from different geographies in our country, some urban, some suburban, some rural, might actually improve the decision-making of the Consumer Financial Protection so that the Bureau is bringing the perspectives of consumers from all walks of life in all parts of our country. Third point, if we subject the Bureau to congressional appropriations, then the Bureau, commissioner or single director, will have to pay attention to the incredibly diverse perspectives of the United States House of Representatives and the Senate. 100 different senators from 50 different states, 435 different congressional districts, paying attention to the elected representatives of the American people, representing every corner of our country, rural, suburban, urban, all kinds of different perspectives. That would improve, being accountable to all of those perspectives would improve the diversity of thought and ideas at the Bureau. And finally, to amplify Mr. Hill's point about the Bureau, the condescension of the Bureau about manufactured housing in many of our districts, I want to add to that. It wasn't just condescension. The CFPB, maybe unwittingly, if we want to defend them and give them the benefit of the doubt, unwittingly, actively hurting access to manufactured housing. It took an act of Congress, bipartisan, Terry Sewell, working with Republicans in a bipartisan way to fix the error of the CFPB, which made financing of manufactured housing more difficult. So it's not just condescension. It's the fact that the Bureau is so out of touch, so insulated from accountability, so disconnected from the realities of working people in rural America, that they are promulgating rules and policies that actively deprive Americans access to affordable financing for manufactured housing. This is why we need this bill. Our bill will protect people in rural housing. This amendment does nothing to do so. I yield to the gentlelady from Texas.
Thank you. My district is in South Texas, and we are over 80% Hispanic. It is a rural community. You care about rural community, you talk about caring about minorities, then you're talking about my district. If you want to help rural communities and minorities, then stop the burdensome regulation that y'all were just talking about an hour ago that hurts regional banks and community banks in rural America. That's what will help rural America. Now, if you want to talk about something because you're concerned about housing, why don't we talk about something that's not only hurting rural America, but urban America, but national security, and that is our border, securing our border. Why don't we talk about that and how that's affecting rural America, how that's affecting our urban areas and our national security? We've got a problem here. You want to protect Hispanics or do only Black lives matter? Because I think Hispanic lives matter and I think all lives matter. Yes, all lives do matter. And you know what? In my district, we care about not only our rural communities, but all communities. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back.
My time's expired, yield back.
Chair will admonish members to direct their comments to the chair.
Ms. Garcia.
That is under the rules of this committee, the expectation for members. We're debating the underlying. We're debating a bill in the banking committee, for heaven's sakes. Let's talk about the issues of the day, if we could. The amendment.
This is not Homeland Security.
All right. Housing.
The time has expired.
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady from Texas moves to strike the last word on the amendment. Gentlelady's recognized.
I support the amendment, and I just want to say, as someone that was born and raised in South Texas, I really reject the comments, and I would ask the chair to have them taken down that my colleague has made. I thought they were purely race baiting. It's abhorrent. And I am not going to sit here and let her speak for South Texas when I too was born and raised in South Texas, and I reject her comments. Mr. Chairman, I want a ruling on my request.
Member will dispense. We'll pause the time for a moment.
I can't believe this.
Let's go.
Okay, Chris.
The committee will come to order from our brief recess. The gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Garcia, is recognized. The gentlewoman, does she insist on her point of order?
Mr. Chairman, I do insist on my point of order. I firmly believe that the words used were racist and offensive and abhorrent, and they should be taken down. However, in the interest of some level of collegiality, I will yield to the gentlelady from Texas for any apology that she might make.
Thank you, Congresswoman Garcia. I would like to first say to Mr. Cleaver, I'm really just meeting him for the first time today. I don't believe we've spoken previously to this. And of course, as Mr. Cleaver and I have spoken, it was not my intention to direct any comment to Mr. Cleaver or to offend Mr. Cleaver in any way. And I'm so thankful to Mr. Cleaver for speaking with me and taking the time to have a nice conversation about what happened. And I believe that we've come to a consensus that his heart is good, my heart is good, and that there was no ill intention. With that, I would like to say that I am a freshman and I'm learning just as we're all learning here. And so thank you so much for giving me the opportunity, and thank you, Mr. Cleaver, for speaking with me to the side right now. I do appreciate your time. And with that, I yield back.
Mr. Chairman, I will continue to urge my point of order.
Gentlelady insists on her.
Yes, I do.
Chair recognizes Ms. Garcia. Does Ms. Garcia, is she willing to yield to Ms. Dela Cruz of Texas?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Garcia, and to everybody in here, there was no intention to offend anybody in this room, and I hope that we can get back to the markup. With that, I yield back.
Does Ms. Garcia insist on or withdrawal?
Mr. Chairman, in light of the late hour and the work that's still ahead of us, and in the spirit of some semblance of collegiality, I would hope that this is a lesson learned for all of us in terms of how we talk not only on the issues and the policies here before us, but also among each other. And remember that words do matter, and people are listening, not just in here, but also those that may be watching by television. So in the interest of harmony and moving forward, I will accept what is somewhat of a backdoor apology and withdraw my point of order.
Gentlelady withdraws her point of order. Is there further discussion, further debate on the underlying amendment offered by Mr. Cleaver of Missouri that is on rural housing as it relates to the CFPB bill before us? The gentleman from New York wishes to strike the last word on the amendment. Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There's been a lot of discussion about this provision and a lot talked about with respect to housing and the need for housing throughout America.